unspeakable crime, murder at midnight. A deal I made, a life I had to take. Someone I loved once held so tight. The screams will follow me, cries of my ancestors said, go away. My operator, fasting in brain, shape-shifting. I feel the animal high inside me. I feel the change. I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same. This form I desire, innocent blood I will devour. Ancestors gathering round the dwelling, the spirit inhabiting, evil enveloping, the dancing graves in the night, the spirit occupying and transforming, stolen heights, dark practices, my secret life, feathered outers, mysticism, intriguing, my operator, fasting in brain, shape-shifting. I feel the animal high inside me. I feel the change. I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same. Give me the ability to hide in plain sight, so no one can see me, not even in the light. I am the crawler, I'm a within, I'm nobody's friend. This initiation is all part of the dark creation. My desires performing incantations. I walk in disguise. If I catch you, it's your demise. Shamanism, my religion, summoning spirits, manifesting myself and changing my flesh. A nightmare to behold. I'ma make you part of the fold. The skin of a man, the soul of a predator. The change is complete. This thing I become, my flesh has succumbed. My operator, fasting in brain, shape-shifting. I feel the animal high inside me. I feel the change. I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same.
Catching a reflection in the mirror of something standing in the corner of my room, watching me, observing me. Is it my imagination or insanity? A strange hum, a flash of light. I'm overcome, nothing but fight. Otherworldly beings taking me in the night. I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Looking at my hand, there's something there. Inside of me, I'm feeling oh so scared. Confusion and nasty fear. It wasn't just a nightmare. So loud, so surrounding me tonight. I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Where are they taking me? Others swelling in me. Where are they taking me? Anxiety rising. Was it just in my head? Paralyzing panic. Was it just in my head? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head?
Light that brings out. In the dark you hear a growl. Monsters in the night, unnatural appetite. A demon sent me here to take you to the afterlife. I feel something change inside of me. The inner human slowly dead in me. I feel it come alive. The darkness brings me light. There ain't no stopping it, and you will never hide from me. Pain of the change. What have I become? A creature of the night. Ruled by moonlight. The pain of the change. This body's no longer mine. Feel wild and free, but caged at the same time. It's time to be human. Think human. Feel human. A hunger's arising inside of me. The beast is alive and break it free. It's time to be human. Think human. Feel human. Keep putting more chains on the beast. Hope it don't break loose. You better hope so too. I'm still inside. I'm still here. What have I done? When did this all start? I have become a monster in the dark. A hunger like no other. Running on instinct. What's this creature? Always inside of me. The pain of the change. What have I become? A creature of the night. Ruled by moonlight. The pain of the change. This body's no longer mine. Feel wild and free, but caged at the same time.
All right, folks. Welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner. This is PRT. Join us in the real reality. So, how's everybody doing? Hope everybody's feeling good. Johnny, I haven't seen you here before. He says, I like the last song. That last song was about a werewolf, about changing into something unholy, which a lot of people believe is a real thing. Some people don't, and that's their prerogative. Believe what they want. Oh, man. Yeah, Brittany says The Change is one of my favorites. Yeah, I like it too, but we're going to redo it into like metal. We're working on it right now to try to get it right. We've already done one markup on it. We didn't really like it. I didn't. You know. Somebody says the shirt. Amy Krill says the shirt. Yeah, the shirt says Comanche Pride. You don't hear a lot about the Comanches because there's not many of them left. And I say them because I don't like go around and be like, oh, I'm Comanche, even though I'm a quarter. I mean, I don't like push that on people and be like, it's crazy.
Yeah, they're almost extinct.
Yeah.
Just kicked everyone's ass for so long.
They were so brutal,
Yeah.
so warlike. I mean, just like the Cossacks on my dad's side, there's like a third of them of what there was before World War II.
Yeah.
There's like, I don't even think it's a third, like a bunch of them just perished, because they fought on both sides. A lot of them ended up fighting for, Germany, but, they were being driven to extinction by the Soviets. The Soviets always seem to get a pass for all the brutality and the horrific things they did. And these dipshits with the dyed hair, they always scream about the Nazis. They do that. They like that.
Yes. The Soviets would have put them in gulags too.
Oh, dude, because once you're done being a useful idiot, you're just an idiot. You're no longer useful. Now you're a disruptor, because a lot of the people that helped Stalin come to power, people don't realize that. They wiped out everybody that was involved in the revolution.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the first thing, Lenin started getting rid of them, but he didn't do like the mass extermination. The NKVD, when Lenin died, Stalin took over, and he went into hyperdrive. He's the one that built all those camps and had them all. And what he did was he picked people that he knew would be fervent and against religious people.
Mm-hmm.
And predominantly, they were secular people that he picked that were like, these people don't believe in anything. And, so he chose people that were, for the most part, atheist. There was a heavy Jewish population that he used. And what was so insidious was he used them to exterminate millions of Christians and Ukrainians and Belarusians and Latvians, Lithuanians, Estonians. If you don't believe it, I'm sorry, go read a history book. Read a real one, not the pumped out fake ones by the, whatever. But then after he was done doing that, he turned on the Jewish people and had them exterminated by by what was already now ingrained in the people being born. The next generation had only known communism and atheistic whatever.
Yeah, that was the plan.
That was the plan. So he outlawed religion. So then the Jewish people were like, well, we did what you wanted. We killed all the Christians and the kulaks. What are you doing? Oh, well, welcome to paradise,
You
comrade.
served your purpose. So
You served
bye.
your purpose, useful idiots, and now we're going to kill you. And then, so more people fled from Soviet Russia between the years of 1948 and 1968. It was like 60% of the Jewish people that actually ended up going to Israel were from Russia. They were fleeing the communists, where at one time they held high positions in the NKVD, which became the KGB.
Yeah.
And the NKVD made the Einstein group look like freaking Boy Scouts on a picnic, dude.
Yeah. Genrik Yagoda was a member of the tribe.
Mm-hmm.
He was like awful.
They killed the estimates of how many people the Einstein group, and of course they claimed that they were all these millions, whatever, but that's impossible because the numbers don't add up. There were no way that there were only 3,600,000 something that were technically Jewish people at that time. And then the gypsies, they had an inflated number. So what the Soviets did was they murdered the gypsies and the Jewish people, and they murdered the Cossacks, the kulaks, all these other people. And then they just dumped all the numbers on the Germans. And they said the Germans did it. But the truth is the Einstein group only killed about, I think, 1.5 million people. And that is the truth. I don't care what anybody tells you. That's the actual real numbers. The reason I know this, I researched this as a young man when I was going to the Christian Science Academy. They made us do a term paper. So the first term paper I did just sucked. I got a C-. I barely passed it. And I was in 5th grade. Who the hell does 10-page term papers in 5th grade, right? Why simultaneously trying to do all your lessons. And then you're doing pre-algebra. I did pre-algebra in 5th grade. I did algebra in 6th grade. How is that even normal, dude? Like that is, you put this pressure on a kid, and then, tell them, well, this is what you got to do, and you're like, man, this is crazy. My friends that were in regular public school, they were like, this is insane. It looked like Greek to them. They didn't know what the hell I was doing. Keith, one of my best friends I grew up with. He even said it to Tony when me and Tony and Nellie were up there visiting. Where is Tony, Scorpion D? Where's everybody at? But he told Tony, he goes, dude, I looked at his school book. He goes, and I'm 2 years older than this dude, man. And I couldn't make heads or tails of what the hell he was doing. I was like, yeah, nobody could. They didn't understand, like, every day after school, you went to school for 8 hours straight, where my comrades went to school for 6.5 to 7.
Yeah.
And then on Wednesday, you just stayed there. You had to wear a tie, and you had to go to the what they called classifications, which is some weird crap, basically blending church with school. So you got there early on Wednesday so we could do the prayer and all this other stuff. It's a non-denominational, but they had their own rituals, which is really just another denomination, And so I had to go there, and I had to be like one of the I forgot what they call them, like we had these candles on either side of the Christian flag, which is really a flag from the Crusades. And so we had to light these candles, and I had to stand there with it for like an hour and not move. It was ridiculous, dude. And I had to do it every 3rd Wednesday. So I did it every 3 weeks. It was my job. And so I was like, oh, man, I got to get up and be at school by 7 a.m. So you got to get up at 6 to even, at the latest, And if we had some kind of special, you would stay after school, which was probably twice a week. So Wednesdays and Fridays, they just made it miserable because you had to be there late and you had to get there early. And we had 8 classes. 8 classes. You don't have that many classes in elementary.
Yeah.
And then we did the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we had to do all these other types of things. And folks, we're just letting people get in here so we can get people in.
I bet you a lot of the kids who went to that school actually turned away from Christianity because
they did.
That was their introduction to it.
Yeah, actually, do you remember the girl who was a waitress, and she invited us over, and she gave us the homemade kombucha? And her roommates, they're really nice. She had a border collie and everything. She went there, and she just totally fell away. She was like, I'm a Christian, but she goes, she's like, I went through this rebellion phase, and they do. A lot of them do. Yeah. I know a couple of my old classmates did. They fell away. I didn't fall away for a while. it wasn't until I started doing all kinds of crap. And of course, I went from doing all kinds of crap to flipping polarities and becoming a security, and doing security correctly, not the way I used to do it, like at the clubs and doing crap like that. Hey, what's up, Orm? How you doing, man? Send my regards to LA. But what's crazy is like when you go through all of that, the term paper I did, the second term paper I did, in sixth grade, I did one that was about the Holocaust. And I'm gonna say something that might make people upset. I'm not trying to offend or anything. And I have a lot of Jewish friends. I'm not trying to offend them, but I uncovered some uncomfortable truths, and my paper was basically thrown in the trash.
Mm-hmm.
And when I brought the encyclopedia to show them what it said, they threw it in the trash. And then they threw me in the gulag. Basically, I had to go to it was called SSID there, and so I did a week there where you're completely isolated 8 hours a day from your peers. You don't get to do anything. You have to look straight ahead at a cubicle, and even turning your head or taking your headphone off was corporal punishment.
Jeez.
So I got licks like 4 days in a row, and that's finally when my mother stepped up and went up to the school. And my mom was not one of those people who was just like, oh, my son's an angel, I want to defend him. I got friends whose mommies are like that. My mom was not one of those people. She'd be like, if he needs to get his ass beat, he gets his ass beat.
Yeah.
But when I couldn't sit down correctly and stuff, my mother was like, no. And so, ISS would be the public school version of that.
Yeah.
I got in that a few times for getting into fights because I was a weird kid and socially awkward because I had been indoctrinated into this cult. And so I get in trouble over and over again to the point where it seemed like some of the teachers there, or the monitors, they called them, were kind of just sadistic and got off on beating up the kids. And there was a principal, thank God for Brother Jim, God bless him in heaven, but he put a stop to that crap because he was like, she was taking me down the hall. This one woman who just always was whooping my ass. You've heard me talk about her. Gave me nightmares for years, man. And I was already getting my ass beat at home, and here I am getting my ass beat at school for every little thing, and stifling creativity, let me tell you. And so Brother Jim intercepted her and was like, where are you going with this kid? This is like the third time in 3 days. What are you doing? She's like, he's being insubordinate. He keeps talking. And I'm like, I'm isolated from anybody. Who the hell am I talking to? And when he was like, isn't he in the SSI? I said, yes. She's like, yes. And he was like, okay, go back to class. And then I heard him like bawling her out. And she still managed to get me, though. He went home early the next day and she managed to spank me, like, right after he left. I was like, what is this? So when my mom saw, and this is private school, they can do what they want. And back then corporal punishment was accepted, but my butt was purple. It was purple. And I couldn't lay down. I was laying on my side. And, my dad didn't do that. He had done, he would always whoop my ass pretty bad. But my mother saw that. She flipped out, dude. Took me to the doctor. And the doctor said that I had I had a high bone contusion on my butt bone, whatever on your thigh.
Mm-hmm.
And so my mother went up there, dude, and she snatched that woman up, dude. She grabbed her by her hair too, and was like trying to go full on, Comanche on her, I guess, And so this, Brother Jim intervened, and him and Brother Steve, this Irish prick, he was an Irish prick. He really was from Ireland. He was a little leprechaun, little fucker.
Eat your meat. You can't have any pudding.
You can't have any pudding.
Stand still, laddie.
He was always like, it's not us. It's the Catholics doing this to us. They come up here and they start in Belfast. That made me not have any sympathy for them at all. I wish they would have blown you to another planet, mother effer. You piece of shit. F you. And that woman. You want to say her name? I'll say it. Mrs. Willard. Yeah. Unfortunately, she had like three sons, and two of them were cool. One of them was a piece of shit, but the cool ones died, years later. Car wreck. So I felt bad. I was like, oh, that's terrible. But, the one little prick, and her little prick nephew that she had he was like a troublemaker and a bully. He would beat us up and she would do nothing about it. He would just beat us up, all of us younger kids, weaker kids, and she wouldn't do anything. It was the most awful experience. But the next year I went to, when that one closed down, we went to the one in Cameron, and that was one of the greatest experiences I had. It was like night and day. Night and day. My cousin Donnie ended up going there with me. And so I loved the teacher there. She was actually a German lady. There was a German lady that was there, and then there was a woman that was from Estonia. And those two ladies were wonderful. Like, they made my experience in school kind of change. So, of course, as things are going good, then my parents are like, oh, you're enjoying that school? Well, now we're going to move to Taylor, and you're going to have to go to this other school in Copeland.
Can't have that.
So nothing could ever be, just like, hey, let's be, normal and have whatever. And I hated my parents being together because all they did was fight. And if I didn't get in between them a couple times, they probably would have killed each other. It was horrible.
Yeah.
And I just hated them. My dad was not a drinker much, but my mom would just mess with him to the point where he would go and drink. And he was a prick too, And the more he pushed or she pushed, the more he pushed back, and the worse it was. And it was just a vicious cycle. And so you're trying to do school and trying to do all these things while this, horrible home life is going on. You don't have much of a chance. So, by the time you're in your late teens or whatever, yeah, of course you're a thug ass little piece of shit, because my mom moved us to the barrio, and that was it. I ended up like, being called a pinche huelillo and a pinche güero and all this other crap, and you're constantly fighting, and then you're locked up 4 times, actually 6 times, but 4 times in the juvenile facilities. And your skin becomes your uniform. And it starts at a young age. Like, everybody kind of segregates themselves. So then I was in this one facility where they put these guys from Detroit. I mean, these were these tough black kids from Detroit. But in their wisdom, the system, I'm telling you, the system is completely broken. Me and my friend Clay, we were both locked up together 3 times. I was locked up. Same places that Joe Breezy was, some of those places. And the system was so broken. I believe that it's demonically controlled, and they do it on purpose. And they put these guys there in our unit, on our wing, that were from Detroit, right? Because they were in a gang. So they moved some of our Hispanic gang members into their side up in Detroit. They moved these 3 black kids down here. Well, one of them was from 2 of them were from the east side. One of them was from the west side. Right. And 2 of them were in the same gang. And the other kid was not from that same gang. So even though they were all from Detroit and they should have kind of banded together, those 2 immediately jumped that dude. And that had already happened by the time I got there. So when I got there, there was just one black kid who was isolated from the others. And those 2 black kids had control of the black kids. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so there was just one small little black kid, they called him Pee-wee. He came up to me and he's like, hey, man, he was real friendly, and they whooped his ass for talking to me.
Jeez.
Because I was a white guy. But then the Hispanic kids were like, what are you? Because I could speak Spanish. And I'm like, what do you want me to be? And I'm like, I'm not taking no bullshit orders from anybody, man. And so I beat the hell out of like 7, 8 people and ended up in the SAC every time in the HQ, in the quiet room, the QR. And they would take you down and shoot you with Thorazine in your butt. And it's tiger tranquilizer. Get you under control, and they choke you out, because the staff love to beat the kids up. And then they started telling me, well, if you want to eat, you want extra food or whatever, which isn't really extra food, just basically letting you eat. Then, we're going to put you in this quiet room with this other kid. You beat them up.
Gladiators.
So, horrible. Yeah, that place they called it Gladiator School. That's where you learn like how to be a criminal, a real criminal. And then they had this game where they would be like, you do a galley run. What a galley run was basically like you sneak out of your room, and if the guards don't catch you, whatever you can grab out of the galley is yours, and then you can sell it. But if the guards catch you, then they make you fight another kid or they beat your ass. That was the kind of shit that was going on. I'm not even joking. And then they got investigated big time, man. And they got in a lot of trouble, man. A lot of trouble. The state came down on them real hard. But those guards were horrible, dude. I'm not even going to get into some of the they didn't do it to me, because I would one-on-one. I was like already a big, strong kid, 16 years old. I would beat a grown man's ass. I did it all the time. So they didn't try that shit with me, but they molested other kids and stuff. You know they did.
Mm-hmm.
And it was horrible. You hear that crap, you just like cover your ears because you don't want to hear it. But this one kid, I'll never forget, he was from Detroit, and he was this poor kid, man. He was a black kid. He was ostracized. So he didn't really hang out with the white kids or the Mexican kids because, you're segregated, because everybody segregates themselves, even as teenagers. You do that because some of these people are going to big boy jail.
Yeah.
Like, I wasn't going to big boy jail yet. I was just trying to do my time to get out of there. But this one kid, like, he was on the outs with those other black kids. And so they tried to jump him in the shower and beat him with soap and stuff. And so I knocked one of them just smooth out, and I got in trouble. Knocked like 3 of his teeth out of his head. And it was, I shouldn't have done it, I know. But, man, that started something that just went on for like a month of me just fighting with all of them. And so they would come in, and so I would stand at the front of my house, which is your little room, and I would just fight them one-on-one, and then beat up one, and another one come in and beat them up, and another one come in, until you get tired, and then you're just kind of like, and then you put your hands up, and then they kind of walk away, then they put their hands back up, and then eventually they stop, and this went on and on and on. And you just keep doing that. It's a reformatory. You just fight constantly, you just don't, there's no end. And so eventually, getting stabbed with a pencil. That's all they could find to stab me. And he did it in the lunchroom. This one kid threw a tray of food on me, hit me with a tray, and the other one stabbed me. So he caught me like in the back and in my arm. He didn't do shit. And everybody was like, "Oh, he shanked you." I'm like, with a pencil. And then I got the lead got stuck in, or the graphite got stuck in my hand right there. I don't know if you can see it. See it right there? It got, because I put my hand up like that.
Yeah.
It's still in there. And everybody was like, "Oh, he stabbed you." I was like, "No, he didn't." So just in the middle of class, we had this little classroom, and he was on the little computer, with the floppy disk. Yeah. I just walked up to him and just wham, and just knocked him out, dude. This kid named Byron. And then they had this one big ass dude named Red. And so we both went to the restroom at the same time so we could throw down. And I ended up beating and living dog shit out of him, broke his jaw. He was a big kid from Arizona. I was a big kid, and I just lit him on fire, bro. And Clay told you all about that crap because he was there, he was locked up with me.
Yeah, Clay's crazy.
Yeah, and Clay was like, "Man, Wolf just annihilated him." He said, when I saw him on 6th Street, he's like, all these shit talking ass dudes, man, over at Empire and Spirits. He goes, "Y'all are all in big trouble, dude. This is not a normal person. Y'all are all going to get beat down. Watch what happens." And so it just came natural. And people would ask me, like, where does that anger come from? The anger came from when I was a child. And then it went into my teens. And it was just a broken home and living in a bad place. I was from the woods, man. I was from the country. I had no business living in the barrio.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I never should have been exposed to that, but it made me hard. It made me tough. And so first time I ever shot a gun at someone, I was 15 years old. It was about 6 months before the Dogman thing. I shot into a shed where some other gangbangers were hanging out and drinking and huffing paint. And then they retaliated and they shot at my friend's house, the one that I saw the Dogman with. And then my friend got put in jail because he went to the Sirloin Stockade. Talking about Dane Robles. He's now a preacher.
Yeah.
Now a preacher. And he shot at these dudes through a window of a crowded restaurant. He could have killed somebody with a 38 special. And yeah, dude, it was stupid, dude. And then they stabbed him in front of the Mr. Getty's Pizza, dude. And then Junior ended up stabbing that dude that did it. And then that dude that did it, he attacked my friend Theo about a year later, and I ended up beating him, like beating the crap out of him, breaking his leg with a crowbar. It was just stupid crap, So I got locked up, sent up again, And they did that Scared Straight thing where they took me to Sugar Land. It was a real bad place. And they were screaming and yelling in my face. And I'm over there like 16, 17, looking at these dudes going like, "Man, you wouldn't do shit to me, man. I'm just going to beat your ass." I mean, you know what I mean? Like, and like one of them grabbed me by my shirt and I popped him, dude, and I laid him down. during that program because he grabbed me.
Yeah.
Now, they took me and they talked to me and they said, you shouldn't have done that. I'm like, he grabbed me. You're not supposed to grab the kids. Because I told him, F you, dude, your breath stinks. And he freaking grabbed me by my shirt because he's a convict, man.
Yeah.
And so I just went bam and I hit him. And then everybody grabbed me and jumped on top of me. And the inmates, though, were just ragging on that dude because he didn't go. I didn't knock him unconscious, but he fell down.
Yeah.
So he got laid down by a 16-year-old kid, you know. But I wasn't no normal 16-year-old kid. I was like, you know, 6'3", whatever, 240 pounds. I wasn't no normal kid, dude. And the only time I behaved was when it was baseball, football season. Then I'd behave. I'd be straight. And then when it was over, I'd be back to thugging and running around acting like a fool. And yeah, you eventually, you know, just to come full circle to where I'm at now, truly is a testament to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, because he changed me. And these people that talk all this and do all this stuff, you don't know me, dude. You don't know shit about me. If you had the balls and you came to Austin and quit talking shit from your mobile homes, you would talk to people who know me, who are witnesses to these things, and know that I am who I say I am. And by the grace of God, I'm not a vindictive person, and I don't feel like doing something to you because it's wrong. First of all, it's wrong, and I don't want to go to jail. I spent my life now avoiding it. After that, my young past was, you know, and took a lot of chances, and now I'm here. And people really don't understand. They really don't. As God is my witness, dude, you have no idea. You do not know what I'm capable of. People would think, oh, I'm going to get into a fight with this dude and we're going to dance around and do something. No, dude. It's just violence and spades, real quick, real brutal. It's over. Done. Ball game. It don't matter. And people thought they would think that, like, this is how a fight is. And Anthony, you've talked to some of these people, and they'll tell you it's brutality on a level you don't understand. You don't get it.
It's not even a fight, really.
It's not a fight.
It's just like you getting hurt.
Yeah.
And them getting hurt, whatever.
And so, you know, that was the reason, like, you know, that all this, people had this fear, you know. I wasn't no bully. I didn't go around picking mess with people, but I didn't take no shit. And back in the 90s and the early 2000s, people would be looking at you, man. They just look at you crazy. And I would always welcome it. I'd be like, what you looking at, man? Why are you staring at me? I know why you're staring at me, because you think you're hard. You're not hard. You can grow up like I did. And the sad thing is, all of my friends grew up just as bad, just as hard, just as disgusting and horrible, the crap we had to go through. And you feel like you're not treated like a human being. You're not going to be a human being. You're going to be some kind of animal, you know? What's up, man? How you doing today?
What is up? 1 2 1 2. How do we sound here?
You sound great, bro. You sound
right
good.
on, man. Just listening to you guys there. Good evening, panel and chat, and everyone else listening. Super excited to be on. And I totally feel you, man. You know, I'm currently in East Los Angeles.
You're in East Los Angeles, bro.
Yeah, border of Boyle Heights, and you know, downtown LA is not too far. So I totally understand and get what you're talking about, man. And it's interesting because it's out here, it's part of the culture, man. You know, you got to know where you're at, you know, what you're wearing, and you know who you're talking to, and yeah, how you're talking. And you know, I don't come off like that. I don't dress like I don't gangbang, you know, anything like that. But you still you got to be on your toes. You never know. The city's been wild as ever. Yeah, currently I'm staying out here in I'm originally from Southern California, grew up in Hollywood, California, but I have ties to Northern California, and we'll be getting into that tonight. Yeah, I once again, I appreciate you having me on, and yeah, you got any questions or anything, ask away, man.
Well, it's interesting, but you're talking about that because I spent some time in Southern California and all the way up to Northern California. I roamed around that area when I was a young man, and I went to Venice Beach, you know, Muscle Beach, and did all kinds of stuff. Drove the Pacific Coast Highway. I went to Bishop, did mule days, did all kinds of crap, man. I was up in Redding. I did all kinds of things, man. And I went to Fresno's, and up there, it's man, that's a dog pound up there, bro. It's not no joke, man. It's not a big old town, but it's jacked up, bro, for real. And there's like these weird, like, it's so polarized, because like you go to Sacramento in the nicer area, and you're in another planet, dude, for real. And or like Santa Barbara.
Yeah.
It's a different planet, bro. And like you can get to Santa Barbara, in a couple of hours. You're down in East Los, Pico Street or whatever. And then next thing you know, you're like on another world. And one time I was in Crenshaw, and these brothers pulled up on me, man. And back then I rolled with heat. I was always heavy. And I just was like, I was looking over and they were looking at me. I thought they were like trying to mess with me, but they were kind of looking at me like, what is this white dude doing? On Crenshaw, what is he doing? And I just was like, they looked at me, they didn't mess with me. And I was like, just sitting there like, man, because, it's bad, bro. It is. It really is, man. And like, I remember one time I stopped at this store, and this was right there, in Compton, like straight up, dude. I mean, this is back when everybody was talking Compton, Watts and all this stuff. And I stopped and I got out and I went in to get some Gatorade, use the bathroom, whatever. And these dudes were outside, they were straight up thugging, dude. And you said tripping, you claiming all this stuff. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And my shirt, I didn't realize that I was wearing a shirt that had blue and red on it. And I was just like, dude, I'm not claiming anything. And that one dude goes, nah, he's just a white boy, man. And I was like, yeah, I'm just a white boy, dude. And then when I came out, they kind of started talking to me like, where you from, man? And so I didn't really know what these dudes were up to. And the same thing happened to me in San Antonio one time, and I just said, look, I'm from Texas, man. They were like, oh, yeah, you're from Texas. I was like, what's it like over there? I said, it's a bunch of bullshit, just like it is here. It's a bunch of crap. So we just kind of talked, and it was uneasy. I'm not going to say we made friends or whatever, but I just kind of backed away. I didn't turn my back to them, and I got in my car, and I said, all right, man. And they're like, yeah, peace. They were kind of looking, and I just took off. And yeah, dude, it's a whole nother world, man. But you can get in trouble anywhere. I didn't see. I'm going to tell you a crazy story. I was in San Diego years ago, and I walked, and San Diego was not nearly as bad back then as LA. All right. San Diego, that's where like a lot of surfer culture was and stuff. And I was in line with this other dude, and there was a black dude behind the counter, and he was like, kind of looking, he kept looking or whatever. And I was like, what's he looking at, dude? And so I was standing there getting ready to pay for my stuff. I had a beer, I ain't gonna lie. And he was like looking at me, and I said, can I get a bag for that? And he goes, yeah, homie. He's like, and then this other black dude walks in, and he goes, get out. Just straight up like that. He's like, get out. I've told you this story. Mm-hmm. And me and that other dude, which I don't think he was, I think he was kind of like a Polynesian or something. We look at each other, and he goes, take your stuff and get out. And then he goes, grab something else. Like, he tells us to do this. I'm like, okay. I grabbed the Snickers bar. I said, then he goes, go, get out. And then I'm like going to my car, and he's like, don't look back. So I'm just walking as fast as I can. And I hear bang, bang, bang. And so I drove down the highway, and I got to a payphone. Now, this is like, a long time ago, no cell phones. And I called the police, and they're like, yeah, we already heard shots fired, whatever. I didn't look in the paper or watch the news to see what happened, but I'm pretty sure that some altercation had taken place between him and that dude, or they knew each other in some way. And he came back because what he said was, he's like, I'm back, N-word, Yeah. And that dude was like, what's up? And then I just heard this, and then he was like, get out. And so we walked out. And the guy getting in his car, I was getting in mine, and he's like, whoa, dude, I'm out of here. So we drove off. Like, I said, man, I better call the law, I guess. I mean, I don't know what happened. And then I wasn't in San Diego. Next day I was back in LA, and I was just like, man, I don't know what happened. I never bothered to look or find out. I didn't go follow up and do research, because back then you didn't just look at your phone and go, yeah, oh, dude got smoked over there, and he smoked that dude. You don't know. Yep. And I wasn't going to go back and to San Diego and be like, hey, guys, I don't know what's going on here, but I think a brother got smoked. I need to know about it.
Yeah.
Nobody emailed me, because there wasn't no email. There wasn't none of that. So I was just like thankful to get out of there. And then you go to LA, and it's like, dude, there is some serious crap going on in LA. I mean, you got the Asians, you got the triads, you got the Bloods, the Crips. I mean, you got 16th Street. You got all these people doing all kinds of stuff, man. And the Mexican gangs, dude, it's like one block over. Mm-hmm. One block over. They're like, man, F them. Then 16th. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, okay. You're
That's on how it is right here.
It is, bro. It's very, very bad.
Crazy.
And they'll ask you who you're claiming, what set you're claiming, and I'm like, I just say 512. That's my area code from Texas.
Yeah.
And they're like, what is that? I'm like, it's not you guys, it's not them, it's nobody. I'm just 512, bro. And so I just wanted to get out of there. Finally, I did. I drove, and then I went to San Francisco, which back then San Francisco was a lot more chill. It was a lot more chill, and I didn't realize that Oakland was like the butthole of Northern California.
Well, I was gonna ask, like, what is like the absolute worst part of California? Do you
Oakland.
think?
I think Oakland.
Hands down.
You know what?
Some say Fresno. Some say
Fresno.
Fresno?
I don't want to piss off people from Fresno because they're weird.
Yeah, me neither.
They be wearing that red like it's like, woo. I mean, not joking. The dog pound up there, bro. Them Fresno Bulldogs ain't no joke. It's like you go through Fresno and I'm like looking around, everybody's wearing red and barking and stuff. And I'm like, what's going on here? You know, you kind of figured out real quick. I stopped to eat, you know, and I said, you know what? I don't need to eat. I paid for my meal. I walked out. I didn't even joking. And that dude was like, where you from, big homie? He's all like, and he's like, get Dennis. And I'm like, you know what? I'm good. I don't want to even talk. I'm just like, you know what? I'm a white guy. I'm just going to leave. I didn't even try to be Mexican with him, dude, because if you're Mexican, then you got some kind of tie there, some kind of clique. And I said, no clica, man. I'm good, bro. And he goes, you talk like you're a Mexican. I was like, but I'm not. I'm actually a salesman from Austin, Texas. I'm going to leave you. I have a business card. And they're like, what do you do? I just made up some shit. I'm like, I do dry cleaning. And the dude goes, oh, for real? Well, I'm good. I don't need that shit, bro. He had his khakis pressed all nice. I said, I see you take very good care of your clothes. I'm going to leave. Dude, I did not stop. And then I got up to Sacramento, and then it's like there's a really, really, really nice area there. Then there's like some bad stuff. But in Sacramento, you can kind of avoid it. You know what I mean? It's kind of like you don't have to go to the bad area. And it is like night and day. Like the people there are like, oh, can I, you know, some Great Poupon, you know, and then there's these other side, and they're just thugs, dude. And you're like, what in the hell? Like it's so divided. And so I think that Oakland was the worst. Like Oakland was like, it looked like part of it had been bombed out or something. And it's nothing but like thug dudes, like black dudes and white dudes that are in like motorcycle gangs. I'm not even bullshitting, man. Like I walked into a place just to go in there and relax. I had no clue. I was a young guy. And so I was in San Francisco and I thought, San Francisco is pretty chill. Let's see what's going on in Oakland. The only thing I knew about Oakland was Too Short was from there. I didn't know anything else about it, you know. And so I go into like this little bar, and this bunches of white dudes with jackets. And that's when I met Hell's Angels. Like I did not ever had met them before. And they looked at me, the whole bar looked at me, and I'm standing there and I'm like, I don't need a beer this bad. And I walked back out and I was like, holy crap, dude. Like I could not believe there were these like motorcycle hangouts right in the middle of all these other people that were just all black people. And the black people there were just, I mean, it was a whole nother culture. Unbelievable.
Yeah, you got Richmond up there as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know, man. It was an adventure. And then you get up to Portland and everybody's just a damn hippie. Well, back then, now they're all weirdos or whatever, but
yeah, Portland's
so
getting a rep too. I hear.
And
I
man.
haven't been there, but actually, yeah. So moving to Northern California, you know, we were in a, you know, Humboldt County, and there's we were in Southern Humboldt, man. So this particular, you know, a bunch of hills out there. You're in the in the Emerald Triangle, they call it, right? You know, neighboring counties there, Mendocino and Trinity. But and actually Netflix did a documentary on our particular hills there, and it's called Murder Mountain. I don't know if anyone's seen it out there, but very interesting documentary. And yeah, it gets into a whole dark side of Northern California. Obviously, some of it's cannabis related, but there's other stuff that was going on in the areas at the time, and some historical stuff with like some serial killers in the area as well. And so, yeah, it was a interesting spot to land in after being here in LA. And yeah, man, I could get into some stuff. You were sharing quite a few stories. I mean, I got stuff like that all day for sure too, man. And yeah, so it for most that, you know, most people listening, they probably have no idea. Maybe they do, but Humboldt County actually has also this reputation of being like California's Bigfoot hotspot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's nearby is where the Patterson footage was taken.
Patterson Gimlin, yeah.
Yeah, so up in northern part of the county, and it's actually a few counties that intersect in that particular area. So you have Del Norte County, Del Norte,
Mm-hmm.
Humboldt, Siskiyou County, and I believe maybe one more. But yeah, that's so technically the Patterson footage. They say it's Del Norte County, but Humboldt County gets the cake, you know, and everyone thinks it happened in Humboldt County. But yeah, if you look into like the BFRO and stuff like that, different databases, and look at the Bigfoot reports coming out of California, most of them are going to be out of Humboldt.
Yeah.
And so yeah, a lot of Bigfoot history there. That's where the name Bigfoot was coined as well. The Humboldt times, you know, when I guess they were building roads up in that where the area, the Bluff Creek area where Patty was filmed.
Mm-hmm.
There was guys finding tracks and evidence of stuff way before the Patterson footage happened. And so yeah, a lot of history, Bigfoot history there. You also got local tribes in the area. That, you know, in their historical lores and stories and even just experiences coming all out of that area. So very, very, very special area there. And even looking a little further into like the Bigfoot reports and where they're coming out of Humboldt, they seem to be concentrated around that Bluff Creek area. There's like I mentioned, several tribes there. So it's something about that area there. I don't know what it is. You know, some say it could be the amount of rain and stuff like that. I don't know, but yeah, interesting place, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's freaky too, man. And up there in that area, you have it's a whole nother culture too, because California, if anybody doesn't know, is really divided in north and south. I mean, you have the central, you have like the what's it called? The valley. What's it called?
Central Valley.
Yeah, Central Valley. And it's like the vineyards. What's it called? I forgot the name of it.
Napa.
There you go. And in Napa, you have the rebobs, and those people in that area. Like I've been there and I've talked to them, and they really believe strongly in that. Like those legends up there are real to those people. You have also up in that area, like on the border with California and Oregon. There's a heavy UFO presence up there too. I know that because I talked to several people who had claimed to have seen UFOs. But that's all over Northern California, Oregon, and Seattle. It's almost all the same kind of terrain, especially if you stay to the west of Oregon and Washington. And those people, like, they'll tell you, like, I was just like hanging out smoking a spliff with these sort of hippie-ish people up in Eugene, and the dude was like, "Man, there's Bigfoot up here, man, but there's way more aliens." And I'm just like, you know, what? Like, you're like, and I'm over there like just. I'm on this Northern Lights, bro. I'm not even like, I'm like, ooh, you know what I mean? And then I was drinking. I was all baracho de eso, you know, like I was just throwed, bro. And I was like, what are you talking about, Holmes? Why are you talking about this? And he's like, because back then I wasn't like, I knew what I had seen, but I didn't really know how I felt about aliens and, you know, that stuff. And I knew about Bigfoot. I'd been hearing about it all my life. And I thought this dude was just high. But then they took me to this spot where they were growing, which was illegal back then. And you're right, you know, it's a triangle, you know, and so you go up there and they were like, yeah, dude, this is where we saw Bigfoot. And they showed me and then they showed me poop, which I still don't know. Because, you know, we were stoned and, you know, who knows. And these kind of hippie-ish young people, they showed me, they were like, this is Bigfoot poop right here. It smelled horrible. And I was like, what is that? And they were like, they told me, and I was like, holy crap. So I don't know, man, like that whole area in Northern California, when you get up like near the redwoods, it gets spooky, dude. Like it gets real spooky. I camped up there and I can't even remember the name of the place we camped at, but it was by a river. And I remember we were way up north toward the border. And I don't know, I may or may not have heard a Bigfoot. I don't know, because I just heard this roaring howl, but it didn't sound like the dog man. We hear that this area has these creatures. These are these dog men. And I'm telling you, I promise you that's the truth. I talked to a person yesterday who told me they saw one near where my ranch is at, and I'm like, oh great, that's not comforting. But this it sounded kind of like years later, like I heard the Bigfoot sounds, and that's what it sounded like kind of like that. Not like the Sierra sounds, but and that's another thing. You got the Sierra Nevadas too.
Of course.
Yeah. So when you were up there in that area, what did you see? Like, first of all, how did you get involved in the Bigfoot field?
Yeah, so I made the transition, a long story short, from LA so I gave up growing up in Hollywood, gave up Hollywood for the Redwoods. And I ended up at this a friend, made friends with this lady, became really good friends for years. And at the time, her boyfriend needed someone to caretake for the land. And I had an idea kind of what I was getting into, but not really. And he basically old Irish hippie dude, real hippie, had 40 acres up in Honeydew, that's southern Humboldt as well. And basically schooled me on how to live up there and just how to, how to maintain yourself, how to maintain the land and all that, man. So it was a great experience. And just the culture up there, man, is so different from anywhere else I really been. And there was a lot of young people. And at the time, the whole cannabis thing was going on. And so a lot of people from different parts of the world being up there as well. And so I ended up living at his place for several years and eventually met my queen. And we ended up moving in together in another part of southern Humboldt, also a big, pretty big, nice property. And 40 acres, and everyone, you have neighbors, but everyone's kind of, different parcels, and everyone's spread out, everyone has their space. You could do your thing, garden naked at night if you want, whatever the hell you want to do.
There's some people running around naked. I'm telling you, you ain't even lying about that.
And so it was just, I was loving it, man. And I had no plans on returning down south just because of all the stuff we just talked about earlier. It's like, dude, get away from that. But, Northern California does have its stuff going on up there too. There's a dark side to it. And we'll tap into that a little more here. But so ended up hooking up with my partner and living together. And this is, several years going on. And so by this time, when I first got up there, Bigfoot's in your face, especially Humboldt County. But the further north you go in California, you start seeing more things around, like people, businesses and stuff, maybe Bigfoot related stuff. A lot more people, with stickers and stuff like that on their cars. Just, you start seeing carvings and just different things as the more north you go. But you're starting to see that a lot more here in Southern California as well, which is pretty cool. And but anyway, it's like it's in your face, it's like you're in Bigfoot country. That's what they call it up there. And so so moving into this other property, I began really getting into Bigfoot. I was messing around on the computer. We actually were off grid, but actually had Wi-Fi service there, which was pretty cool.
What year was that?
This was like maybe 2015 or so.
Oh, wow. Okay.
2014, around that time. And so I started looking into more Bigfoot stuff. My brother out here in Southern California, who's here now, and heads up, we're actually I'm at the smoke shop now. We got a smoke shop, skate shop here in East LA, and so that's where I'm at. You might hear a little. I think he's building a skateboard for someone right now. I might hear a few sounds in the background. But so where was I? Let's see. So going, moving into this new property and anything, learning more about Bigfoot, checking out what people were doing online. I became really curious, because I was checking out some things and I thought, what, let me take a look around the property, see if I find some of this stuff. I started learning about the stick structures, of course, obviously trying to look for tracks or anything obvious, and we had all types of wildlife around there that would come onto the land, everything from deer to bobcat to, you get mountain lion, bear. And so a lot of wildlife, water sources up there as well. We got the Eel River that goes by there, and then down the hills. If you go down the hills into town, you have different redwood forests and groves along the way there. And again, you know, a lot of these spots have historical reports and stuff, and then you start hearing stuff from locals. You know, you kick back, you know, have a beer, the neighbors come over, or you know, light one up, and you start talking, and then of course the
Yeah,
topic of
that's
Bigfoot
how it
starts
happens,
coming
bro.
up. Yeah, yeah, you know, it's just a
Mm.
thing. Like up there, it's almost normal. It's not like people are afraid. You know, some people are quiet about the stuff. Some people don't believe in it at all, but there is quite a few people that are very open to it, know about it, and it's a thing. You know, they say like up there, it's like they're the locals. People talk about the locals and stuff,
Mhm.
and who's local. Well, they say, you know, they're the locals up there, and so yeah, I started looking around the property, started finding certain things, learning about the stick structures, and there was a few things that you know were questionable. Could have been previous owners and stuff like that, but yes, I started finding certain placements of sticks and branches, and eventually, this is you know living there over years. There was times where I seen trees fall over, and yeah, of course that happens naturally and stuff like that. But it happened way too many times, bro. Where it was just like, hold
Mhm.
up, man, and too bad I wasn't able to catch any of those on video because I became really obsessed with the documenting too, learning. You know, I was like, yeah, let me start recording. I got a phone and started getting into the gadgets and yeah, and then hearing more from locals and stuff like that. It was just I got the bug, you know, and started going down this whole Bigfoot trip and eventually started going down into these redwood groves along the way and checking them out. And down there, I really started finding some of the teepees and the X's and stuff like that that people find. And of course, I question it. You know, could it be people? Could it be other people trying to leave markers for Bigfoot? Is it Bigfoot? Is it just bushcraft? And started learning more about all that. Really schooling myself in the whole Bigfoot thing and yeah, any chance I got, you know, I would go out. And the good thing was is like I could walk outside the door and it's like you're in the woods, you know. We had a lot of tree cover on the land as well. It was just perfect, man. And eventually I started learning, and this is like uh I hear a lot of more talk about the orbs these days, which is cool.
Mhm.
And because I do believe there's a whole thing there with these orbs of light, and these things started popping up on the land there, man. And that I really started documenting. You know, there's a few of the strange sounds that I was able to record, got myself an audio recorder, but these orbs of light started popping up. And when they started popping up, I was like, whoa, there's something to this, you know. And some people try and relate it to Bigfoot and stuff. And I haven't experienced anything other than like some sounds, like odd possible vocalizations and stuff at the same time when these lights were appearing. But other than that, I've never seen like a Bigfoot next to an orb or, you know, an orb turn into a Bigfoot or anything like that. But these things, yeah, do pop up in the woods. They would move around, pretty trippy. And sometimes they would fall out of the sky. They would look like stars. And I got, you know, some video clips and anything we're talking about tonight that I bring up and I should have video of. Um, I could bring that up if anyone ever wants to check this stuff out. But yeah, I started really tripping on these orbs, man, and it was almost a nightly thing as long as there wasn't any fog or weather that would disrupt my vision. And it was just weird, very weird. These things would appear, disappear. I see them float through the woods and stuff like that. And so I was thinking to myself, well, I'm getting into this Bigfoot stuff. Now I'm getting these orbs of light. So there's something there. And so yeah, it just became a thing. I started seeing more of these orbs. And before, back in the day, you know, growing up, I did see, you know, things here and there, you know, up in the sky that were pretty strange. But again, like I was talking about, this thing started happening every night, and it would be uh sometimes popping up on several different parts of the property. But there was these particular ones that would always pop up around there was this huge rock that wasn't technically on our land, but I could walk to it if I wanted to. It was off at a distance, pretty far, but it was a neighbor's land, and so I never really went over to it. But this particular orb would always, or the orbs would pop up on that rock a lot. So I thought maybe, you know, I've heard some people say that the orbs could be possibly like minerals or some sort of something that could be in the ground that's maybe causing that sort of effect and stuff like that. I've heard other stuff like these things could be spirits and stuff like that, and so or fairies and
Mhm. Vague.
Yeah, it gets deep, and but no, definitely, I felt like when I would stare at these things, it's almost like there was this communication, and it could have been just myself thinking these things, but like I felt like there was some sort of communication there, and then sometimes I would have to take a break even from just staring at them because I felt like, dude, it's like sometimes I'd be up alone on the hill. And I'm checking these things out late at night, and no one around but the dog maybe, and the cats, and I would get this feeling of like, dude, take a break. I don't want to go 411. For some reason I felt like, dude, do these things take people? I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
It was scary.
Sure.
And but yeah, I would go inside the house, like, I don't know, like that was going to protect me, and take a break and then go back at it. But yeah, never anything negative happened, which is a good thing. I hear about people being like, yeah, because I felt like following it. It looked like someone with a headlamp. So at first I was like, bro, there's someone on the property. We got to pull up and see what's up with this cat. And but yeah, no, we figured out it wasn't a person, wasn't people walking around in on the land and stuff like that. So yeah, weird stuff. And again, we'd get vocalizations and stuff like that. But down in the redwoods, the structures I started finding, yeah, it was weird, man. It was like almost being guided to the certain areas, certain groves, certain, because it was just happening so much. I was like, dude, it's like I'm being guided to these places to go look, and then we're finding these things. So I started wondering, yeah, is there something, to these structures? Is there some sort of communication going on? I don't know. And at the same time, I keep in mind, I believe in God and everything like that, and but I do believe that there's an opposite side to that, the devil and then demons and dark other spirits and entities that could be and are communicating with us, different people going through different things. So I was very much aware of that too. Like, well, all right, if I'm feeling guided by something, what is it that I'm communicating, or what is this that's sending these messages, or could it all have been just me? I'm not sure. But yeah, I've always went on those feelings, that intuition, because it's kind of it's almost like your intuition, but I wonder, is it something else? And yeah, always led to some interesting stuff, man. And like I said, the cameras, learning about cameras, I'm starting to learn a lot more. For the most part, I just used my cell phone at the time. So there's a lot of old crappy videos, but of some good finds, good structures. Sometimes we'd find what looked like tracks around these structures, other weird stuff, bizarre stuff, man. Like a human was like in there, little trinkets and weird little like human stuff. So you would think like maybe a homeless person or a hobo, someone just traveling through. You do get backpackers and stuff like that through there. People still hitchhike up that way, which is crazy. And so, yeah, I was just like, man. And then I started learning about other people, what they were finding, which was very similar to the stuff I was finding here. So I'm like, dude, is there like a cult of people out there building these stick structures and like, keeping a tab on everyone? And yeah, I don't know, it's just weird because I started making friends and they were finding stuff and almost like in the similar fashion as well. And but yeah, man, I also looked at Bigfoot in the whole scientific way as well, as a flesh and blood creature, and or a being, a hominoid of some sort. And so I'm very much open to that. But at this point, I'm also very much open to the spiritual side of these beings, because I do believe, there's too much Native American and just other cultures, native cultures around the world that have, mentioned of these beings being spiritual and stuff like that, and being able to do things that normal humans can't. And yeah, I think there is something to all this for sure, man. Because I don't know, it just seems very difficult to be able to walk out there barefoot, be in the elements, naked. I mean, I don't know if you're naked all the time. Maybe they use coats of some sort. But I'm like, how can you be outside, in these whether it's hot or cold? It's amazing how these beings could be out there. And so yeah, man, I haven't stopped since, just started the YouTube channel eventually, and just been slow. It's been a slow progress, man. There's some really amazing channels out there, and I'm just really starting to learn the whole YouTube stuff and the content. Started live streaming and just yeah, getting in touch with people out there, man, people with a similar mindset and doing similar things. And so Bluff Creek eventually got invited up that way, started meeting people in the scene. So I'm sure everyone's familiar with James Bobo Fay, Bobo from Finding Big. So dude, he's a local up there. And eventually him and I met. People were like, dude, you got to meet Bobo. And I know some people, it's a love and hate with him, with all of us. Some people love us, some people hate us. But yeah, we love Bobo. Much respect to him. And yeah, bro, he's been super cool and just really schooled me on a lot of stuff, and had invited me to several investigations and stuff like that. So that's some stuff people don't know. But yeah, I know Bobo, basically a neighbor. So we ended up getting a place in town as well as for our son to go to school and stuff like that. So there's these small towns there. And yeah, so in town I would run into him, and yeah, he would show me stuff, and anytime I would get stuff, I would show him and get his opinion and stuff. And through him as well, I met a bunch of other people, but there was some other people that I also met that are friends with him. And there's the Bluff Creek Project, and most of these guys are local up there, and they've been really pinpointing where the whole Patterson footage took place, where Patty walked. They've been really marking and doing research on that whole area. So I do believe they have the correct area, because there's MK Davis, who's also done really great work on the Patterson footage, but he has a separate, different location where he believes that the Patterson footage was filmed, which is a little further down Bluff Creek. And yeah, we don't think it's that actual location. So anyway, Bluff Creek Project, super cool guys. And every year we hook up there at Bluff Creek. And yeah, most of the time we make it a thing to go down to the site. A lot of the guys do maintenance down there, the trails and stuff, need to maintain, and they mark spots to help people get to the site and stuff like that. They've been doing a lot of cool work like that, man. And one of them is actually a ex park ranger. So we get a lot of insight from him and stuff like that. And so, yeah, these guys are really plugged in. And yeah, they give me the invite every year. Hopefully this year we'll be going again. But last year we went, and I actually went twice out of LA. When I was living up there, it was super easy for me to get there. And even living up there, like close by, it was still a pretty far drive, bro. And so from LA, you're looking at like 12 to 14-hour drive or so just to get up in that area. And so, yeah, we go pretty much every year, and we've had things happen throughout the years. So recently, this past year, I went in July and also in October. So it was a blessing to be able to do that. And so this time around in July, we had a pretty good group. A lot of friends get together for that. I mean, it's not a huge crowd, but, nice amount of people do show up. And yeah, one particular guy people might know is Alex Pedikov from Small Town Monsters.
Yeah, I just saw his thing the other day. He posted some, he reposted, because we all have haters.
Yeah.
And Alex posted something hilarious. This guy was like, I like you, but you're constantly saying, dude, you need to stop saying dude, dude. And I'm like, who gives a crap what your opinion is? Yeah. And I commented on there, and I was like, and then somebody commented below mine and said that they heard that. I said, people talk about my eyebrows being evil.
Oh, yeah.
Give a two spits in a bucket what these people think. And I'm sure Alex don't either. Like, who gives a shit, man? I just like it. Just the same thing with like Joe, what's his name, from Hellbent Holler, this naked guy in a mask trolling these people, and you're just like, what is mentally wrong with these people? Like, it gets so ridiculous with these people, and it's like they're more weird than the Bigfoot. I'd rather run into Bigfoot than them.
They probably creep out Bigfoot.
Yeah, at least if I run into them, I'm probably going to get in trouble. I'll be like, probably in trouble.
Yeah. And so
cryptids.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that. Yeah, I think a lot of it, and I remember this lady talking about she wanted to do like a documentary on like the psychology of Bigfooters or something like that. Because yeah, I do believe what a lot of it comes down to is human issues, the fighting or their disagreements and this and that. And it's been going on since the Four Horsemen, Renee DeHinden and Grover Krantz and all those guys. Since then, though, there's been the bickering and the fighting and all the drama and stuff. So it's just, I don't know, it's a part of a, you get into any scene and you're gonna have that, and so with the Bigfoot, of course, with a bunch of crazy people into Bigfoot, you're gonna have some wild stuff going on. But yeah, and it's part of it. But anyway, so Alex pulled up and several others. So he did his document. He does his documentaries for Small Town Monsters, and yeah, we got featured in that, and so that was cool. And we had some stuff happen. There was some vocals that were heard. I don't think anything was really captured. We had our gadgets and stuff running and using night vision, no visuals, but a lot of vocals coming out of Bluff Creek right now. But there have been some interesting video clips that I've gotten from years in the past there's a lot of bear in the area, but I could talk about one particular clip walking into where the Patterson footage was taken. And I just knew to pan, just record and pan around there because you just never know what you might catch, right? And this happens a lot. Going back, like in the moment, real time, you don't see what was captured. So this particular clip I'm talking about here, after I reviewed it, I noticed off to the side there's a black subject, dude, and it's either a bear, and I don't think it was at this time. Because I don't know. I think we would have spotted it. But anyway, it's like crouched and it creeps off into the bushes there, man. And at the time, we were with the retired LA, I think he was LA County Sheriff officer who had been going up there since like I think possibly late 70s or early 80s. So he had a lot of experience there. And that brother recently passed away a couple years ago. So we had a little ceremony for him up there. But yeah, he was the first guy to walk me down there. When I showed up at Bluff Creek the first time, there was nobody at camp and everyone was at the site. And I had no idea where the hell to go. I was with my son and he guided us. So it was super cool that he took us over there. He didn't have to do all that. But yeah, he really, schooled us on what to look out for there. You definitely look up into the trees. Those trees around there are big enough. There's no redwoods up in Bluff Creek, but there's different types of trees, but those trees are still big enough for, I think, bears could go up them. It could probably hold a Bigfoot too. So he's like, yeah, definitely look up. And there's been some interesting stuff caught by the Bluff Creek Project from that area. They've captured the Humboldt martin, which was supposed to be extinct. So yeah, so that's pretty cool. Some cool stuff there. But yeah, there's another group of guys that we became friends with, and they're locals as well, and been working the area. And they go by what is it, Bigfoot Wilderness Research. And these guys recently found some really nice tracks in the snow, and it was going up one of the main roads to get up into Bluff Creek. And so that I think was a pretty good find. I hadn't seen anything really good like that in a while coming out of that area. And this was just about a couple years ago. So that leads us to believe that they're definitely still in the area. Mm-hmm. And even in the past, I just always felt that you feel it. I feel like there's a particular vibe when you're in those areas up there. And there's this feeling that I get sometimes where you just, you don't feel alone. It's this weird vibe. And I get that vibe when I have things happen, when I hear stuff or thought I seen stuff. And so, yeah, you definitely, it's thick. You feel it up there. And, we go down to the film site, not expecting to see a Bigfoot there. After 50 years, we don't think that, Bigfoots are going to be walking right where Patty was, but we go there just to do, like I said, the maintenance, and then to show other people as well. There's a lot of people that come and are interested, maybe coming for the first time. And so, yeah, I learned from the guys, what they have learned, and I teach that to other people when they come up, or, some of the guys do. And it's always fun to show people that. But yeah, I still think it's active. So this summer also, so Alex and a buddy, Western Bigfoot Explorations, Jonathan, we were doing some late night stuff in Bluff Creek, and we were up there for about 9 days. And this particular night, we started getting vocals and stuff. We're doing our little investigation, and we headed up to this area where we thought we heard these vocals coming from. And it's like 3 a.m. We're driving through there, and something told me to record. I was sitting in the back seat, and I'm recording, and nothing happened there at the moment. But then again, when I reviewed that video, man, you could tell there's this like shadowy, smoky figure, black, that walks across the road and on along the driver's side. And I was like, "Whoa, am I tripping, man?" And so, I sent this out to a buddy of mine just to get some feedback, and sent it to a few other people, and they felt like, there's something there. Very, very weird. And this is right in the area where we thought we heard these vocalizations. And I did send that clip to Alex and my buddy Jonathan, but they felt like maybe it was a shadow from the light or something like that. They just really weren't feeling it. But yeah, there's definitely something there, and that's happened several times from different parts of the county where I've captured stuff and noticed it after the fact. Another time that was pretty fascinating was down in the redwoods. I was recording this weird tree. There was these redwoods there, but there was this one tree that just looked a completely different color. It was a lot brighter, and according to our ranger friend, he says like, "Oh man, it looks like maybe a albino redwood or something like that." But on this tree, it looks like, man, in the video, and I'll send you this later, a bunch of faces almost like stacked on top of each other. And back in the day, I've heard people talk about like these totem poles of cryptids in like videos. It looks like a bunch of heads and different
Yeah.
beings almost like stacked on top of each other and stuff like that. It looks very much like that. Very weird, bro. And so when I was focusing on that, I zoom in on that. There's these two other redwood trees, and there's a space in between them. And when I scrub that part of the video, this figure just appears, like materializes in between those trees, and it's the same color of like the redwood trees there. And people describe Bigfoot sometimes being a reddish, like orangutan type
Oh yeah,
color.
the
And
reddish
that's,
brown.
yeah, that's what it looked like an orangutan or the redwood. It looked like the woods, the trees there. And this thing just materializes, and it's just bizarre. People talk about these beings being able to materialize and disappear, or like go into trees and stuff like that. And up there, you could actually literally go into trees. So yes, you could do it too. These redwoods have these
Yeah, they're
openings.
big. Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, that you could go inside. And that's why I also questioned the whole stick structure thing of it being like homeless people or people trying to build a shelter. I'm like, well, in the redwoods, why would you do that when you could just go inside a redwood and you're good? You don't have to. You could it could keep you out of the rain, or whatever. There's no need to go around and collect sticks and build this thing, so it's odd. And so, yeah, a lot of weird videos like that I could share with you. There's another one out of the Hoopa. So there's the Hoopa reservation up there, and there's a particular spot there called the Devil's Elbow. And I'm sure your people are very schooled in places with the name Devil or Diablo, and these places is almost like
Devil's Backbone here in Texas.
Devil's Backbone. Yeah, we have one here in Mount Baldy, and we got all types of devil stuff around here. And so yeah, Devil's Elbow. So I was like, all right, it's a good spot. But we were, my queen and I were just going down to the river to, get into the water a little bit. But I was like, all right, let me do some recording here. And sure enough, again, when I went through that recording, actually someone else spotted it and timestamped it and sent it to me. And this guy was actually pretty good at doing this stuff. And again, man, you could clearly see a figure there, two legs, full body, black, and it's just the face looks pretty distorted. Actually, it reminds me very similar to the Patty face, because it was pretty distorted as well. But yeah, just weird stuff like that, man. And so I'm all about the video recording. I've now stepped it up, gotten thermal cameras, the night visions and stuff. And yeah, it's been a trip, man. And I try to just hit all these well-known places that we know that stuff is happening at. But yeah, luckily it's like this Bluff Creek thing kind of fell in my lap, bro. So it's like that's our spot. And a lot of people just go there in particular, that they know just Bluff Creek is the spot, but there's the county is so huge. If you want to just talk Humboldt County, there's so many places around there that are just awesome for this type of stuff. And like I said, you'll be guided by local. There's people that could guide you to these areas and stuff like that. But yeah, you could dig around and find on your own too, which I did. And yeah, definitely a great place for this stuff, man. So I feel blessed to have lived there. And yeah, no, we still got ties there, still got fam there. And we'll be heading back up there really soon here. But yeah, we've actually moved from Humboldt. So after I spent more than 10 years up there, and eventually we made a move a little further north to Southern Oregon. And it's actually not far. So we're up there. We're about an hour away from Shasta. And I heard you.
Were you in Medford or what area?
Yep, right outside of Medford, bro, close to Applegate. So there's Applegate Lake, and so I don't know if you know.
Place, very beautiful place.
Yeah. So I don't know if you know.
Up there.
Oh yeah. Well, you have Shasta, one end to the south, like about an hour, and then an hour or so north, you got Crater Lake, and that's a major hotspot right now. There's actually hearing a lot of reports coming out of Bigfoot reports coming out of some of the roads near Crater Lake. And yeah, it's just one of those places. A lot of weird stuff has happened up in Crater Lake, a lot of trippy history. Of course, Shasta as well, And so this is kind of like in between all that. And we got Applegate Lake there. And at Applegate Lake, they have the Bigfoot trap. I don't know if anyone's heard of this, but you can look it up, Bigfoot trap, Southern Oregon. And this is like maybe 20 minutes from the house, so very, very close by, and it's right at the lake, so huge water source, and it's a cool thing to check out. So I guess it was this biology group back in the 70s or so that had heard about the historical reports of Bigfoots in the area and stuff like that. So they decided to build this trap, bro, and it's made out of wood, but it's got this metal door on it, and I guess they were trying to capture one of these things. It's kind of a joke, but it was an effort for them to build that in there. It's about I don't know, I would say less than a mile off the road, but you gotta take quite a bit of a walk in there. And I would imagine back in the days it would have been quite a little bit of a task to get all that material in there. But anyway, that's there. And so yeah, I started looking around so I was like, all right, the lake, let me focus on the lake here. And on one of my trips up there, I spotted a little teepee structure up on a little hilltop that actually led to a trail, and behind there it was all woods, and it gave you a view of part of the lake there. It was a nice view spot from that little teepee. And right behind that teepee was a nice berry bush with some nice ripe berries on there. So I was like, oh, food source. And then you have cover the trail right behind you if you need to dip out, and then the view of the lake, water source. And then so I started looking a little below where this hill and this teepee was, and bro, I started finding the weirdest tracks. So there were some human tracks. Okay, I saw like shoe prints and stuff like that. And this is where the lake, I guess, dries up that part of the year, so it's pretty muddy. And at this time, the mud was pretty hard. So these tracks and stuff that were around there were pretty dry. But some of these tracks I started finding there they weren't massive, but bro, they had this different look than the normal human track. Very boxy. You didn't get there was on some of them the mid-tarsally looking breaks and stuff. No arch on it really. And so I definitely got video of this stuff, and I actually came back the next day, went and got plaster. Never casted before, and I thought I'd give it a shot, and I did. Pulled a couple casts, and they looked like crap. But hey,
you tried.
You got to learn at some point, and I'm all about it. I think, it was fun trying to do that, and I wouldn't mind trying to get better at it. But I do think there's something going on at the lake for sure. There's some activity there, and there was different size tracks as well. And all the other ones were weird too, man. And I'll definitely send you pictures of that. And actually, I have it part of my intro. So when I do my live streams, I did a little intro using a bunch of UFO clips that I got. We haven't even gotten into the UFOs yet, but and some of my Bigfoot stuff. And that you'll see where I zoom in on one of these tracks, and bro is deep in the mud, and it's got this it's boxy look to it. It's just different. And so I plan to get back up there hopefully at some point, and maybe going deeper in that area. But Oregon is just another one of those places. And like I said, this is just a 3 hours or so north of where Bluff Creek is, or so. I think it's maybe 4 hours, so not too far. And the reports up there, and then a lot of the strange stuff, people disappearing and everything like that. I keep an eye on that. Going back to Humboldt, for several years there, Humboldt was known as like had the number one for missing people, and it was just like missing for all sorts of reasons, but some of those missings were, I think, along the strange tip. So I don't know what county holds it now, but it's kind of interesting that was happening up there. And someone recently, I seen a YouTube recently where this guy was, kind of correlating where the Bigfoot sightings start in Northern California. So he started from Humboldt, but I think he might have mentioned, because it starts further down. Mendocino gets a lot of reports, which is right under Humboldt County as well. But he started from Humboldt and went on up, and was just like, it was just like the most trail of missing people where some of these Bigfoot hotspots are known, and then I've seen where people try to overlay the missing 411 map with like the cave system map. And I really question that. I think that 411 phenomenon, there's a whole lot of other stuff happening, and that those 411 maps have not been updated in years, and there's been a lot more cases since. And I think that map would look a lot more different with the updates, and if you were to overlay it with the cave system. So I think it's more than these cave systems being involved with this phenomenon. And so it's something else I keep an eye on, is the missing people. I look for the strange stuff, a lot of mushroom picking. I love picking mushrooms and stuff like that. Foraging for food out there in the forest and stuff. And there is a thing where these berry pickers and these mushroom pickers go missing. Yeah. And so I'm like, what's up with that? And you hear like in the with the fae and the fairies that they did something about these berry bushes, huckleberries, and we get a lot of blackberries and stuff up there that people go missing. And also it could be a Bigfoot thing, because it could be a food source for them. I do think that the Sasquatch indulge in the berries. And so it makes me wonder, what's going on with the whole berry and the mushroom thing? What's up with that, and people going missing? And quite a few new reports of that. So I keep an eye on these reports. There's a new one right here out of actually the Bay Area. It's a 80-year-old woman who it's about a week now, 7 days that she's been missing. And she was hiking with her family, and they say she was a fast hiker, like to get ahead and stuff like that. But I'm thinking, how far can this 80-year-old or almost 80-year-old woman get ahead to where that they can't find her with like a full-on search, dogs, drones? They're throwing the whole thing at it, and they can't find nothing, bro. So
here's the weird thing I want to say. Like when it comes to people going missing and stuff, they'll be like in an entire troop together, and somebody, not even at the very end of it, will just like disappear. And for some reason, somebody in front of them and behind them doesn't even notice it. I mean, and they're usually toward the back. And there's usually like one person that's not paying attention, and they look around and they're like, well, I thought Jim was here, and now, Jim Bob's gone. And weird. I want to say something too about what you were talking about. Now, if you look at a map of California, and I've been all over that area, I think there's like 5 different national parks that are like right there together. I know there's Tahoe. If you go like Sacramento and then you go to like Northeast, there's Tahoe. There's there's Mendocino. And then you have Shasta Trinity.
Yep.
Right. Shasta, is it called Shasta Trinity? It's called Shasta Trinity.
Shasta Trinity National Forest, Six Rivers National Forest.
Top is Redwood going up toward Oregon, because like right there's Crescent City. And up there.
Yeah, Crescent City. That's where Pelican people might, the street dudes, Pelican Bay, they're big time Supermax prison.
Yeah.
In Crescent City, Del Norte County. And so you were mentioning that you had camped up near a river, and that's what I was thinking, maybe up in like near Crescent City, so up there right at the
It
border of
was,
Oregon.
and I'm trying to remember where it was at. It's been so long.
There's the Smith River. That's a Bigfoot hotspot up that way, and you have Jedediah State Park. So I got to send you this also. So there's a dog. I'm not big at, like, Bigfoot's my thing. And I'm hearing so much more about Dogman and stuff is a big thing, and I do question a lot of of course, question everything, but I question a lot of the Dogman stuff coming in. Seems like a whole lot of Dogman stuff's coming in. And so there was this Dogman report several years back. A couple guys did a YouTube on it, and there's a picture with it, and it's out of Jedediah State Park there, bro. And it's an interesting picture. I see the ears and the whole shape. It's not Patty, it's not like a figure like that, but there is. And I do think that these things do look like, shadowy, blurry, and all that. So a lot of times you're not going to get that Patty shot. You're going to get this weird blurry stuff. And that happens with me with these strange objects I've been capturing. We'll get into in a second. But I've been getting a whole lot of UFO activity right outside of the shop here in East LA, bro. And it's just pretty weird. It's actually calmed down a bit, but and a lot of these objects, I'm using the camera. Everything else looks good, but these objects will have maybe a little blurry something to it. It could be, people talk about energy fields and stuff like that. It could, very much could be. So as of late, I haven't been knocking. Sometimes I don't know. There's some timestamps out there. I'm very aware of pareidolia and everything, and I try to, consider all that stuff. And there's some stuff out there that I don't think it's all that great, but it could be these things. So I haven't really been knocking everything. So I'm like, all right, and I go through these phases, bro, where I'll just get into stuff and I won't deal with like the pareidolia where I feel it's pareidolia. But like I'm saying now, I'm like questioning that some of these things could be actual beings and stuff like that. Although it doesn't look all that great, it might be very blurry. It might look like a stump squatch or whatever, but it could be something.
I think, in fact, I'm almost positive that where I was at was because Lake Earl was right there where I was at. And so Lake Earl would be to like, I think it was like to the west. It's like right there by the coast. And Crescent City would have been above where I was at, I believe.
Okay.
And plus, I got to admit, I was smoking a lot of pot.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's really good up there. I'm not gonna lie. So I was token, and I was like, I just pulled up, and I was like, I know that we were by the Smith River, and I know it was just me and a couple friends, and these are people that I had made friends with down in Southern California, and I just went with them. They were like hippies, and they were on their way. One of them went to Medford, the other one was going to Eugene. And so they were just cool dudes, man. And it was one guy with his girlfriend, and my car crapped out on me, and so I went with them. We were in a van. That sounds funny. A van down by the river. But we were up there, and we were smoking, and it was just like, it's crazy too, because back then, it was like the early 90s and everybody was chill. Well, not everybody, you had serial killers and stuff, but people would still hitchhike and be like, hey, man, we picked up this one guy on the Pacific Coast Highway, and he didn't try to cut anybody's hand to go, hey, my brother makes good head cheese. He didn't do any of that. We were just like, nah, dude, he was just cool, man. He was a Chicano, man, and we dropped him off, and he's like, thanks, guys, and we rode with him, I think, all the way up to Redding. Like, we went up to Redding because one of them's relative was up there. And I just remember, like, we were like near Fort Dick. That sounds weird to say, but we were near Fort Dick, and I remember like my car was such a piece of crap that and I remember I ended up like buying a car like right there. I don't remember how close we were, but I just remember that being the nearest landmark. And this guy that was on the side of the road, he was selling a car for like $1,000, and I gave him 800. And so then we rode together side by side because I didn't want to ride alone, because after everything that had happened to me in Oakland and in LA, I'm just like, man, maybe I shouldn't just be driving around out here, in my late teens, just like wandering around, and I was a pretty tough dude, man. But you know, you're out there, you don't really know people. And I had gone there twice when I was young. You know, when my dad used to roam around out there, and he lived up in Oregon. And so my destination was Washington. I was going to a cherry farm right across the Columbia River. That is where I met people who had seriously claimed to have seen Bigfoot. I mean, they were like serious about it, and they didn't mess around. There was this one guy who was a Klamath dude from Northern California, and he was straight up like, he goes, you know, nah, man, I've seen it, dude. I've seen the Bigfoot. He's a native dude, real cool dude, man. And so me and him became real good friends, and we were the only non Mexican nationals that were working there. Well, it was another guy named Kerry. I remember that. And that dude was an ox. He was from Canada. He was an immigrant too. And so at one point, I remember immigration came and Kerry was hiding with the Mexican nationals because he's a white boy and he's over there. He's as big as a Bigfoot. And I was like, what are you doing? Because that guy had such a big operation. He paid those dudes off, man. And immigration just left or whatever. Kerry's over there like hiding in the bunkhouse. And I said, you can come out from underneath the bunk. He raised up the bunk beds, dude. But it was crazy. Like they claimed, like seriously, that they had seen Bigfoot. And if you look at that area, like if you were to just go to a map, and I'll tell you right now, everywhere you're talking about, like, okay, like Mount Shasta. I mean, just focus on that for a minute.
Cascades.
The Cascade. Yeah, dude. So if you look at a map and you go along the Pacific Highway, you go through Eureka, all that area, it is like really that town, that I'm telling you, there's a weird vibe in that town. Like you walk around, people look at you like, who are you? And it's kind of like, you don't think of California as being like that, but some of them backwoodsy people, no offense to anybody, but they'll rival anybody. I'm not even I put my hand to anything on, I'm not joking. They're like Deliverance, dude. I'm not saying Eureka, but I'm saying like some of these people, man. Yeah. And then
Eureka, bro, you got it.
Yeah, they are weird. They're weird, and then they'll look at you like, "What you doing here? Why are you looking at my third eye?" And I'm like, "Dude, I'm not looking at your third eye. You're cool." You go to some of these places, and it starts like right above the Napa Valley. Like once you get past the snooty rich people that live there, you go up further north. And you go into some of these little small towns, and some of it, though, you start to realize what's going on. Like they have an operation going on. You know what I mean? And I know a lot of it is run by some of the, like the Norteños up there. You got to be real careful, bro, because you don't know who you're messing with.
Yeah, you get the different cartels up there, man.
Cartels up there, bro.
You're doing their thing up there as well. You know, I know you get it out your way for sure. And we get it out here too. But, you know, they're up there in those areas as well and you know, doing what they do. And so that could be, you know, we're talking about disappearances, you know, that could be an angle there, you know.
Went into the wrong field, bro. Yeah. I had a guy one time tell me this, man. This dude named is Carlito. He was a friend of mine, and he told me he was up there, and he ended up working. This is what he told me, right? He ended up working for the Norteños for 2 years because he trespassed.
Oh, okay.
I'm not even joking, bro.
So they forced him.
Yeah, and they were like, "What are you doing?" And he goes, "I want a job." So it's his way out because he literally was like messing around in their field, taking their stuff, clipping it or whatever. And then he told him, I mean, he lied real quick. And he told him, he's like, I chased some dudes off, man. I was up here to talk to you. Who's the jefe? And they like brought him in, and then he ended up working for them. And he was like, he goes, I thought about like leaving every day, but I was like, I don't want to get caught. You know what I mean? Like, so he stayed there working for these people, and it was weird because he was like from Susanville or something, and he ended up like just wandering into their territory. And you have to be real careful, man. And what they'll do is they'll be taking stuff all the way from Vancouver and bringing it down, and then they trade it for cocaine, and then there's a whole pipeline, and it goes up and down to Texas. And Texas, you know, they push the cocaine up. There's another one coming from Tijuana, and it goes like this, and then one goes up into Chicago, you know, and then there's another one that branches off and goes to the east, and that's from Matamoros up into the whatever. But it's crazy though. The drug trade is so potent, and those people, when you're talking like millions and millions of dollars, not just a year, a month, they don't think nothing of capping your ass if you're up in there doing something stupid. And I don't know if Carlito was being honest or he was just playing with me, but he said that really happened, and me and my brother were like, "Wow, you're lucky to be alive, dude, for real." Yeah. He was kind of a crazy dude, man. He got hit by a car and ended up partially paralyzed, and then that complications from that led to him actually being dying years later. But he was a crazy dude, man. He used to run around with us downtown, and he was just like, I worked for the thing for 2 years because of that. And it was crazy because he was originally from East Los, so he would have been a Sareño big time, and he ended up over there.
Yeah.
And he lied because he said, because he was dating some girl, and he ended up living in like Susanville or something, and he ended up over there. If you look at a map, though, of Shasta, just talking about Shasta for a minute there, the local people, and I've been there, and I've talked to these people, and they will absolutely tell you that there are giants, literally, that live in the mountain of Shasta, and they come out. They used to come out a lot more. And there is even on the side of the mountain, like this weird, it looks like a Lord of the Rings door. I'm not even joking. I used to have a picture of it when I was younger. And it's like this, like 12-foot door, and it looks like, it's kind of weird. It looks like it had been expanded or something, like somebody had made it bigger. It was weird, like, and it was broken. But now it's like closed off to where it looks like it hasn't been opened in centuries. But the people there said that even in the 50s and 60s, these giant people would come out and they would walk into town and they would shop in town. Like they would trade. They would trade like these weird crystals and stuff. And they would give them these gold nuggets. Nuggets. Yeah. And then they would also have weed. People would say that. And then it was really psychedelic. They said that if you smoked it, one guy even called it the Cheshire Cat. He goes, I got some of it. And he goes, this old man told me this. I'll never forget this dude, man. He told me, he says, I have a nugget of marijuana that was given to me by the Shasta people. And I was like, man, get out of here, bro. For real, because like Lemurians, right? Yeah. So me and this dude, Carter, that's with me, Carter's like, whoa, man. Like, he's like Chong. Like, he believes everything. He's like, whoa, for real, bro? Oh, I'd smoke that, man. And he goes, this dude's like 70 years old. He's like, you want to smoke it? Let's go to the back. And so we're in the back and we're like, and then he's like, dude, yeah, man. Do you feel it? And I was like, I don't feel anything. And then what I was trying to say was like, I really don't feel anything. I don't feel my body. I don't feel my toes. I don't feel my feet. My hair is standing up.
Completely disconnected.
Oh, dude, oh my God. I was talking like, I toked it a couple times, not real hard. And he goes, you see what I'm talking about, man? And when he said it, he was like, man, and you're looking at this dude. And I had never, ever hallucinated on weed before. And so I thought, am I hallucinating? Because everything was like an echo. And I felt like I was just floating, like either like through air, but it was like a little thicker, kind of like water. You're kind of like in our goo. And I walked out to the van and I said, yo, man, I can't drive. And I was telling this girl, that was with us, I said, you're going to have to drive because I am like so high. And then I hear people going behind me going, hey, bro, hey. And I turn around and they're like, why are you talking to that tree? I was sitting there and I was like, and then I realized it was a tree. And I was just like, you know what? I didn't look really closely, but it kind of looked like it had a face on it. So I was kind of talking to it. Mm-hmm. And so then there were people all around me. This was weird. And I don't attribute this to a paranormal thing, Bigfoot dwarf, but like, I think it's because I got so blasted on that stuff that it was hallucination, I guess. I can't say it was a paranormal because it might have been, but I saw all these people around me everywhere. And some of them looked like old pioneer looking people. Oh. And some of them looked like Native American looking people. And there was this one older black dude. The way he was dressed, though, he had these like raggedy pants and this white shirt. And he comes up to me and he's like, hey, man, are you okay? He goes, let me help you, man. And so he like helped me into the van. And I thought this was like a real dude, but nobody else saw this dude. But the guy that I smoked it with, Carter, he claimed that he was seeing the same stuff. He's like, Yeah, man. So the next day we actually got a hotel so we could shower. We hadn't showered in like a week. I was rolling with these hippies, bro. And they were like, he's like, yeah, man, maybe I should shower, bro. And like, I was like scratching. I was like, yeah, maybe me too. So we got a hotel. We all showered. Like, I got in the tub, bro. I was the third one. And it was 4 of us, and there's like all this dirt in the tub. I was like, man, it was like somebody's pig was in there. So I'm in there, and I shower, and I get out, and I said, "Now I feel so much better now." And then we were sober at that point. And he goes, "Did you see all those people, man?" And I was like, "Dude, that old dude had some real stuff." Like, he claimed, and I don't know if it's true, but in my entire life, I've probably smoked the equivalent of the country of Peru. And I can tell you, I mean, I'm not lying. I used to smoke like every day, bro. Like, I had a bong, I named it Tyson, bro, and it would just knock you out. And so I was like, and then I had another one, I called him Holyfield because he beat Tyson. I was like, that one's even better. I was like, so I used to smoke a lot. And being from a Latino culture, like, it's just kind of like mota is just part of your life, Holmes, you know? And so, like, I would throw down, on some really hard, like hydro and stuff. I had my own, but I would tell people, I was like, man, I've smoked, Blue Healer, Northern Lights, Purple Haze. I said, I never hit anything like that. I don't know what that was. But that dude said that he traded. This is an old guy too, man. And he was wearing these little booty shorts, man. He was, because like back in the 80s, they wear them little Coaches shorts. He comes out and he's like, yo, man, you got to get lit with this, bro. You got to get it. So we did. And he goes, don't smoke too much. I thought he was just being like greedy, like, come on, man, you're doing me gacho, man. But now he says, don't do it, man. You took another hit, you're going to be in their world. And I'm all like, man, whatever, man. Me too. So I was like, and then I was like, oh, dude, my sesos melted, bro. I was like, dude, where am I at? And and to this day, now I've been on hallucinogen, but not like that. That was like another world, dude. Like, and I have never gotten like that on ganja, dude. And it was not a sativa or a indica. It was like something in between. My heart wasn't thumping or anything. I felt real chill, but like I could feel that pressure in my head.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like the more I talked, the more that I kind of relaxed me. Whereas on some of these others, you'll be like, the more you talk, the more anxious you get, right? This was like you were releasing this energy. And he goes, it'll open up all your chakras, man. And I remember this dude had more bags under his eyes than George Soros, bro. He was like the emperor, man. But he was so old. Like, I think he was like his late 70s. He's like, yeah, that's why I stay so young. And I'm like, ooh, no, ooh, brother, ooh. I was like, so I got really stoned, and I thought that I was seeing people, and no BS, dude. But I don't count this as an encounter because I don't know. It might have been the ganja, but I saw these tall beings kind of staring at me from the tree line. And they were wearing purple, and they were like, they had these bulbous heads. And I was like, what is that? So I asked Carter, and Carter's like, oh, I didn't see that, bro. If he would have said that he saw it too, then I would have said, maybe that was the Lemurians. Maybe that was them. Because this old dude said that if you smoke that and you hold these 2 crystals, that you can communicate with them. Wow. And I'm like, well, I bet you can. You probably communicate with, You know what I mean?
Alternate timeline.
Yeah, you could Zeta Reticuli, all that stuff, whatever it was. So I don't know if it was from there, but whatever that was, it was very potent. And he said he only had a little bit, and he claimed that that piece of that nugget was over 20 years old. That's what he claimed.
Sounds like Shasta activity to me, man. This the type of stuff you hear from up that way.
Yeah.
And there is for those people that are probably wondering, like, what psychedelic, there is some strains that have been known to be psychedelic.
Heck yeah. Up there in Washington, boy, they had some stuff that was popping. I was out there in Walla Walla one time, man, and dude, I didn't think I was Walla Walla's like in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing there. It's just like a little nothing town and a bunch of hicks up there, And one of these hicks was just like, because it was like, I guess because the sheriff at that time was real strict. If you get caught with weed, we're going to, 40 whips or whatever. And this kid's like, hey, man, he was a gas station attendant. He goes, you want anything? And I'm like, I'm sitting there because over there they pump your gas for you, right? So he's pumping my gas and everything. And I'm like, nah, I'm good, man. I'm good. He goes, not me. You want anything? And I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? And I immediately, like, my mind went to like, what is this dude trying to do to me, man? You know? And he goes, nah, man, like, you know, some smoke. You smoke? I was like, yeah, dude, yeah. And I said, do you have some? So we went around the side of the building and we smoked, man. We're sitting here, and there was another kid that worked there. They were all about my age, you know, we were in our teens or whatever. And I was like, this is good stuff, man. And he goes, yeah, man. So I got some, and I'm driving down the road, and I just felt like I was going off the road. I kept going like, am I going off the road? What in the hell? So I had to pull over at this rest stop and just sit there and be like, whoa. And so I just went to sleep, and I had my dog with me, and he just looked at me like, what in the hell are we doing? So I wake up like an hour later, and my dog is nowhere to be found. So I had to like walk into the woods and find him, and he was just sleeping under a tree. And for a minute there, I thought I saw like there again, because of the usage of the devil's lettuce. I don't claim it as an experience, but have you ever like heard of people? I know you have, of people seeing like those blurry, what we call like the shimmering phantoms, or what are they called, like the cloaking or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I thought I saw somebody petting him, and I was like, oh, what is it? What am I seeing, dude? And then it stood up. That predator look is what it is, right? And then it disappears real quick, and I'm like, man, I'm still stoned. And my dog got up, and then he followed me, and I was like, come on, man. And I looked around, and I was like, what was that? And so my dog, but why would he go up into the woods like that? You know what I mean? And like lay the way he was laying, like somebody was petting him. But I was still kind of tripping, like stoned, you know? So I don't know, man. It was weird.
And you're saying that's out of Washington, right?
That was that was outside of Walla Walla, yeah.
Okay, what's interesting, what comes up to me is actually a Bigfooter, a lady Bigfooter named Barb Shoop out of Washington. And she's got this video that she posted a while back, and it made the rounds, you know, and it's one of these glimmer things. It looked like to me, and she captured it. And actually, when she captured that, rest in peace, Claudia Ackley, the lady who was suing. Yeah. Oh, okay. So you knew Claudia. Yeah, I was friends with Claudia a little before a few years before she had passed. And then right before she passed, we were in touch, and she had sent me some pretty trippy pictures, man, some like interesting activity that she had going on. And then, yeah, it was unfortunate to hear that she had passed, but she was actually there with Barb Shoop when they recorded that glimmer thing. So an interesting little Bigfooting fact there. I don't know if people were aware of that. And of course, yeah, you know, people might know Claudia also for trying to sue the state of California, Todd standing and everything, right? Which kind of fell through, I think. But yeah, interesting happening there where they both were together, and I forget who else was there, but I know those two, them, Barb and Claudia, were together when that happened.
You know, and we interviewed some people. There were a couple of sisters that they lived on the border on the Washington what's it called, Canadian border, and they told us a weird story that back in the late 60s, early 70s, I think, what were they like? They were teenage girls, weren't they, when that happened, Anthony?
Yeah.
They were teenagers, and it was like 1972, and they're when they were basically came of age, and their they were in like this commune. They were on this commune compound, whatever, and their mother was like in this cult. And of course, back then in the 60s and 70s, it seems like everybody had a freaking cult, especially out in the Northwest, you know. And they told us this wild story. Originally, it was somebody that they had reached out to Armando, and I think and then Tony took over the little keeping up with them. And he said, hey, man, you got to talk to my uncle. And so they were real sweet old ladies. They were sisters, and they said that this is what they told me, a crazy story. Now, we talked about it on the show. I think we told that story on the show, and it was nuts, man. They told us, and I know my brother was involved in that investigation too. It was me, my brother, and Tony. We talked to them, and they said, and I'm not even making this up, dude. Like, it's so weird, dude. It was such a weird story. And there's no way to really know but it was so bizarre that there were these Bigfoot type creatures that lived in the woods across the border. and their guru, he was a self-help guru who had like failed in some other commune and gotten kicked out. But he was, sharing the women with the Bigfoot. And so they were terrified because when they came of age, because some of these women would go with these Bigfoot and they wouldn't come back. And they were thinking that they were going to be unalived, or be stuck living with them for a long time. And what this guy was claiming was this, that they were going, it was like a special privilege. Well, one of those ladies got in touch with a friend who now lives right now she lives like in Eastern Oregon on the border between Oregon and Montana. And she got in touch with us it's probably been it's last summer. It was about a year ago. And she told us a wild story. She says that she was older than them. And she's way older now. She's like in her 80s. But she swore up and down that these Bigfoot took her. They didn't assault her. They took her to this other tribe of beings. This is kind of an update to that story. And they were giants, Dorf. I'm telling you, they were giants. And she said that the Bigfoot were kind of like working for them. And these giants looked like humans. They were hairy, but they didn't have fur. The Bigfoot creatures had a thicker hair and they were smaller. They were only like 8 or 9 feet tall. But these other beings were like 12, 13 foot tall. And they had these humongous shoulders and they looked like bodybuilders and they were bald. All of them were bald and they had these huge beards. And she said they were giants and they took her and they did stuff to her, but it wasn't, she's like, it's not the way you think it was. She's like, they did stuff to me. And she said that their technology was very advanced and they took her down to this underground, like the whole cavernous. I haven't told this story on the show before. I told the other ones, but these big ball-headed giants, they took her down into this cavern. There was like this tall woman down there that was the same size as them. And they did things to her, like got her, they basically artificially inseminated her, but they didn't use the kind of technology that we did. They used like this weird energy. And she says this is the truth, that these Bigfoot were actually taking people from that compound and that this dude was being given like this energy, like they gave her this blue like substance, like in this little jar. And she would take it back to that guy who was the leader of that, and he would drink it. And she said that it made him like a genius. Like, so the two ladies that originally told us the story, they didn't know all of that. They didn't know what was going on. They just knew that this guy was really intelligent, highly intelligent. And get this, it was weird that he would shave his head every few days and it would grow back like quick, like really quick. And so that woman kind of put the pieces together and saying that it was like this blue substance. And it's weird because now you have this methylene blue that everybody's talking about. And it's like this jet fuel for your brain. And that is so weird. And this woman's like 82 or something like that. And she would kind of lose her train of thought a little bit, but I could tell she doesn't have dementia. You know what I mean? But you could tell she was telling what she believed. You know what I mean? Like if she was lying, she wasn't doing it on purpose. It was like she believed what she was saying. And I was talking to her, and it was kind of hard to get the information from her, but because she would repeat herself and everything, she was repeating herself. And now she's not in really good health, but it was so weird. Like when she was telling me that, she goes, they gave me a blue vial to take back to Thomas. That's the guy that was in charge, a freak. But he was like this weird, guru, whatever, that was living up in what's it called? Up in Oregon, Newport. He was from Newport, and he had acted, weird or whatever. So he got arrested. And he had this little harem of young girls, and like, what are you doing? So he took them all. He goes, we got to go to Washington. And he got them to recruit more people. And eventually I guess he got raided or something, and they took these women back to their homes, and they still were trying to go back to him. And there were these Bigfoot creatures. She said they never saw more than 3 of them. There were 3, and they were all like this reddish brown fur or hair or whatever. And they took them to these giants, up in the Canadian wilderness. And it was crazy because at one point she was saying that she was there. She'd been there twice. The second time it was really, really cold. She goes, but the minute we went down into the cavern, she's like, it was warm and it was beautiful and nice. And she said that they terrified her the first time. The second time, they didn't really scare her. And they just wanted her to have a child. And she did. The sad thing is that they took her child once it was born. That was when she went back, and they took it as she was still pregnant. And she saw these little, like little monitos, little duendes, little things running around that were helping these giants, but they were smaller than people. And they were just kind of bouncing around everywhere. And she said they were like brown skinned. Get this, the giants themselves were gray skinned beings, like gray. And so that's a weird story. That is so freaking bizarre. But when she told me that, I was just like, what the heck? Because, one of those ladies had reached back out to me and she said, hey, we got a hold of our friend and she's living out there in Oregon or whatever. And she had moved. She went away to New York City for like 2 decades after that. And it was like culture shock for her. And she gradually, got used to the city life, but then she started longing to go back to where she came from, And so she ended up going back to Oregon. But she had a very, very colorful life. And man, she could sing. She played me a track of her playing in this club in New York. And she could sing very well. And she said that she sang to those giants and they were nice to her. But some of those women never came back. So she doesn't know what happened to them or what they did to them. And I asked her, I said, do you think that they were eating them? And she goes, and this is what she said. Now, I'm not saying this is true. This is but she said that she thinks that they gave those Bigfoot, these women, and they did it. Like they ate them. That they were omnivores. They would eat berries, they would eat nuts, they would eat cherries, and people. They would just eat whatever. Just flesh was flesh to them. And the giants did not. They drank like this blue liquid, and that was it. They didn't do anything else. But it was so weird when she told me that. And I'm just going like, somebody close to me, that one of their family members, their siblings, saw in the redwood forest of California what he claims to be a forest giant. Like he saw one, and he said it was not a Bigfoot. He goes, this thing was not a Bigfoot. It was like a human, but with just humongous proportions and these massive shoulders, these big traps, looked like a bodybuilder. I don't know, man. Like I when I was up there in the Redwood area, like I heard a lot of weird stories, dude. And at that time, I was into collecting stories, but not like I am now, So I wasn't like writing them down in my journals. But dude, yeah, there was some weird stuff going on up there. Mount Shasta is so bizarre. Yeah, and if you're up there, Klamath Falls area too. Weird stuff, a lot of caverns and weird, like I was climbing around on some rocks down there and there was like this hole and it just went and there's no warning that says, hey, watch your ass, you're gonna fall. And like you could scream for days, nobody's gonna hear you. So the people I was with, we threw rocks down in there and you didn't even hear it. It was like you could barely hear it, like way. And so it was big enough for a person to fall into. And I was like, dude, if you went down in there, you'd be screwed.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
not far from there, you have a Cave Junction, Oregon, where they actually have there's a tiny Xerox place there, and they have a little Bigfoot museum there. So check that out if you're passing through. And I've heard some stuff. Oh, actually, Cave Junction, they had this mountain giant statue there, and it made me wonder. I'm like, dude, why do you guys have this mountain giant here?
Yeah,
I have heard mountain giant reports actually out of Montana. You mentioned Montana earlier. And also going back to the, I have heard of reports of uh possibly mating of Sasquatches with human women, and you know,
Mhm.
you hear about the kidnappings and stuff like that. So along the Klamath, there's a lady by the name of Lucy Thompson, and she
Uh-huh.
has a book that she wrote, I believe it was in the early 1900s. And I believe in that book, I haven't read it, someone else brought this to my attention, that she talks about where something like that happened, where the Sasquatch somehow, I don't know if mated with her and they had offspring,
Yeah.
but some sort of mating with and she lived along the Klamath River. So, you know, I believe she's part of the Klamath tribe there, possibly. But yeah, very fascinating. So you do hear stuff like that, and for that to be down, you know, written down, is it's pretty interesting. I need to get my hands on that and see what it says there exactly. But and then also going to the you mentioned the blue jet fuel. Is that the stuff that's been raining
Mhm.
on Texas and over here in Cali?
You
You're
know,
getting it out here.
that's what I'm wondering about, because either that or it's just like, you know, it's blue ice from an airplane, which in that case you don't want to be getting it on. You don't want it on you. Like AJ Jamal said, you don't have you poo-pooed yourself because you don't want it on.
Yeah.
It's like
And
it's really rough, bro. I mean, I don't know what that is. I've heard a lot of people saying a lot of stuff, man.
yeah, and so you were saying also this liquid, that the blue liquid that this guy was consuming. So out of Shasta, Mount Shasta, there's, you know, these different stories. Trippy one. One is the robot granny. I don't know if everyone
Mhm.
is familiar with that. This whole story about, just look up robot granny. It's a good trippy Mount Shasta story. But there's also the sound of no, the Count of Saint Germain, that
Mhm.
is known to wander around Mount Shasta. And he supposedly, when he pulls up on you, he supposedly has this white, milky substance that he wants you to drink. And I'm like, no thanks,
Yeah,
bro. But
yeah. No, thank you.
I'll
but it's
pass.
Yeah.
supposed to, yeah, it's
Good
supposed
thing,
to keep
but no,
you,
thank you.
it's supposed to keep you young, and I don't know what else, man. But yeah, there's these stories like that up that way. And I'm sure, yeah, it actually out of the Hoopa near Bluff Creek,
Mhm.
you know, people think it's all just Bigfoot, but yeah, no, from the
No,
locals there, you hear about the duendes. Yeah, I'm big on the duendes.
bunch
And
of that stuff up there.
yeah, my dad being Mexican, actually, my mom's from Venezuela, Caracas, and
Caracas.
I actually got to visit. I took the Queen and I out to Venezuela, and you know, Venezuela's going through some really tough
Oh,
times,
man,
but I
it's
just
rough,
had to,
bro.
yeah, get out there and visit some family. This was a few years back, before the whole thing going on now with the immigration and everything. But
Yeah, the gangs and all that stuff.
yep. And so outside of Caracas is this Mount Avila. It's a big mountain,
Mhm.
Mount Avila. And my mom, so I don't know how it'd be. I think it's my mom's cousin, but it's, everyone says that I'm like I'm like him. So he's also, I got really long dreadlocks, bro. My dreads. I'm not a tall dude, but my dreads, I could mop the floor if I wanted to.
Ah,
Yeah, yeah.
dude.
24 years, bro. You know, we go strong.
Jeez
You know, you see a
Louise.
lot of the dread. I remember, I think you talking about the dreadlocks last time, and now you see them up north a lot. Yeah, we're up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, and so he has, you know, dreads, is all into nature. He actually doesn't even live in the city. He comes down off the mountain. So he's like along the lines of like our shaman, you know, from our
Yeah,
family,
yeah.
our little shaman.
Is it like a brujo or what?
Well, yeah, I guess people would consider probably him that, but he's all just into the herbs, man. You know,
No,
natural stuff.
curandera, yeah.
Yeah. Curandero, yes, and and he goes up. He used to have a pet monkey too, little monkey. He used to
Little
come down to
changuito.
town with and everything. Yeah, little changuito. And so when we got to visit, he took us up to camp overnight, and the talks of, yeah, he told us there's duendes up there. And so we hike up the mountain, and I overpacked. It was a kick in the butt, man. And and we get there, it's nighttime. We get up to the spot we're gonna camp at, and it's actually, there's a Humboldt hotel there, dude, at the top of that mountain. So
Wow.
yeah, Humboldt. So there's something about this explorer Humboldt, and I don't know, you know, I'm linked to Humboldt here in California, and then I find this Humboldt hotel up there, and knowing that, yeah, he had some sort of ties with Venezuela there, maybe did some exploring there, and so you got this Humboldt hotel up there, and so we spend a night. We're in tents, And yeah, he just told us to keep an ear out for anything weird, but and he mentioned also there's these packs of small dogs that come and walk around and stuff. And the queen is with me. We get to bed eventually, have a little bite to eat, get to bed, and you could hear like these explosions and stuff going off in the city off to a distance. But then we go to bed, and then later that night my girl and I start hearing stuff, and it sounds like footsteps. And I think there were some people that maybe walked by the trail and stuff like that, but there was these other footsteps that we were hearing. And they just sounded really weird, to the point where my girl usually, she knows I'm all into this, and she's on it, but just not hardcore like I am. I'm all about this stuff, and so, but she's open minded, and she was tripping out, bro. Like, not to the point where she was like scared and wanted to get out, but she's like, "Oh my god, do you hear that?" I'm hearing it too, and I'm just like, dude, it does sound like a little people walking by, man.
That gives me the chills, bro. Because and like me, I've always said this. I don't claim certain experiences, if I don't get a good, like if I don't really, and I don't claim that when I'm smoking, you know what I mean? Because I don't smoke anymore. I used to, but I have blood pressure, and then smoking anything at all will raise your blood pressure. I can't do it. But I have taken Delta. And I've seen some stuff in my old condo down, here in Austin. And I thought that's probably always there, but I noticed it because I took that. And so I am of a belief that drugs, just in general, will open you up to the spirit. I point to this account that these people, they admittedly, they had taken meth. Now, the guy said it was his second time to take it. The girl had never taken it before, and the dude said that was it for me. He quit, and this was like years before they told me their encounter. And they saw this cat man-looking creature trying to wave them down, and then it kind of it acted just like a man, like it threw up its hands like, okay. Now, if you hear somebody say, I was on meth, and I saw a cat man waving me down, you're like, okay, you're a drug addict and you saw some weird stuff. Good for you. The problem is that there were a lot of stories in that area of these black panther-like beings that walked around on two legs. And even taking it a step further, there were people who claimed that one of them there was this black cat that ran into their barn and a man came out. I'm not going to get into the whole, I haven't told that story on the show yet, but that's a recent story I got. It didn't happen recently. It happened like in 2012 or something, but the person told me. And he said this dude came out and he was like naked. And he was like, he's like, me and my brother-in-law and my wife, we all had rifles, and we were like, don't move, dude. And then he took off running like a flash into the woods. And he was this disheveled looking dude. And that was right there in that same area where those people were driving through, and they here in Texas, and they saw that guy. And the guy was like, look, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be real honest, full disclosure. I had been at a party and I snorted methamphetamine. And he didn't say meth, he called speed, but that's what it is, And I said, how much? And he said, I just took like a line, dude. It was only my second time ever taking it. And he goes, and I got real jittery and freaked out. And I had to get out of there. And me and my girlfriend freaked out, and there's probably some bathtub crank or something. I don't know what they were on. But he said it was about wearing off, when by the time we saw that guy. And he was driving his girlfriend out to where she lived out in the country. He lived in the country too, but on the other side of the highway. But he was like, dude, I was driving. And he goes, and I know it wasn't the drugs, but I think it was the drugs, because I bet you anything that guy was probably thinking that they would not see his cat form. This is my just observation, because why would he be trying to wave them down like that? And then maybe the drugs made them see him for what he really was. And so I'm thinking that's probably, that happens probably more times than we can count. I think that people can actually, I don't know how do you say it, like they see things while they're on these drugs, but I think that they're actually seeing something, and it opens it up. But I don't really count those, as like And I've heard stuff before, like out in the woods, and thought I saw things or whatever, but I'd been smoking, so I was like, I'm not going to claim that as an experience, you know. Did we lose you, Dwarf?
Uh-oh.
Moises says, you start hallucinating on your third day awake. I've never been awake for 3 days on drugs, thank God. But, you know, I have, like I said, I've taken every hallucinogen you could think of. And I don't believe that that's what caused me to see, you know, like I'm not a hallucinator, you know.
I've dabbled with psychedelics, I won't lie. And I'm big on mushrooms, you know, edible mushrooms. We were talking about mushroom picking and stuff earlier. And there's a whole movement right now, and some people are questioning, like, what's up with this whole micro dosing movement? Are they trying to get people on some sort of weird trip here with all that? You know, they're slowly decriminalizing, and it looks like they're going to be legalizing mushrooms in certain areas out here. Oregon, I think, is going to be the first to do that, possibly. And then here Humboldt, and then Santa Cruz is decriminalized. So is Oakland, out of all places.
Yeah, Oakland, they're like, that hurts their thriving drug trade there. They're like, what are you doing? That's how we make 90% of our money. That and speed traps. I mean,
yeah. But I think you're totally onto something, and I'm glad you brought it up. Is that the substances? It could be alcohol. It could be, you know, for some it might be even cannabis. I think cannabis, for me, it really helps me. I feel like I'm a pretty calm, chill person overall. But no, I see, you know, we have Skid Row just down. If I keep going down Olympic, I'll be in the Skid Row area, and you know how that is there.
Always been trashed, dude.
Yeah, bro. And just so I think nowadays with some of the new substances, the Fenty and, you know, all that weird stuff that's coming out, it has people doing really unhuman things, bro. And so I think there's obviously these spirits, demons, entities. That's why they call alcohol spirits, right? And no offense to anyone who drinks or anything, but yeah, I feel like these things are, once again, you're letting in these different entities, beings, spirits, whatever you want to call it, demons.
That's what happens when you black out.
There you go. Yeah, bro. That's scary stuff there. And yeah, you'd be surprised. People don't even remember what they do when, you know, they go through blackouts and stuff like that. Or maybe they might have little bits of memories here and there, but yeah, scary stuff. So I definitely feel like there's something there. There's something with that. These entities are here. People go online looking for, you know, maybe these stories to be maybe entertained and stuff, when the actual shit is happening right now outside, right now, you know, around us. So it's real. And yeah, you see all this different stuff coming out of, you know, I'm not far from Hollywood here. I mentioned I grew up there, and just the whole Hollywood scene, a lot of the stuff that's being revealed, that's been happening in that whole scene, and on, man. It's just an interesting time right now. But yeah, we got to definitely spiritually arm up, you know, arm yourself with that field of God, and it's spiritual warfare right now. So definitely got to be prepared and ready for what's coming next, because they've been throwing quite a bit at us. And it's interesting to see how this summer is going to be out here. You know, I can't even imagine if things were burning during a winter. You know, I'm just like, whoa, this summer is going to be hot. And just definitely keeping an eye on all that stuff. You know, I watch a lot of what we call stringers here, guys that go to, like, first they live stream and go to, like, scenes, and then, you know, you just see what's going on in the city here. It's wild, man. You know, someone just got pew-pewed yesterday, just right down the street here. And I just like to keep a ear with all that, you know, keep an ear out, an eye out, because I want to be aware of my surroundings, you know, what's going on around here, what's been happening, and just to be on top of this, man, because it's strange times.
Yeah, somebody says here, peyote. Yeah, I've done that too. I've taken the button. And people have said things about me. They're like, he admitted to taking drugs. I'm like, dude, that was ancient history, but at least I know what it is and what it does.
Yeah. And it's cool.
Don't.
Yeah, and it's cool that you admit it, and I admit it too, because there's people that won't admit it, feeling that it might discredit them when they explain like experiences or things that they, in this field, like I don't know. I just feel like, yeah, no, I'll let you know. And I've had some trippy stuff happen on DMT. Actually, like met a blue being and all that. It was strange, bro. We could get into that at some point, but yeah, there's other stuff, man. A bunch of other stuff we could definitely get into. I could talk to you for hours, brother. I'm glad we've been
we could definitely talk for hours, bro. We
Yeah,
gotta get you back on so we could talk again.
Anytime, bro. You got my number, and even if it's not to jump on a live, you got anything to add, questions, or you maybe need something done out here, whatever. Yeah, I could be your guy out here in LA, homie.
I've thought about it too, like maybe going back out to Northern California, Oregon, that area. The Sprague River, you've been there, right?
No.
Like it's north of Klamath Falls. I don't know how far up it is. That area, Chiloquin, whatever.
Okay, I wonder if that's. I've been as far in Oregon. I've been as far up as Bend, Oregon.
Yeah, well, it's the Fremont Winnema National Forest, that area, dude. Like if you go up into that area, like I had a crazy trip up there. It was just LSD. And I heard screaming all night long up there because I camped up there near the Sprague River. And it was just all night long. I heard screaming. And I was like, am I tripping? But I was with like 5 or 6 other people. And they were all, and I was a young guy. I was 17 years old, bro. You know what I mean? And I was like, I didn't know much of, and I was just like, dude, I hear screaming. And I was probably like the toughest guy in the group, because I was with a bunch of hippies and stuff. And this one dude, Marco, was like, you're gonna fight it? And I'm like, I don't even know what that is. I'm like, but I was just thankful that other people were hearing it. It wasn't just me tripping. But then the reality sets in like, okay, there's like 6 people I'm with, right? And we're all hearing this same noise. So that's real. This isn't like, or it's a mass hallucination, which I don't believe in. I said, that's not even. And people don't understand what it's like. And another thing too, like they'll take all this crazy drugs. They'll take heroin, cocaine, all this stuff. But if you said acid, they're like, ooh, oh no, acid. Oh my gosh. It's like reefer madness to them. They'll go jump out a window. Let me jump out this window so I can find someone to unalive or SA, and it's like, no, dude. Just because of the name acid, and so the government did that to make it sound like it was this horrific thing.
Story of this mythical guy no one's ever met who jumped off a building because he thought he could fly.
Yeah,
but like no
one's
ever named this dude. No one's ever found this dude. And
name was Tim.
Yeah, it's like, and why didn't he just like jump off of a chair or something?
Yeah,
if you can fly, why not start from the ground?
Yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah. And what I feel with the psychedelics is it brings out at least like mushrooms, it'll bring out whatever issues you got going on inside, and it'll put it out in front of you. So maybe for some people it's good because you deal with it. You got to deal with those issues, whatever it is, and some people don't deal with it. So I feel that with the right, because it comes down to the mind and what you're thinking and how you're feeling, and so that is going to dictate, I think, your journey, because if you're feeling good and you're feeling love, and that's going to be your experience. But if you're got things hidden and worries and fears and all this other negative stuff, that stuff's going to manifest outside of you too, man. And it won't be pretty, and it could be really frightening, dangerous, and scary. And so I see where, it could be dangerous for people. And I just feel like something to keep in mind also.
Your mindset has to be a certain way.
For sure. Yeah, man.
Because it's not one of those things for the faint of heart. Like if you're prone to anxiety and things like that, you can't do it. I mean, and when I was younger, I think in my whole life, I had multiple trips or whatever, and I had 2 that were just like not good. They started off okay and fun, and people think it's just like a club party thing. You really can't do that because you have to be in a calm setting. these raver kids that would take acid, they stopped using that and they started taking MDMA. And the reason they did was because that'll make you feel good no matter what. Whereas acid depends on you. If, like you said, it'll accentuate everything that you have going on. And it's really, you can do some introspective searching. You can go deep within yourself and find truths in there. But I've heard, like, a shaman friend of mine, he really is a shaman too. His name was David. And he said another thing too, though. He goes, the acid can lie to you. Like, because if you think that you're some god, then the acid's like, yes, I am God. I am a god. And and you start to, people are stupid. And a friend of mine, like, well, actually, there's Loki right there in the chat. He was a friend of me and Loki right there. What's up, Loki? He's like, I've known Loki for years, and we've tripped together. So, but it's crazy because this one friend of ours, like, out there on 6th Street, it was on 5th Street. He started talking about how I'm invincible. And me and him and another friend of ours, Chief, who's been on the show, and my brother, we were like, no, you're not. And he started walking out in front of cars. And I'm not going to say who this guy is, but he was a professional bike rider. Okay. And he was like, I could do anything. I could do tricks. I'm going to take my bike and I'm going to jump out over here so he wanted to go get his bike and start riding around in the parking garages while everybody's getting off of 6th Street at 2 or 3 in the morning. And I said, dude, what the hell's wrong with you, dude? You're flipping out on this stuff. This is crazy. And he was walking out in front of cars. He nearly got hit because he was like, that accentuated that ego of his, that he was invincible. And so we had to grab him and, tell him, hey, dude, you know what? That stuff's making you, but if it's done in the right setting and you're around the right people, you could actually find some answers. You can get to the bottom of some things. And I did. At one time I was with this group of people, and we had taken, not peyote, psilocybin, like, straight up. Well, while we were on that, this dude comes in and he wants to give everybody salvia. And I'm like, dude, no. He goes, it's candy flipping. I said, no, it's not. Candy flipping is MDMA and LSD. I'm not touching that crap, dude, because people literally, I'm not even joking, they go into alternate realities and they'll live for like months in this alternate reality. Folks, if you think I'm kidding, I am absolutely not joking. And they'll come back and it's been like 11 minutes. And they will report this disassociation with time and space. And I'm not even kidding. And people will do harmful things while they're flipping around thinking that they're living this other life, and their body is just completely out of control. So this dude starts doing that, and then he just starts going, she's cheating on me, man. She's cheating on me. And he starts screaming, and it's at this party. My friend Pete and Dee, we used to all live together. They were roommates at that time, and this guy James, and we had to like restrain this dude. And I said, man, this dude just totally threw off the whole vibe. And then I went home, and the house I lived in was absolutely haunted. Didn't matter whether you were sober or not. It was there. And I saw shadows and all kinds of crap. And so I just like put my head, into the covers and was like, ooh, like fear and loathing, like, ooh, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it was bad. And I was in my room, and, my friend Squid knocks on the door, and I'm like, ooh, there's a police, police are coming after me, You're just tripping, bro, and that dude, like, he threw off I don't even remember his name. He threw off my whole vibe, dude. And that dude took that salvia. So a few months back, I interviewed a few people who had taken salvia, and oh my gosh, I would like to tell people these stories. So weird. I mean, like, so weird. And one guy, it was funny, we're talking about this because he was in the Klamath National Forest. Right now, that's two different things. Klamath Falls up in Oregon is not Klamath, because the Klamath people lived in Northern Oregon or Southern Oregon, Northern California. They weren't like, hey, there's an invisible boundary here, that the white people will eventually make. And oh no, we're in two different states. They just lived in that area. And so this guy was wandering around. It's the Klamath Falls of Butte Valley. Right. And so he was in the Butte Valley, and he was like, he saw like this, I guess what would be described as, and this is weird, but he saw like these little Duende looking people and he watched them morph into small Bigfoot looking creatures. And then he tells me, he's like, well, I was actually on peyote when it happened. I was like, doesn't change the fact that other people have seen stuff like that, and this dude had no connection. He was visiting family up there, and they weren't talking about Bigfoot, ghosts, La Llorona, nothing, no chupacabra, nothing like that, dude. It was just straight up. He took it and he saw that. But the thing is, his stepbrother saw it too. So, that's a weird thing. And like John Maddox just said, Joshua Tree. Oh my gosh. Joshua Tree. Let me tell you, the Mojave Desert, I'm telling you, that is my wife can tell you, that is a creepy ass place, dude. I went through there one time on my own when I was just driving through. And Mojave is another weird place that if you stop, they'll look at you like you're growing a horn out of your head or something. I mean, they're weird up there. I mean, they're and up in them hills, dude, up in them mountains of the desert, the high desert, there's some hills have eyes people going on. I'm not even joking, man. Like, and you couldn't pay me like that area when you're going from Mojave down to Needles, down that 100-mile stretch of nothing but Saudi Arabia, whatever it is, dude. Like, I'm terrified. I'm like, there is nowhere to get gas. How much gas do I have? There is nowhere to get gas because I don't want to get abducted by whatever that is, the people of the desert or whatever, the sand people, the Tuscan Raiders. I don't want them grabbing me and taking me. It is a creepy place, dude. And I've talked to people from Needles who, of course, they don't live there now. They get the hell out of there as fast as they can. And one guy, this is how bad it is. One guy was glad to be living in Bakersfield. So, it's like when you're like, hey, I've upgraded. I'm in Cal City. I'm in Bakersfield, in Victorville. You're like, oh man, this dude has escaped Needles.
Yeah. Wow.
But he was like, he goes, no, I'm living in Bakersfield now. And I'm like, you happy there? It's like a big strip mall in the middle of the desert. He goes, yeah, it's great. I'm like, oh, okay. And no offense to Nathan. He's a great guy. But that's his name. But he told me, he says, dude, I was in Needles, dude. And he goes, I broke down about 5 miles out and I had to walk. And he said he saw these two guys running alongside him, paralleling him with backpacks. And it was in the middle of the night. What were they doing out there? And so he warned them. He says, I'm armed. And to drive the point home, he popped a couple caps in the air like, hey, dude. And so these two weird guys like scampered away. And he said, I could see that they were pale and they were bald headed, by the moonlight. He could see it, And so he was like, dude, I didn't know what these people were doing or what they were up to or why they were living out there. But there's no cover. So what are they doing? Living under the ground or something weird. So yeah, California, man. Ooh, oh, yeah. Weird place, bro.
Yeah, and really quick on the Joshua Tree. I haven't done Joshua Tree National Park yet. It's on my list. I did make it to the front of one of the entrances because we did an investigation, did a couple nights camping nearby. There's a giant rock. You could look up giant rock, and it's they say it's the freestanding boulder in the world, bro. It's weird. It's like in the middle of the desert, and this huge, massive boulder, which actually recently, I believe it was recently, part of it broke, and it was part of this native lady. I forget what tribe she's from, but she basically almost like predicted and was saying that the rock was going to break on a particular date, and if it didn't break, the world was doomed. And thank goodness, and the rock actually broke, bro. Yeah, look into it. Giant
that's
rock,
weird, dude.
a few miles from Joshua Tree. And then right before getting to Giant Rock, they have this place where you could do these sound baths. It's called the Integratron. Super interesting place. And yeah, it's right near that Giant Rock. And also the Giant Rock area, there's actually even paintings of what they called I believe that one's the Borrego Sandman, I think it might be, or hold up, it's the Yucca Man. There we go.
Yucca, yeah.
Yeah, it's the different desert Sasquatches. And yeah, so you have the Yucca Man in that area.
Yeah, and that is Edwards Air Force Base. If you look up Edwards Air Force Base, that whole area, dude, and the people that have been at Edwards, I interviewed a guy who used to be there, and he didn't have like a high level clearance, but he was being told that these Bigfoot would come right up to the base, and that there is tons and tons, according to him, there's tons and tons of footage of these creatures, like being right there at the base.
Yep.
It'd be interesting to go out. Another place that people claim to see is 29 Palms.
I was going to say 29 Palms.
29 Palms, man. Great chow hall, but there's no palm trees there. And it's the Desert Warfare Training Center. But yeah, and so I've had friends there, but they've told me about it, and they've seen a couple people that I know, they've seen this thing. You know, they're out there doing maneuvers and stuff, and they've seen these creatures. In fact, there was a story that this guy gave us, and he told his name was Stan, but he was a pretty nice guy. But he said that this guy he was serving with, they were in Abrams. This was years ago, like in the 90s or whatever. But he said that this guy, they saw one of these creatures, and this dude wanted to shoot it with a live ordnance from the tank, and just for no reason, just for it being there. And he told him, "No, dude." And it's a good thing he didn't, because there was this one guy that told him. He said, "Man, you know, if you do that," and he was a Sikh, the guy that told him, he said, "If you do that," he goes, "we have these creatures like that where I'm from in northern India." He's like, "And if you do that," he goes, "these things will take revenge on you." He goes, "And it doesn't just happen in the physical plane." He goes, "They have the ability to move, you know, through this, which would, he didn't call it that, but the astral plane, and they can show up." Which is like a report that we were talking about Armando earlier. He covered a report where this guy got his fingers bit off. You remember that, Anthony?
Mm-hmm.
We're at the Denny's, and this dude got his fingers bit off by a Sasquatch because he sprayed it with a water hose.
Whoa.
And this thing showed up in his house. It didn't break in either. Like, he has alarms and stuff. You know, this thing, it showed up in his house and basically whooped his ass, you know, and bit his fingers off, like how like an ape would do, you know. But he said it was more like a Neanderthalic man-looking thing mixed with ape, you know. And it tore him up, tore his house up, and hurt his dog. His dog lived. And that guy Stanley that told us this story out of 29 Palms when they were doing the training, he said we were at night and you could see it through the NVGs. It was this tall, hairy being. It wasn't humongous big. It was just tall and kind of lanky with long arms and very hairy. And and the Yucca Man, that is another thing too. Like, a lot of people have claimed to have seen this. And you know, if it was me, I would just want to not have interactions with it. You know what I mean? Like, if you see it, you see it. I'm not going to go and try to kill it. I don't know anything other, you know, about what they could be doing, but I don't want to be on the wrong side of making one of these things angry. Now, I'm not afraid of them, and I'm not afraid of Dogman. I've seen the Dogman, and I had a researcher up in the Northwest tell me, "Well, I don't believe in Dogman." I said, "Well, that's your luxury. You have that luxury. I don't, because I've seen it. If I had not seen it, I'd probably still be a skeptic, at least with that, because, you know, but I saw it, and that seeing is believing." And it was not a super long encounter, but it wasn't short either. It wasn't like one just running across the road, no, or eating roadkill or whatever. No, this thing was like right there, and I saw it 10 feet from me, and it was that way, you know. But that brings me to a very important question. I have to ask you this. All the research that you've done and everything you've gotten into, and it's pretty cool. We've been through a lot of the same places. That's interesting. What is your opinion on this creature now? Let's say just Bigfoot for now, okay? Because that is such a broad subject. There are so many different kinds.
Yeah.
On Wednesday, I was talking about a type of Bigfoot that's kind of like what Michigan Rob saw, BMR or whatever. If anybody doesn't know who BMR is. But yeah, and then this creature looked a lot like that, and it was hyper aggressive, and it was definitely physical because it could do all kinds of physical things. But when this one guy who honestly was being stupid and he tried to shoot it, it didn't do anything but give it like a scar. And you would think, well, maybe he shot it from a distance with a 22. No, he didn't shoot it with a little firecracker. No, he shot it with a 30-06. and it didn't do anything. And he shot it damn near point blank with like 2 or 3 feet away. And so it was trying to grab him out of that stand. Now it did back it up and kind of hurt it and make it leave, but it didn't break its skull. So what in the hell is going on here? Like, you get these reports. What do you think?
Yeah, and even earlier I was mentioning how they could even be out in the elements, and naked, and a lot of them are in cold temperatures, high elevation, snowy areas. It's mind blowing to me, and to be barefoot and stuff like that. And yeah, I've heard of different reports also of them being wounded by weapons and stuff like that. And a lot of times they'll just like go away and. So yeah, I feel like there is a big human element to it. And they say the DNA, according to many people, that it comes back part human, right? The mitochondrial, the female side of the DNA is shown in some of these samples and stuff like that, and that the male side is unknown. So I think, yeah, possibly it's some sort of hybrid of some sort, and but very much close to us, very, very human like. So yeah, I do believe that these things have some sort of supernatural features about them. Some claim that not all of them do. I don't know about that. But I feel there is something strange going on. And then, people also reporting possible strange crafts around lately. I was actually eventually I'm going to get into a stream about the reports, like the Bigfoot census, whoever's doing that. There's maps out there. They say California is like second, third with Bigfoot reports, Washington being number one. Well, something I found recently, and I actually heard from someone else as well, uh, is that also Washington is number one for a while there with UFO reports. So it's between California and Washington with the Bigfoot and UFO reports that have the most reports, or are usually up there in the top three. So there's some sort of weird little connection with that too. It seems like where you're getting a lot of these UFO reports, you're getting these Bigfoot reports. And so maybe something going on there with that, yeah, it's just too many strange things that I've heard happen. And I know a lot of the guys that I run with, they're not into the whole super natural stuff, but
Yeah, they don't want to believe that.
yeah, but they could tell you some weird stories that have happened, Bigfooting or in areas where these beings are known to be. So yeah, in my book, I definitely keep the mind open and know that this world is a lot weirder than what we've been programmed to believe. And yeah, it's just again amazing times right now. The information, all types of weird information flowing, good information flowing also. And yeah, just gotta stay on my toes, man, and make sure I tap into the right sources. And we're gonna keep it moving out there. Really quick, I also want to bring up we recently, since I'm in LA, we got the Angeles National Forest here, and I've actually been with someone who was Bigfoot in this area and found some of the similar structures that I was finding up there. So I was thinking, all right, maybe something going on here. Maybe there's old reports of them being around these mountains and stuff too. So there's a report out of 1995 at this particular campground, and I was like, you know what? Let me take my nephews. They haven't been camping. My brother was ready for a break, and on my birthday, we headed up to this campground because there was a report there at a 95. It was at 1 a.m. A couple, he was walking his girlfriend to the restroom, and then they seen this large figure kind of going in between the trees. And I was like, all right, closest camp spot with a report to us. We drove out about an hour, did an overnight there, and I was letting my nephews use some of my gear. I had a new thermal. We were running the night vision. Stayed for one night, and one of my nephews that was using the thermal started getting hits that night. And I was like, all right, just make sure you're recording. We didn't know what we had. But when we got back down to the city, the next day I was going through the thermal footage, and I seen he had captured like a couple deer on one, I think possibly a coyote on another. But then there was this one clip, and it was this subject, very humanoid looking, and it was at a base of the tree. And this thing, my nephew's like he's got the thermal on it and he's pointing at it, which was probably a mistake there. And as a little bit after he pointed, the thing ducks and hides behind the tree. So we're thinking, all right, we showed it to some friends, got their opinions, and we were thinking, all right, it could be maybe someone just cowboy camping. Yeah, there's homeless out here in the city, but that far up the mountain, not really, but it's possible for someone to be there. There were a few other people camping in the area, but we do not believe that that was a person. And if it was, I don't know, who knows what the hell he was doing, but very interesting thermal clip. We have that footage. We did a follow up as well the week right after to try and pinpoint where the subject was, and we totally failed at that. But I'll send you that footage, man, to see what you think. And I feel like there's something there. It's something, and we don't. I don't think it was human, and it's very small. It wasn't huge, you know. It wasn't a big, maybe like a regular sized person. And so that's some of the latest stuff that we've had happen here. And yeah, man, we're just gonna keep doing our thing. I've also been doing a lot of exploring around the city. You know, people getting into people call it Tartaria. I call it
Tartaria.
old world. So I've been
Mhm.
checking out a lot of the local buildings here downtown and everything. Pasadena's another spot for a lot of the old world stuff here that we have, because we know it's all over the place. And yeah, so if I'm not in the woods, I'm checking stuff out like here, and of course a lot of paranormal spots here in LA that yeah, we've been checking out. And yeah, just doing our little videos, and you know, keeping everyone informed on what we're doing with the live streams and all that.
Yeah. And so there was a Dogman report that it didn't happen recently. It was in 2008. I just looked at it, and it was near 5 Points, and that is off of 145. If you're going down Highway 5 and say you're going from LA to San Francisco, you would be kind of like in the midway point. Trying to think of a closer,
Yeah,
like
not familiar.
it's going toward Fresno.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, that area right there, and it was off of Highway 145. Yep.
And you know, if it's near Fresno, it doesn't surprise me. Again, you're mentioning some of the national parks. You got Sequoia, Yosemite, of course, which is the 411, like ground zero, right, for the 411 phenomenon.
Mhm.
And then you have Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Park right under that too. So yeah, but then also in that area, which Fresno is part of the Nevada Triangle. So I think that connects
Yeah.
like near Area 51.
Sierra Nevadas.
Yes.
Yep. Because Sierra National Forest is just to the northeast. Is it to the northeast of Fresno? I think it's to the northeast of Fresno. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's in Fork is right there. And I know I got a report near North Fork, and that was a Dogman report. But these were like quick reports, like something running across the highway on a two legs that looked like a wolf. And now I got a report right out here where I'm from, close to where I live. I mean, not even 3 miles from where I live. And this couple claimed to have seen this dog, what they thought was a dog, sitting in the middle of the road. And they're driving, and they're like, "Why is this dog laying across the road?" And it was big. And then it just stood up and just walked across the road like a man. And that's exactly what happened in that North Fork area over there in the Sierra National Forest. It's kind of at the mouth of it where the North Fork is, the river. And that is northeast of Fresno. Now, in Clovis, that Clovis area is where it seems to be. I would say ground zero, but that's where a lot of people see the Fresno crawlers in that area. And so, if you're going down that same path, you know, you'll run into the north. I think it's the northeast. You'll go to the Sierra National Forest, and that's where people have claimed to have seen Dogman. Like there are now in that forest, and I told this girl that had claimed to see this. Her name was Danita, and you might hear about her again, folks, because she gave me an earful about Dogman. Because after that happened in 2008, she started researching it. While she was in the Sierra National Forest, she saw a Bigfoot. So she was looking for Dogman in that area where people had claimed to have seen it, and she saw a Bigfoot. But that night, when she was there in that forest, in the Sierra Forest, she claims to have heard howling, wolf-like howling all night long, and answering that call was the quintessential whooping Bigfoot sounds, like they were going back and forth. And
Trip
so I
out.
asked her, I said, "Did you ever see the dog man again?" She's like, "No, I never did, but I interviewed a bunch of people." And she has her own little notebook full of stuff, and so good for her. But you know, Danita, you got to be real careful with these things because you don't really know what we're dealing with. I like the way that you keep the open mind. You know that you're, you know, you have a lot of colleagues. I know Alex Pedikov. I know he's very much into the physical, like in doing the data and all that. But it's so hard to think that these things are purely physical. I'm not in that camp, man. I mean, at one time I was, and at one time I thought that you know, that basically Dogman was a flesh and blood thing too, and the Dogman community wanted to be legit, and so they wanted to pretend like it was all. And I say pretend because some of these people had told me in private. Well, two in particular, and I'm not friends with these people because they lied to everybody, and they had big, they had Dogman encounters, but they wanted to say that they were physical because they were worried about how the community at large would see them, and they wanted to be taken serious. So they said, we're gonna omit part of their encounter. One of them had an orb attached to this thing. He didn't see it come out of the orb, and some of you may know who I'm talking about if I say this because I mean he used to have a channel, but he says that this thing had the orb attached to its back still, and unattached, like it was coming out of an orb. And so having said that, then years later he backtracks and says, I never said that, but in private, yes, you did, and you said it to multiple people, and one of whom was at my conference, the first conference, and we talked about this guy, and this guy just, to me, he's not credible at all now. If you're going to sit there and change your encounter because of he was afraid of being ridiculed. And so when I first came out and I took a stand and I said, I think that Dogman is not a purely flesh and blood creature. These people just attacked the hell out of me. And then the Bigfoot people kind of jumped in for good measure and said, well, we don't even believe that Dogman's real. And you're even saying that some of these Bigfoot reports aren't real flesh and blood. And I'm like, okay, fine. So then I kind of felt like Optimus Prime, you know, when he was in the forest fighting Megatron and Starscream, and
Yeah.
you know, I was just like, I'll kill you all, and so I just started fighting them all, and I'm just like, whatever, dude. And, you know, and I just pulled out the freaking battle axe and was like, well, you want to go to war? You know, I felt like young mean Ace. You want to
Bring
war?
it.
You want a war? You know. No offense to anybody over there in Jacksonville. Please don't come after me. I'm not involved in that. I'm just saying, you know, like I felt like, you know, they wanted war and they were like, we're going to take you down. And especially when I started crossing over into the UFO community and then the ghost community, I said, look, Paranormal Roundtable is Paranormal Roundtable. We talk about everything. And so, you know, these people started attacking me and it just never ended. And I'm so glad now to see my colleagues you know, doing their own thing. The Blondes and Boos, they got the Crossing Realms conference, and they got all these different speakers from all these different. That was my dream. That was my dream. That's what we did, and I'm glad to say that we did it. And they're carrying it on. They're continuing because, you know, honestly, I've had so many death threats that if I go to a conference and I announce it, I don't know, man. I don't know what might happen. I don't want to put people at risk because that's the truth, man. I'm going to tell you the honest truth. That's why I'm not going. Just because if I do, you know, who knows what might happen, dude. These people have told me over and over again that they're going to kill me, and they talk about it constantly. And it is so disgusting to me that people are that vehement that they want to do something to me because, you know, I, you know, said the truth, you know, and I've taken a stand. And those people that originally they started it, those original people, they're now hanging out with those new people and they're like, yeah, we'll get this dude. But why? You're trying to get me because I don't believe like you. But the problem is that more and more people are starting to believe like me or believe like you. And you have to do all of it. You have to do the whole. My mom used to tell me this, you know, when I was a kid, and when I was a kid, I wasn't a real picky kid, and I grew up eating tortillas and all that. But when we would eat bread, because like we didn't have hot dog buns and hamburger buns. My mom was like, you eat tortillas and whatever the bread we got. You know what I mean? Like, she's like, what's the difference? What's the difference between you putting a hot dog on that and on the regular bread? And I would take the crust off, and she'd be like, you want to eat the bread, you eat all of the bread. Because then you're going to eat like 5 or 6 pieces to get full. You know what I mean? My mom was like that. She'd make fidel. She's like, don't be tearing it like that. She's like, you make a taco, so you eat all of it. Don't leave it on the plate, you know? So my mom was like that, man. Like, she was one of those people. And when she put the frijoles and the rice on the plate, you eat it all. You know, and she's like, because you might not get more. She's like, you need to be grateful, you know? And she wasn't one of those that was like, there's hungry kids in Africa. She'd be like, there's hungry kids from my neighborhood. Because she grew up in the projects, man. So my mom was very much like that. Like, she's like, you ate everything on your plate. I remember Coolio, that song, I ate everything mama put on my plate. Yeah, I did too, bro. Because my mom was one of those, like chancla my ass. She took a wooden spoon and she slapped the hell out of me. And in public too, boy. My mom used to do this. We go to the store and she'd be like, she'd look at me with that wicked smile on her face. She'd go, okay, pendejo, you embarrass me in front of these wheels. You watch what happens. Huh? Watch what happens to you. Watch what happens to you. Don't ask for nothing. Don't touch nothing. You don't look at me. You understand? You just look straight ahead. Like, I was like, okay, geez. I get out of the car and she'd smile all big and be like, mijito. Like, dude, this woman just threatened my life. So they're like, yeah.
Surprised I'm not seeing the chancla emojis. What's up, peeps?
Dude, I was just like, you had to be straight with my mom. My mom would take me because they used to have those circular things at Walmart, Kmart. You know,
you hide in them.
I go and hide in that thing, and my mom would find me, and she'd be like, "You think I don't see you? I got eyes in the back of my head." Like,
you wait till we go home.
Wait till we get home. No, and don't wait till we get home. Wait till we get home, and your dad whoops your ass. My dad was like willing to whoop my ass at the drop of a hat, you know. But my mom would take me, and she would take me into the dressing room, and she'd be like, "Don't you cry? Don't you cry?" And she hit me with a hanger, dude. I mean, granted, I did some stuff, you know, like I went one time and I opened up like 2 or 3 Star Wars figures and was in there playing with them and my mom's like, what are you doing? What are you doing, pendejo? Why'd you do that? And then, you know, she was so worried about how the white people would look at her. Like, oh, your kid is bad, whatever, you know, because there wasn't a lot of Mexican people in the town we lived in. It was mostly white people. And they were really nice white people. They liked my mom a lot. And my mom had a reputation in the church and everything else. And she was like, you better act, you know, whatever. She don't be in there acting like a little Mexican fool, you know, because at home, you know, we're speaking Spanish or Spanglish, whatever. And I'm doing stuff like that. You know, you get raised with the Mexican mom. That's how it is. But then when you go to the church, she's like, you better act white. She would tell me that. She'd be like, and I'd be like, you know, you thinking about it, like, how do you act white? Okay, well, you just sit there and act all proper or whatever. And I'm like, these other people aren't even acting like that. But she used to tell me, she's like, it was like she had something to prove. She's like, I want to prove to these people that we're not a bunch of freaking, you know, nut jobs, you know. And so she would kind of push it on us. And my dad would always be like, you're very hard on trying to make them whatever. And she didn't want me speaking Spanish to her in public. Remember that, Anthony?
Yeah.
She told you that. She said she wanted them speaking Spanish in public. She goes, speak English. He's like, you speak English, right? And I would say Spanish words, and she would just look at me with that eye like, you better not do this here. And I felt like my aunt told me this. She was like, she goes, you know, Mariana, that's my mom. She goes, Mariana, she's ashamed of being Mexican. I said, no, she lived around white people out there in West Texas. And so she had to act a certain way. My mother had no accent. And my dad, he got rid of that. You know, he talked like this. No more of that. He told me years later, he's like, don't talk like that. He's like, why do you think these kids at this inner city school want to whoop your ass? You can't go up in there and be like, hey, guys. You know, and so I had to learn to talk, you know, a certain way. And it came from my parents. And they were very much boomers who were chasing the dollar. And I ended up a latchkey kid. And when they were around each other, all they did was fight and argue. And it was always about money. And so I had to learn be a certain way, you know. So it helped me when I went out to California. When I was young, I went to California and Oregon and Washington. I'm telling you, man, it really was like a self-education for me. Getting out there and just being all alone and making friends along the way and just, you know, hanging out and smoking and drinking. just all the way to freaking Washington, bro, and then working for a summer up there in the in that damnable heat. But it was an experience I wouldn't trade it for anything, and I'm glad that you're out there doing whatever. I feel kind of sad though that you're back in East Los, man, just because if you were up there in that in the Norteños area up there, you'd be still doing what because
Yeah.
that's where a lot of it's at, bro. Are you planning
Yeah,
on
no.
going back or?
Yes, definitely. No. We still got land up there and the Queens up there. So I'm still tied, man. We're just here now. We started the shop, and that's been our focus. My brother and I actually. I got to take my brother home here in a bit. We close
Yeah,
at
yeah.
7. We're doing a little overtime, but it's all good. We're having a great time here, and this is why we do it. But yeah, it's just we're just getting this going here, and actually we've been expanding. We have what we call the asylum. It's next door to the shop, and it's a big space for events. There's been events already popping off already, and there's a couple friends of ours that are also part of that asylum, and they all got their own brand, so they're pressing shirts, making
Yeah.
clothing, a lot of art. We got a bunch of artist friends too that are all involved, and so yeah, I'm thinking I could totally we could have a conference here,
Yeah.
John. Let me know, dude. Let's get the LA conference going, and
Yeah.
maybe we could MC it or something. But yeah, no, the space is there, and so yeah, these little projects that we got going on are starting to flourish, and I just want to make sure that I'm part of it here before anything else before we head back, man, and just being able to spend time with my family who I hadn't seen in over 10 years and stuff. It'd been a long time. They're like, hey, dwarf disappeared into the redwoods and never came back. What happened? So yeah, I had to come show my face and spend some time and energy with everyone
Yeah.
here. So.
Estu Hermanos, is he into this stuff too? Is he
Yeah. He's very much into it, but not hardcore like I am. And he does a lot of hiking around here locally. But yeah, no, he doesn't document as much as I do. But we've had weird stuff happen, and he was there during that whole thermal thing. So him, my nephews were all there. But we know that we didn't see anything at the moment. There was nothing there that we could see, but yeah, we all agree that something weird happened to us, and it's pretty cool that happened for the boys, being their first time going out camping and bigfooting and whatever, so they get an idea of what Uncle is into when he's out there.
Mhm.
And yeah, man, it's just I'm sure they can't wait to get out there and do it again, man. So it's we have fun with it, although it's a very serious topic. It gets in. We talked about the dark sides of it, and yeah, I think it's good for them to be aware of all that too. Yeah,
If we ever do a conference again, I thought about that. I thought about doing one out there on the Pacific Coast.
Hey.
And then maybe doing one because we did one out in Tennessee, out in the LBL. So we went east, and I thought, and then we did one here in Texas. So we did one central. So I thought about doing one out in the west just to see.
Yeah.
But if we ever get back into it, and maybe if these people stop threatening me all the damn time, and if they could just focus on maybe bathing and getting a job, that might maybe they would lose focus on me because they're hyper focused on me, and it seems to be sort of stalkerish. It's kind of weird.
It's scary.
It is.
Yeah. No, it's not cool and scary. You don't know, and not to say that you're scared, but hey,
you don't know what they could do.
Red flags. Yeah, you don't know, and also but out here it maybe be a good place because you never know what could happen out here.
Yeah, I don't think because and having been all over LA, bro, that's not the place to act up. I could tell you that. That's just I got some friends out there too, man. I got some friends that are still living out there that I've been friends with forever, dude. And all when we took that trip, me and my wife and a couple of friends of ours, and we went to LA. And then we went all the way up, and then we came down through Idaho, Utah, Wyoming, all of that. Nice. And my wife was like, damn, people in every freaking state. And we stayed with some friends in Oregon. And I told her, I said, man, I got friends. I had my friend in Utah, I had my friend in Colorado, and my friends in Oklahoma. So everywhere we went, I knew people. They were just, and I told her, I said, I traveled all over this country. The only place I haven't been, and I've been to like other continents, but the only place I haven't been is to the Northeast. I haven't been like above Pennsylvania. So never been to New Jersey or New York State. And so before I die, that is on my bucket list to go up to those places. I've always wanted to explore, upstate New York, and I got a lot of friends up there. And now my really dear friend and researcher and buddy, and who did the conferences with me, Ken Gerhardt, he and Ann Celine are now living up there. And so they're like, hey, you got to come visit. So definitely now I have a real reason too,
Cool.
and I'd like to go visit Truth and Bass, from Impromptu Truth. Those guys, they were abductees and been they were at my first conference. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I'd like to do.
Same
But
here.
I always said I would never go back to California. I've been there about like half a dozen times and spent and stayed there for a while. But who knows?
Yeah.
I just don't want to go back and then the earthquake hits.
Right.
That's like my fear. Like I go back and I'm like, oh
The big
crap,
one
dude.
happened.
I knew I shouldn't have come back here, man.
Well, bring your surfboard just in case.
Oh, well, I've never been a surfer. I can boogie board, but I'm not a surfer, dude. Boogie boarding, though, is like what makes you just look like something for a great white shark to eat, though. That's you're just like out there, like, and the shark's like, oh, look at that, a seal. Well, we had a great time, man. I'm gonna let you roll.
Man.
You can
Thank
take
you.
your brother home and everything. Tell
Yeah.
him, give him my regards for being cool and being a cool
Will
brother.
do. Will
Yeah.
do. And salute to the panel once again. Much love to you all. Blessings and to the chat and everyone listening out there as well. I appreciate it. And anytime, brother, let me know. Hit me up. Yeah, I'm out here. So,
Yeah, for sure, brother. I had a great time. Fun talking to you. Tell people how they can reach you if they want to, if they have.
Yeah, so I'm on different platforms. We're slowly but surely chipping at it and expanding, learning how to multi-stream and all this other fun stuff. And so you could my handle on YouTube is at Brown Dwarf 420, I believe.
420.
Yeah, or if not, it should just
I'll
pull up.
post a link to your channel.
Yeah.
Cool, I appreciate it. Yeah, I used to go by just Brown Dwarf, but then I was like, it's hard for me to get looked up, so I switched it up recently to Bigfoot Dwarf, and that right away, you put that in the search engine, and the channel should pop up.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah.
had a good time, man.
Yeah.
All right,
Thank you.
brother.
One love, everyone.
Yeah, I'll see you. So, Brown Dwarf, Bigfoot Dwarf, been knowing him for years, man, and great guy. Glad to have him on the show, and I'm glad that he's doing his own thing out there. Brings back memories. Talking about that, I mean, like, I talk a bunch of crap about California, but not California itself. It's not the people, not all the people. There's some of them that are wacky, but in the major cities, but it's not really the people and the state itself is magnificent. It's one of the most beautiful places in the country. I mean, it's a wonderful place. I had some great memories there. The problem is the government. Their government is just ridiculous, man. It is absolutely ridiculous. But definitely loved being out in California. And every time I go back, it brings back memories. And I really enjoyed going up there with Nellie and riding around and just reminiscing of the places I'd been and the people I'd met. And work. There we go. Been dealing with it all night. You plug that?
Yeah, I've had to step out a couple of times for some work stuff.
Yeah, it's work. It's just a pain. It's a constant, just stress. I'm stressed. But yeah, dude, I remember going back in the day, going out to those different places in Oregon and hearing about Bigfoot and all these other, these creatures, and having had seen the Dogman a couple years before, I told people about it, and there were some people who had seen this creature out there. And unfortunately, at that time, I didn't have my journals with me. I wasn't like riding around with them. In fact, that's not totally correct. I had one with me and I left it in Bishop. I was in Bishop, California during the mule days. And if you haven't been out there, man, there's some cool stuff out there. And, like what he was talking about, Crater Lake and all those different places. Just brings back a lot of memories. Then went back again and again, and stayed in Vegas, went out there, and Grand Canyon and going out to Flagstaff and investigating stuff, or New Mexico. I've spent a lot of time in New Mexico, Rio Doso. I spent time in Arkansas, not living there, but like, you know, hanging out, camping, just you know, all over the, you know, Louisiana. I've been all over Louisiana, every spot of Louisiana, just about. I've been there, and like I said, man, I've been everywhere. I've been all the way to Florida, every state in between, Georgia, you know, Pennsylvania. But you know, I stopped just north of Pennsylvania. I was like, you know what? I never went further. I never went further. And so that's my one regret, is just those states there. And in my life, I've always wanted to go to Boston. I love the Red Sox and I love the Celtics. I mean, those are two teams I really love. And yeah, I would love to one day catch a Celtics game. I've seen the Spurs. I've seen, you know, but I would love to. I'd love to do that. And I'd love to go and see the Red Sox play in Fenway Park, which is like, you know, an amazing thing. But you know, and D used to stay up in Michigan. Been to Michigan, been through there twice. Wisconsin, Minnesota, South Dakota, North Dakota. Went there as a kid, and then later as an adult. Wyoming, Montana. Been all over those places. Wyoming is such a weird place too, because it's like in the south is like a desert, and then the north is like this beautiful, you know, like you see on like that show Yellowstone.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's like it's beautiful, you know. But it's hard to believe it's in the same state. But Texas is like that too.
No,
Like
yeah,
it's
east and west is like night and day.
It's like night and day. I'm gonna make a video going down this road over here, and show you in the daylight, folks, in broad daylight, right here outside of Austin. You drive through there, and the woods in the summer and the spring and the summer, the woods are so thick and the trees grow over. You think I'm joking? You think it's night. The sun is blocked out, and it's just solid woods. I mean, it is thick woods. I'm not even joking. The people I brought out here, they were shocked to see. So if you went to the conference up there in the prairie, that's the prairie land up there in Fort Worth. That's not Texas to me. That's just that area up there, that northwestern corridor. If you go east of there, it's thick woods. If you go south of there, thick woods. And where I'm from, where I live, is really thick woods. And then you got these gently rolling hills going to the east where I was born and raised.
Yeah.
But if you just go 20 miles from Taylor, you end up in really thick oak. There's oak trees, just forest and forest of oak trees, which is Rockdale. Thick woods, really thick. And then if you go west of Austin or of Taylor, you run into the woods, you know, which is Austin. Austin's it's heavily wooded. People have asked me silly questions. They're like, how can Bigfoot or Dogman live in it? Dude, this is nothing but forest, bro. That's all it is. You know, and these creatures are really good. They can at living and hiding right under your nose. They don't need to do a bunch of. They really don't even need to cloak, because even as big as they are in the summer and in the spring and even in the fall, they can hide pretty well. And the trees are so thick that even in the wintertime, you can barely see through them. But once that foliage hits, man, you can't see nothing through those woods. And there's certain places too, man. Like I was talking to somebody the other day about it, and there was an area where I told him, I was like, I would not go camping there for anything in the world. God, we're at the gym. We were talking to somebody at the gym about it. What were we talking about? And there's an area where we were talking about, and it's here in Texas. And it came up, and I told him, I said, I would not.
East Texas.
Oh, the area outside of Marble Falls.
Oh yeah.
In between, like not on that Cow Creek area. Well, I wouldn't want to live there, but it's beautiful, but it's deadly. Folks, I'm going to tell you something. The one creature that scares the shit out of me. I don't care about Dogman, you know. I don't care about Bigfoot. I don't care about those creatures, whatever. You know, the one creature though that scares the living F out of me, dude, is the Bear King. I'm not even joking.
Mhm.
Because that thing's, it's shown up on people's property that have Bigfoot and Dogman activity. And they don't, the people who have encountered this thing, they're like, their fear of these other creatures just went away. Like, like over there near Hernandez.
Yeah.
Well, not on Hernandez, but their neighbor, that dude, Brad. I mean, he encountered this creature. And you know what? I could tell his story. I'll tell Brad's story. I'll tell it tomorrow. We'll finish up with the Bigfoot stuff we did. The Bear King. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look at the hair standing up on my arm when I talk about that creature. And when we go out to Turkey Creek, I know that the people have seen the Dogman out there and they've seen Bigfoot. Like Sean, he saw it. But that area is not far from the Bear King territory, and I'm afraid of it. I'm afraid of it. I'm not even joking. Like, and those stories go back to the abductions that, it was Guadalupe, that lady, she saw it, and then Jenna Hollenbeck who saw it, and they were on the show. And, David Weatherly's interviewed a couple people out near Blanco that have seen it. And I think it might be in his book about Texas. I haven't read his book. I need to call David and find out. Because that's, but we interviewed this guy and he told us he was from Burnet, Texas. And he didn't see it, but he started between Burnet and Marble Falls. He said, dude, this dude did not look like no punk. He looked like the kind of guy who lived off, like a tough, rugged guy, right? I mean, country guy, rancher, drove a F-250 and had his big old gun. He goes, I never go unarmed. He's like, I used to ride to town. I wouldn't even wear it on my hip, whatever. He didn't care. He said, now at night, he goes, hell no. He's like, what I saw was no damn dog. Because I said dog, man. He goes, I don't know what that is. I never, these ranchers out here, they don't want to hear dog. I don't know what the hell that is.
Yeah.
They're like, I didn't. He goes, it was a bear. He goes, but it wasn't a bear. He's like, it was a 12-foot tall monster. Like, Now, I'm not saying that he's wrong or lying, whatever, but I don't believe that it was 12 foot tall. I think that he thought that because of how terrified he was of it.
Mm-hmm.
But he said when this thing walked out in front of his truck, it turned and roared at his truck. And he goes, and dude, he was of the opinion that if he hit that thing, it probably wouldn't even kill it. Probably wreck his truck. And then it would probably, even if it's wounded, would probably do something to it. Are we dealing with something that could be a throwback to this cave bear, the short-faced bear, or the god bear, and what about the runes that were found? The runes that were found in those caves, Viking runes that they say date back to the 13th century, possibly even the 12th century. And so you're thinking of something that could have been here from the Viking times, and they just kept traveling inland. The whole idea behind that song was just what if that is what this is, and this one of these shape-shifting Vikings stuck around, or the natives, the same thing. I mean, and they interacted with each other, and who knows what it is. But I'm a firm believer that it exists because I've now interviewed over a dozen people who've seen it. And I don't give a shit what people say. There are certain places you could drop a helicopter over my house and drop bunches of money, and I wouldn't go camping there because that's where they've seen this thing. And that's where people go missing. And that's where people get eaten. And I'm not even joking. I don't think this thing plays by any other rules other than it is the apex predator. And even if it's just a bear, it is a giant bear.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what that means? Like, people say it walks around and walks fluidly like a man, and so that's even more terrifying. And that it has a man's demeanor. When there was a young lady that was kidnapped by this creature, and she gave a description of it. Now, we were talking about Yosemite earlier, and Yosemite and the Nokios people, they did work on this on What Lurks Beneath. And him and I were going back and forth about this thing. You know, it's just those people in Yosemite. They had these. What do you call that? Not hit squads, but what do you call it when they send in not SWAT, but
like a strike team?
yeah, strike team. There you go. Perfect words. A strike team that went in to take these things out. And these people that had been taken captive by these bear men said that they had hair all over them like a man, but they had these bear-like heads. And they had these blue runic tattoos on their arms. And what the shit is that? And then these strike teams came in and drove everybody out of there, and then went in and took something. And after that, listen to this, those woods become inundated with dogmen. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So these bear men disappear after these black ops people come in. And then after that, a bunch of people started seeing these wolf-like creatures. But prior to that, it was predominantly in that area, they were seeing bear-like creatures. You know what that sounds like to me? And this was on Josh's channel, but this is something we've heard before. It sounds like somebody came in and they released these probably, what would you call it? Like, if they're creating them?
Well, like chimeras?
Yeah, chimeras, but what would be the word for it? Bioengineered or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like they brought in some bioengineered dogmen, and between them and those black ops probably took those bear men out because they were killing and eating people. People were going missing. I think a lot of the 411 in Yosemite, if I had to put money on it, I would say they're the ones that did it. I don't think it's Dogman, maybe some Bigfoot, maybe. And I don't think it's, aliens. I think it was them. I'm telling you. Wherever those things go, people get kidnapped, people go missing. And I don't think you'll ever find them because I think they devour them. There was a guy whose story we told, and there were these dogmen on his property, these werewolf-looking creatures. And then totally separate from that, he runs into this bear-like creature. And I don't remember what episode that was or what we were talking. I can't remember the whole whatever. But I don't think that was a bioweapon. I think that thing was on his freaking property, probably, stalking his territory. And I don't think that thing gives a shit about Bigfoot or Dogman. I don't. I think from the descriptions that we've gotten, not one of these bear creatures is less than 9 feet tall. And you're talking about 7 to 8 foot for the Dogman. Bigfoot too, they get up to 9 foot maybe. But when you're talking about the Bear King, I mean, this thing is, I don't think it has any natural predators, dude. I really don't. What could stop that thing? If you can't shoot a Dogman, a Bigfoot, or even a Chupacabra, we had a guy claim he shot a Chupacabra 6 times over there in Rockdale.
Mm-hmm.
We were at the movie theater. He told us that.
Didn't do
The guy's
anything.
name was Steve or something. I tried to find his number. I lost it. But, dude, in fact, where's my wallet? I had that guy's number in my wallet. No, that's not it. I have a bunch of crap in there. I always told myself it wasn't going to be one of those people that just kept a bunch of stuff in his wallet. I was too organized for that. That's not it. I'm not even joking. If I find this guy's number, I'm going to call him right now. Midnight. Hey, man, what's up? Let's talk about it. Could this be it?
Let's see. I think so.
Okay. Is that his number? His writing is as bad as mine, if that's him. Because I had it in my wallet, and I remember just sticking it back in there.
Yeah. Because it says the place that he works at, I think.
What do you guys think of 500 people here? What do you think we just call him right now and tell him, see if he'll, at midnight.
Well,
Then that might make him not want to talk or come on again, you know. I'm tempted to call him right now. I'm not even joking. Here, I'm not gonna. Let me see that. I'm gonna text him.
What if we put a condition on it? Because let's see, we got how many likes we got on this video?
I can't read the last digits.
We got 359 likes. What if I tell the audience if we get it up to 400, then you'll call the guy? Because they don't like hitting that like button for whatever reason. It burns their little thumbs.
I can't read those last 4 digits.
It burns. No, I won't hit like. It burns. It burns.
What are those? I can't read them.
Oh, 224.
How are you seeing that?
I mean, it took me a second to realize that those were numbers. I thought it said like Aussie or something, but no, they're numbers.
Oh, okay.
Handwriting
All
is
right.
silly.
Okay, all right. So let's text this guy. This guy claimed to have killed a chupacabra. I can't read that. Is that a 6 or an 8? I kept this thing in my wallet all this time. I don't even know why. Because I never wrote it down into the journal. This freaking phone. I need a phone so bad, dude. This thing does not want to cooperate. I'm trying to text and it doesn't want to. And then there was that waiter. Remember the waiter we met at the restaurant in Taylor?
Yeah.
They claimed that he
he said he saw a crawler.
That was in the Redwood Forest.
Uh-huh.
That was in the Redwood Forest. Because he says here, always working. Text, please. So respectfully, I texted him. I'll leave this right here. So crazy though, dude. Crazy stuff, man. And that's crazy. I still had it in my wallet. I just never bothered to like. I found some other ones too. I got another one right here. Other people's number. So I got like a few, but that one I remember that guy's information was on that little piece of the receipt, whatever.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't call them because they didn't get the likes up to 400 anyway.
Oh, they're not doing it?
They didn't earn it. 383. Oh, well.
Yeah. But anyways, we'll see you on Sunday, and we'll do let's do Brad's encounter. We'll finish up with some Bigfoot stuff we got, and then we'll do Brad's. We have a lot of these terrifying Bigfoot stories. We still haven't told Devin and what's his name, Drew and Devin's story, their story. We were going to talk about it if we had time, but. Yeah, so that's what's going on. We will definitely be back on Sunday. I got a few things going on with my life and with my health and with just different things. Please just pray for us. I appreciate it. having problems in multiple different arenas right now. Folks, the bottom line is we're under spiritual attack. We're under attack, period. We're getting attacked, and these people don't ever quit. They don't stop. They're nuts. And some of these people just come out of left field, you know. And I think I'm starting to figure out too that these, I don't really think these people did come out in left field. I think that they're being paid to work together, you know, against us. Because
yeah, because none of them have real jobs. So it's like, who the hell's feeding these fools?
Yeah, because I've even heard them refer to their boss, and you're like, who's your boss?
Like, how do you not have a job? And how do none of y'all have a job, but you're all fat?
Yeah, they're all fat.
Who the hell's feeding you fat
overweight?
retards?
Not one of these people is skinny except for that one goofball.
They're all like fat and with bad skin because that KFC chicken grease is constantly coming out of your pores.
Oh my God, their skin is terrible.
How do you get that fat and you don't have a job?
No, all jokes aside, I'm going to say something that's actually serious. But you notice a lot of people talk about these reptilians, or people that have that reptilian bloodline, and they have notoriously bad skin.
Yeah.
The people that have that reptilian gene, because that's not really who they are. That's not really their skin.
It's like moles and skin tags, all this crap.
I've heard that before.
Like all of them.
Yeah, it makes you wonder
that's
who
not
they are.
That's not a coincidence to me. It's not. There's not one single decent looking human being who's like against us.
I need to figure out the name of this cologne because I love it. I love this cologne. It smells so good. It's got a strong. It's like vanilla and bergamot.
Yeah, it's on the side of the bottle. I forget the name, but I know it's written on the side.
I need to get some more of this stuff before the price goes back up. Yeah, because man, it is good. All right, folks. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being. I apologize for Wednesday. I just wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling good. I couldn't talk real good, and I just feel like sometimes like this is a thankless task. Sometimes I realize from the messages that no, I'm not wearing Tom Ford, and the Tom Ford is too expensive. No, but this one isn't no punk. It's from UAE. It's from Dubai. But I have a friend who gets them for me for he brings bunches of them over, and he just sells them to me for cheap. But I just sometimes feel like underappreciated, and I'm not asking you to support us financially or whatever. Like I work and we work, but we do need help. We do, because the show, it just takes up too much time and energy for what we're getting out of it, and you have to have enough money to at least continue to keep the show going. We had to get new microphones. We had to get, new computer equipment, last year or toward the end of last year. And that stuff's not cheap, man. They raised the rent they're raising it on our building here. We have a lot of stuff we got to do, man. And it's just expensive. We got the camera equipment. Now we just need the time to be able to go out and do the investigating. But the problem with that is we got to work. On the days where we're not doing the show, we have to work. And if we could get more support, or we could get some people to support us and help us, we could do more. Imagine how much more we could do and how much better we could do it if we had more financial backing. And I don't care what my critics say or what these punk ass little shits say. I don't get up here and ask for money, hardly ever. So those are lies. Those are blatant lies. And they're coming from people who are just jealous, and because they're gross and ugly, and they, and whatever else, and not the least of which is being incestuous. Yeah. But I'm going to say this, we need to find some investors, because if I could have somebody invest in my work and my research, I was thinking about it over this last couple of days. Because if I wouldn't have had Brown Dwarf coming on tonight, I wasn't going to be on the air. I was not going to come back. Lazy Diaz says, I got $1. Well, keep your dollar for the strip club. Thank you. But, the point is this, man. And a snarky comments like that right there, dude. Like, see, dude, I'm gonna ban your ass. Goodbye. I don't care if you ever listen to me again. Don't be, dude. I'm not. Don't be playing with me, man. I'm not. I don't want to be played with right now. I'm not in the mood. All right. I'm not in the mood for your shit. Because it's not even a given that I'm gonna come back on Sunday, man. Because I get real aggravated with people because you don't know what it's like to do what I do. You don't know what it's like to go through what we go through. I'm over here, I'm doing the show, I'm getting attacked, and there's people who sat back and watched it happen. I feel like Rihanna here. You're just gonna stand there and watch me burn.
Yeah.
That's okay. All right. But what's gonna happen is we're gonna quit. That's what's going to happen because we don't have the time or the money to keep doing this if people aren't going to support us. And it's the same people. Nobody else helps. Everybody, it's like certain people are pulling the load and nobody else helps. The least you could do is, do the Patreon or a membership. You don't even have to do it on a real expense. It's not even that expensive. You could do $5 or $10, whatever, and it would help because I'm going to have to do everything behind the paywall. And these people that are talking shit, about, oh, well, I knew he would. It's been 6 years, folks, 6 years. And we should have double the subs. We don't, because over the last 2 years, we have been attacked every day of my life. Mass reported. And every week we're having to answer to YouTube about some bullshit like that we didn't say or do. And then they have taken away monetizations on some of our shows. So we can't even get paid by the ads for that, which was just, if we get paid by the ads, we don't need your help. So these people have just been a thorn in our side, and they've built this whole coalition, and their whole goal, and the people that are pulling the strings for these people, is to stop us. That's, and one of them, he's just a greedy little bastard. That's all he is. He's a fat little butterball with skin tags all over him and an oyster for a mouth. And all he does is find ways to try to make money. He's doing a vampire thing now. You know why? Not because it's real or what he's doing. Like, it's not, his stuff is not real. He's doing it because he thinks it'll make money. Anything we do, he copies it because he wants to make money. This whole thing is about making money to him. People that were once in his camp told me that he's pissed off because he's not making millions of dollars off of this. Well, let me tell you something, dummy. You're not going to make millions of dollars off of this. All I want to do is make enough to make the show worth doing, because we need all kinds of shit for this place.
Well, he got his son taken away because he was accused of a certain type of abuse, and then lies about it and says that PRT kidnapped his son, and then tries to monetize that and make money off of accusing us of being kidnappers, of accusing me and Tony of breaking into some old lady's house, who was again another fat, ugly person just like him. These people, they're the birds of a feather, so they flock together. So it's all a grift to these people.
They don't believe in it.
The whole reason they want PRT out of the way is because you're next. If you have a channel, your head is on the chopping block the moment PRT is out of the way.
Tell him what he said to me. Let me tell you something. At one point, let me tell you what happened. We made peace with this fucker. Okay, we have made peace with him. You know this to be true. You sick, nasty individual. Okay, who, if you ever watch any of his stuff, which I don't recommend, but dude, if his mouth like is open, lies are coming out of it. Okay. Let me tell you something.
With black goo.
This dude told me, like, if you would just, this is toward the beginning of all this, when he attacked Bettina, Abe, and Hellbent, and he attacked Jerry and Ella. He tried to negotiate with me that night, folks. He was like, if you would just leave me alone and let me do what I got to do, whatever. Basically, he's telling me that if I would just get out of the way, he wouldn't troll me and attack me. He was just going to go after them.
Yep.
So you are pissed off. You and your band of Spider-Man villains, you want me out of the way so you can hurt people. They want me out of the way so they can do to me, or they can do to these other people what they've now been doing to me.
And that's why it's not as simple as just ignore, block, and delete. Because the moment that Wolf does that, guess what? All of you who are content creators in the cryptid community, paranormal community, whatever you want to call it, your head's on the chopping block next.
Yeah,
guarantee it.
And they're living living by grace.
He literally told Wolf, if you just leave me be, leave me alone, I won't mess with you. I'll continue messing with these other people, but not you. He tried to strike some little wormy deal with Wolf because he thought that Wolf was a worm like him. But my uncle here actually has integrity and said, no, I'm not going to do that, to just let you run roughshod over all the people who have competing channels because you want to undermine their efforts because you think it elevates your content when it does not. Your stuff just sucks. Even if we're out of the way, even if everyone else is out of the way, no one's going to watch you. You're not smart. You're not eloquent. You're not charismatic. You're hideous to look at. Your production value is garbage. It's like watching on a 360p cell phone from 2010. All right. Your show sucks. No one wants to watch you. Tearing other people down is not going to elevate you. You're still a turd. Plain and simple.
Yeah, then he sits there and he's like, yeah, I'd like to have a conversation with L.A. Marzulli. Yeah, why would he want to have a conversation with you? But you know who you could probably have a conversation with? People like Lon Strickler or D.A. Roberts, who are peddling in fiction. Yeah, I said that. I did. I just said that because I don't believe you. In my opinion, I know that one of them is just a little pork pie hat wearing little fucker that writes fiction. And the other one might as well be. How do you come up with 10,000 reports of Mothman in Chicago when no one else has heard of these reports other than you? But there are people who are credible who are going to be writing books about this subject. Ken Gerhardt's got a book coming out about Mothman, and then Richard Estep's got a book coming out about. Those are my friends, and those guys have real books. But you can talk to just Mothman. It's a billion Mothman flying around Chicago. Shut up. Shut up, you fat old dog turd. Shut up. Shut your freaking mouth. Go to Oyster Mouth, okay, and peddle your stuff with the pedo, okay? Because that's what you are. You're both pieces of shit. And DA, you're a piece of shit, in my opinion. In my humble opinion, you're both frauds. You're pieces of shit. You have nothing to offer the community. And you're using fake accounts, or at least a DA pork pie hat is, to troll us. I know you are. You've been helping this guy since day one. And old roofer over there, old Larry the Aggie, he was trying to get me to strike a deal with Roger Roger was just teeing off on Barton. What is that all about?
Yeah.
Huh? While Roger was threatening Hellbent Holler and Barton, you called up and said, "Hi, why don't you just make a deal?" Well, why would you do that? Because you were working with Dirty Ike from the beginning. Because there's a cabal of these fat old, whatever they are, the aging rot that needs to be knocked down.
Oh yeah, in your little group chat, you called what'd you call it? Oh yeah, Operation Downfall.
Downfall.
You remember that?
Your
little group chat from years ago that's probably still around. I don't know. Maybe it's still a thing, but it's been a thing for a long time. Ever since the first conference, your little Operation Downfall, which is stupid and childish, by the way. What do you think this is? Is this some drama movie? Are you that stupid and immature that you're gonna name your project some cool? You think it makes you like look cool or something? How old are you? Are you a teenager? I'm a grown man. I don't know what the hell you people are, but I don't give a damn about making stuff sound cool or dramatic. Life is not a movie.
Yeah, it's cinematic.
Yeah, and you people, you seem to be like the main character of a movie that's constantly playing only in your own head. You're just a fat, ugly worm. Do you own a mirror? Because maybe you own one of these magic mirrors that's like lying to you all the time and makes your reflection look like you're not a disgusting, grotesque, old, fat bastard. I don't know. Grow up.
Yeah.
Do better.
He called me a MAGA monkey, dude. I call you a big fat lying lard ass, and you can go on TV and peddle your lies all you want. You're a fat piece of shit, in my opinion. And Larry, you're a sicko. You're a psychopath, in my opinion. You need to be in a straitjacket somewhere. You need to be like this for the rest of your life. Aggies, Josh Turner, Aggies, Josh Turner.
Mm-hmm.
The Bible, which you talk about and then threaten to kill me in the next breath. And in my opinion, you're a sicko. And Mike, you're the worst one of all. You're the worst one of all, dude. It's all going to come out, boy. You can keep on running and hiding or whatever, and then you can go and lie and tell your audience I talked about you for half an hour because I didn't, and I'm not going to. See, because I'm actually I'm a quarter native. You aren't even a quarter. You are 5%. But unfortunately, in that bozo, bizarro world you are from, that's enough to get you a card with a booger on it that says that you're native. But I know real natives, and they don't believe that you're a native. You're only native according to the government. You're not really a native. I got more native blood than you. And in fact, 74% of Hispanic people have a lot more native blood than white people who claim to be. Nothing against white people. I'm half white. I love my white family. I love my Hispanic family. I love Asian people, black people, love everybody. But by the same token, I'm not going to take anybody's shit. I don't give a damn what color you are, what race you are, what gender you are. I don't give a damn. You want a war? You wanted this war? You wanted to start some shit? You got it, boy. Because now you can't do the shit you were doing. You can't go to everybody and go mess with people with your fake ass accounts. I saw what you did. You went and mess with Matt and those guys with that little Bray bullshit. And you do it all the time. You don't stop. You won't ever stop, man. You're addicted to this shit. Or you got your ass in trouble. You and Roofer Boy did something to somebody, probably bad. And you're getting, now the government said, look, we're going to pay you subsistence, whatever, but you got to attack these people to get rid of who we want to get rid of. You're working for the shadows. Either way, you're a shill or you're just a sick ass, perverted, sick piece of crap. And I hope you're watching me and you watch me and you watch everything I do and watch this diss track I make on your ass. You watch. I'm making a rap song about all of y'all.
Oh, he's watching right now. You
piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. Yes, you are. You're a sicko. If this whole community really knew, this is a stupid person right here. This is the kind of stupid shit right here that people do, because this is how blind and ignorant people are. Let me read you something here. I'm not going to say her name. I'm going to be nice and not say this stupid ass woman's name. But here's what she did. So I reached out to her and asked if she wanted to come back on and be a guest, whatever. And I was going to say, hey, if you want an opportunity, to go and do a show. And she's like, oh, I think you're messaging so-and-so, right? And I'm like, no. And she's like, oh, I thought she said she did. And I'm like, I couldn't understand what she's talking about. So I said, they showed me my profile. That's a profile that I only use if I get banned on Facebook or something happens. And I said, no, that's that. She's like, is that you? And I said, that's another profile that I don't use. I created it when I get banned or I got in trouble on Facebook because it's political typically. And she's like, I'll let her know. Then she comes back and she's like 20 minutes or 10 minutes later, dude, you blocked, this is her partner, right? On your current page. I can't work with you. We don't play games. And I'm like, so I explained to her, I said, look, okay, if I did, it was because we were getting constantly attacked. She must have been with those people in some way. And we had a serious problem and I had to block a ton of people. If that's a problem, then so be it, Then she's like, thank you so much for the invitation. I really appreciate it. However, our team has a policy of supporting each other. And due to the situation on social media, we've decided it's best for us to decline this time. I hope you understand and that we can stay connected in the future. Best wishes with your show. These are minor league people, okay? And like I said, I'm not going to say their names out of respect. But this is the kind of bullshit I go through, folks. Look at this. She's like, by the way, the stupid girl that she's friends with, never takes sides. We don't do that. You didn't pay attention to what's going on, did you, lady? And I said, and then I was nice. I said, I think you missed the point, but it doesn't really matter. I offered you an opportunity, not the other way around. But she acts like she's offered me an opportunity or some shit. And she's like, not sure why you think this. I'm confused by your anger.
Wow.
Then she goes on to say, I'm sorry you feel people are attacking you. She's like, we don't put stake in those games. We are here for the adventure, not to judge others. Thank you for the opportunity, but I will decline. Then she blocked me. What anger are you talking about? What anger are you referring to? What are you talking about? What did I do to you, lady? That's the kind of bullshit right there that these people have created in this community. And mind you, these are nobodies. They really are. Not to be ugly. Like I said, I'm doing you a favor. Okay, you're not doing me the favor.
Well, that's why they see. I'm convinced that these nobodies come out of the woodwork against you and against us, against PRT, because they think that they're making a name for themselves by jumping into a conflict and being against you, and proclaiming themselves that they're your enemy. Oh, I was attacked by Josh Turner.
It's like a badge of honor.
Yeah,
used to be like that downtown.
Yeah,
dude.
like you're not worthy of being anyone's enemy. You're a grub that we just step right over. Like you're nothing. You have nothing to offer. There is no universe in which you are worthy of being called Josh Turner's enemy, PRT's enemy, the paratroopers' enemy. You're like a little tiny amoeba, just a nothing. As a matter of fact, I think an amoeba has a higher level of consciousness than you people, but you're so worthless that you actually derive your self-worth from what Josh Turner thinks of you, because you have nothing else going on. You're so lost, and your minds are so weak and so small that you have zero self-worth outside of being Josh Turner's enemy.
And you know
think
what
that
they're
has some
really
value.
jealous about? They're really jealous about the paratroopers. They always are. They're always all talking about how they're going to take our audience.
Yeah, no one's taking our audience.
You can't take it. They can go and listen. Y'all can listen whoever you want. You can watch whoever you want. You can do whatever you want.
But they're not stupid enough to listen to you.
But they're not stupid enough. That's the problem. Once they've listened to someone lay it out there the way we do, why would you waste your time? I mean, they better have something damn good.
You know why it's not going to happen? Because winners don't listen to losers.
That's right. What we did, we raised the bar. And that was what you were supposed to do. Art Bell talked about how we need to do better. We needed to get out of this lazy crap, and we needed to raise the bar, raise the ships, instead of sinking down to this low level whatever. And people will say things like that our audience is a cult and they're this and they're that. Dude, they like the way that we do things because we do it correctly. And that's the thing, folks. We've been embroiled in the war with these fuckers for 2 years. And they don't stop. They don't, because they don't work. None of them, hardly ever. None of them have a job. And I'm just going to start coming out and saying their names. You got a problem? Sue me, bitch. And I'll sue you back, and watch what happens. Watch what comes out of that. Because if you dare try, dude, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to take everything you have, because y'all have slandered me. You have libeled me. Lon, you attacked me first. I didn't attack you and your fat, ugly, greasy ass. I didn't attack you. You attacked me. You might have some people fooled thinking you're okay guy, whatever. You're not. Okay. And I don't believe none of your bullshit. I think all of it's bullshit, and that's your bread and butter. That's your money right there. Right. Because all of you are living and dying by this community, by the blood of this community. I'm not. See, I'm looking at my phone. Sometimes I have to, because I'm working. And when I leave here, I got to go to work. See, it's something you don't understand. I don't need this community. And I'm not saying the community needs me, but you do need somebody to lead you through the darkness of all of this shit. And it's all connected. And all these people want to do is line their pockets. Every one of them, I guarantee you, that's all they want to do is line their freaking pockets. They don't care. We need money to keep the show going. We need money to do different things. These people need money to actually live. We need money to keep the show going.
Mm-hmm.
You see the difference? Once again, we need money to keep the show going. They need money to actually survive and pay their bills. This show does not pay my fucking bills. It does not. And they report us into oblivion, dude. and they keep on and they keep on and they keep on. And I'm not even getting mad about it. I'm just to the point where I don't give a shit anymore. If people aren't going to step up and defend us and help us, well, guess what? We're going away. I'm packing up. I'm pulling up stakes, and I will not come back. I give you my word. I'm going to be out of here, dude, because I don't give a shit about this anymore. My health, the health of my mind, my body, my spirit, the health of my wife, my nephews, and everybody who's been slandered and lied about and talked shit about. Look at what they did to Anthony and Maddie.
Yeah.
Just put all of their shit out there for everybody. Crazy ass roofer calls this dude up and gives him a lecture about, sleeping with her and all this. Dude, what in the? And then they plaster it all over social media.
Mm-hmm.
And then he runs
Make
over
videos
there.
about it on YouTube.
Knowing what they did, he ran over there and helped them. And so did Barton. They ran over there like lice.
Like moth
to go
to a
and
flame.
help those people, knowing what they did. Y'all knew what they did. You knew what they did, and you still stabbed us in the back. You still stuck the knife in and broke it off and continued to rant and rave and talk shit about us for over a year. For what? What was your purpose? Unless you were in it from day one, from Jump Street, which I'm thinking at this point, that has to be the case. You guys were ready and to stab me on the Senate floor. You had your knives ready. You Brutuses, you Judases, you were ready to cut my throat. But I'm not Caesar. And I'm definitely not Jesus Christ. I'm nowhere near anything that could be compared to Jesus Christ. But you're not going to catch me slipping like Caesar walked into the Senate thinking, surely these men of honor aren't going to stab me to death. No, I know. I knew what you were doing. I knew what you were up to. And thank God there were people who I don't want to be involved. They're scared. I get it. But they dropped a dime and told me, hey, these people they're coming after you. And thank goodness for good people.
Mm-hmm.
Thank goodness, because these people are horrible people. And I'm proud of what we've done so far. Vulture, Swamp Donkey, they're not around no more. They ain't around no more. You don't see them in this community. They're off grifting somewhere else. Yeah, we did that. And little pork pie hat boy, you can't run and hide no more. We know you. We know what you do. All your little bullshit y'all have tried and pulled. And you too, Ryan, you little shit bag. You're a little shit bag, in my opinion, folks. Ryan, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, you better keep your mouth shut.
You need to keep your mouth shut, boy, before we reveal everything about you, little stick boy. You need to shut up and quit dancing around over there. And you, Cyrus the Virus, you piece of shit. You, in my opinion, you did coke. You did coke. I can't prove it, but in my opinion, that's what you were doing while you were on our show. Because when we edited it, that's what we heard. I'm going to talk about everybody, all of you people. You think you're going to get away with all this bullshit? No, I'm naming names. You're all going to be burned. You're all going down for what you've done. You're grifters, you're liars, you're frauds, you're fake. You don't give a shit about this community. You don't give a crap about the people in the community. You don't give a shit. And you want to run me off. The one guy that's true, the real mofo, you're trying to run me off. I'm not the only one. There's other good people out there that have good shows too. Don't go get it twisted. But the one that won't let you do what you want to do, these other people are scared of you. They were scared of you. Oh, Swamp Donkey and Vulture had people scared. Bunch of villains, dude. And when you got flexed on and you got, then you saw the truth. Yeah, go somewhere else with your bullshit. Go peddle your bullshit somewhere else. And it's only a matter of time for you, Dirty Ike. You don't even have a channel anymore. What do you get, 50 people, and half of them are fake profiles from you and your mama? You stupid-ass boy. You ain't shit, dude. You need to shut the F up, because all you're doing is building karma up this high. You want to talk about the devil and all this stuff? Yes, Lucifer and Satan are two different things. You're worse than both of them, you piece of shit.
Talking all that shit from your mama's trailer, dude.
And they're two different things, but they're still evil. Doesn't matter. Satan, like I'll say before, I'll say it again. It's a title, you dumbass. If you actually read the Bible like you're always talking about, let's talk about the Bible. Let's read the Bible. Let's see. Have you even read the Bible? Has he even opened it? Do you even know what it says, you silly ass little goofy man? You fat little shit. I thought you were going on a health kick. You still look like you're about to fall over dead. Your blood pressure looks like it's 480 over, 150. Fuck's wrong with you, man? Why don't you grow up, dude, and stop living at your mama's house, you stupid little punk? You don't leave your mama's house because you're a chicken shit cow. You're scared, and you won't go nowhere without a gun because you're a chicken. You're scared. You can point it at women and hurt women and children, can't you? In my opinion, that's all you're good for.
Yep.
And having roaches, you probably eat those mother effers. That's it, man. This is the after hours right here. People said, hey, are we doing it? There it is right there. You think you're cute? You want to keep talking? You want to talk about a real man? I posted, go look at the photos of me at the gym. You want to call me obese and all this other shit? Do I look obese, mother effer? Do I look like that? You probably never even seen trapeze muscles. You probably don't even know what they are, what they look like. You've never seen this. Let me show you. You see that? That's a muscle, Mike. That's what a muscle looks like. You don't know what that is because you don't have it, dude. You don't have it. You can't do this with your chest. You're a weak, fat little dude, man. You're a weak ass, fat little dude. I'm going to take pictures of my calves just to show you because people want to get turned on. How about that? I could do an OnlyFans and I could make money, bro. I could actually take my shirt off and not be ashamed. What, you took your shirt off? What are they going to see? Yeah. Fat and goo and skin tags?
Pimples, zits.
Pimples and lice.
Skin tags.
Probably bed bugs and
roaches.
Shit.
Ticks.
You nasty ass dude.
Chiggers. With
your oyster mouth. You're so nasty that Vulture was on there with me one time talking about how gross and nasty you are and how you wear the same shirt. That dude is talking about you. When the Vulture can talk about you like that, man, that's pretty sad. And I bet you Swamp Donkey's cleaner than you are too. He actually does bathe himself in alcohol to do his voodoo rituals and shit. Yeah. I don't give a damn about none of these people, man. Fuck all y'all. If you think I'm scared of you, I don't give a shit. The time he thinks he's safe. I don't give a fuck if I'm safe or not. I know I'm gonna be okay because I've been to war, motherfucker. You haven't. Y'all started shit that you can't finish.
See, the difference is you're not a helpless woman or a child or
you can't molest me.
Or a helpless weak little dude which is y'all's favorite target, people who can defend themselves, and you feel a sense of power over people that you attack because you attack people who are easy targets, low-hanging fruit, people who just are are afraid of you, people who are just physically, mentally, spiritually not on the level, and they're virtually helpless against you. So you feel powerful, but because you can only feel power by dominating the weak because you are weak.
Yep.
But that's not a helpless woman. That's not one of your little victims that you can put your little ties on and render them impotent. He fucks back, and he has been, and he will continue to, and it will never ever stop.
Let me tell you something else too. I'm gonna get personal here, dude. You're always talking about my genitals. Let me tell you something. I'm going to say something right now, and I don't care what people think. My genitals work very well. They work very good. And I'm not no centimeter like you are, dude. Okay. I'm not that dude, man. Okay. I'm not no small dick energy dude like you. All right. That's what you got to deal with. That's your problem. You talk about, I take dick. I don't need dick pills. You know what was funny? I was telling you, Anthony, the other day, I get all these weird ass things on the phone. I guess when you hit a certain age, they send them to you, and they're like, penis enlargement, you need this, you need that. And I laugh because I don't need that shit, man. My shit needs to calm down, dude. That's what I need. I'm like a damn bull, dude. I'm not even joking, man. I mean, I love my wife. I love her. My wife she's everything to me. And if I was that way, I would say, honey, I'm not cutting it. I need to get out of here. I need to go. I can't do it. Because it would kill me to be that way. I'm not that dude, man. God is my witness, knows that I don't need dick pills, bro. You talk about that shit. You say stupid, crazy, dumbass shit, man. I'm a real man with big balls and a big one, dude. You need to shut the F up, dude. Like I said, I could do an OnlyFans and make money at that shit. And you know who would be my biggest fan? You and Chris Geyer. Chris Geyer would be up there. God. You and Dana Ortega would give me so much money. I'm going to do the Trump voice. I would make so much money from my genitalia and the way I look. I would be a rich man, folks. I'm telling you, these people, they would be my biggest fans. They wouldn't be my only fans, but they would be big fans. I can tell you this. I know this because you know why? Because they spend hours talking about me and obsessing over my genitals and my body. They want my chest. They want to touch it. They want to feel it. They do. They really do. They want to know what it's like to touch a real man's chest. They want to know what it's like to touch a real man's thighs and caress his undercarriage. That's what they want. But you can't do that. My wife gets that privilege and you don't. And that's why you hate her. You're very, very jealous of Nellie because she gets to touch a real man and you don't get to do that. And you're fantasizing about it, and it burns you up. It kills you. So you go to the American people and you take their money and everything because, you got to pay for it somehow. Somebody's got to flip the bill, folks. These people are taking your money. They're living on welfare and government assistance. They really are. These are very, very sick people. And you know what they're doing? They're going to the massage parlor because some poor woman who's being sex trafficked is having to get them off because they can't get me. They want me, folks. I'm stopping them from going and getting you. Hide your children, hide your wives, hide your husbands, especially hide your husbands. Oh my gosh, the way these people are. Hide your sons. Hide the boys for sure, and then hide the girls too. Some of them like girls, most of them don't. But just remember, okay? If they catch you slipping, they're not out to just kill you. They may come back and do something to your corpse. I'm just going to say that. I was seeing it the other day with the illegal immigrants. These are the same people, folks. Same people. So just know that. Okay. And just know what would they do to my corpse if they could? They would fondle it. They would do a lot of bad things to it. In fact, they would probably try to get a job at the mortuary so they could go and touch me. And I'm terrified of that. I don't want them handling me like that. Okay. And I apologize to anybody. This is after hours PRT. I apologize to anybody who's got the sensitive ears. They got the PTSD from the bad talk or whatever. But these people, they're disgusting. They're obsessed with it. In fact, one of their last posts, go to PRT News, they claim that I'm sitting on something going into my butt because they're obsessed with my butt. They're obsessed with my genitals. They're obsessed with my chest, my hair. They want to talk about my hair, my beautiful eyebrows. They want to talk about that too. They don't have those things, folks. They don't have those things where they're from in Okie land, in the nasty place where they're from. So when you're there and you're a single guy and all you have is mama, I mean, who are you going to do it with?
It's got mama's milk.
I feel bad because, mama's got to provide in every way.
Mama's powdered milk.
That's it, and those dry titties, they're almost dry. What's he going to do when they run out? He's been breastfeeding since what is he now, 58, 59? He's been breastfeeding all those years. The skin tags on his mom, he's sucking on those now. I mean, I feel horrible about talking about this, but it has to be said, folks. And then he hangs out with this other, I'm not even going to talk about these other people that he hangs out. They're bottom feeders, folks, all of them.
And Dana hasn't had a man since the last one she was with, which she tried to kill.
And I encourage you to take everything I'm saying and make your mixtape and send it to all of the people that you think are going to give me opportunities or whatever. And guess what? Nothing's going to happen. Nothing. They will still call me for help and they will still get it and they will still ask me to do their shows and I will either take it or decline it depending on how much time I have. And I will still be better than you. And even if nobody ever works with me again, I'll still have PRT. And even if you got me shut down on YouTube, I would just go to Rumble. It doesn't matter. You can't stop me. I'm like a virus, right?
They're like Canada. We don't need them. They need us.
Yeah. I put tariffs on you. Okay. Anybody that deals with you, once they come over here, they got to pay the tab because once they're with you, they have to be deloused and it costs money to do that, to deprogram and the brain. You understand? You get it? Little mommy's boy, you little mommy's boy living with your mom. What are you, 60 years old, 50 something? I don't know. He's probably younger than me, but he looks ancient. You look like you're 65 years old, and your mother looks younger than you. I mean, she's better looking than you. So maybe that's why you like her so much. I can imagine your sister and your mom, that's your love interest. I get it. I understand that you're sick. You're a sick man. You are. Mm-hmm. And so, folks, this is the kind of people we're dealing with here, is him. Go ahead, record this and make a mixtape and send it to everybody in the community and tell those pieces of dirt what I said about him. You know, I hope that they see what I said with the fake Mothman children's books, with the fake mysteries of the Mothman. Mothman and Me. I'm going to write a children's book, Mothman and Me in Chirac. You know why he chose Chirac? Because he's a liberal Democrat Dumbo. That's why he chose Chirac, so he could go, look, Mothman is not getting shot by the gangs. Nothing bad is happening to Mothman. He's just flying around having a great time, and he's shooting rainbows out of his ass. And it's sprinkling down on the gangbangers.
Oh, no. It's because it's so the reason that all the bad things are happening in Chicago are because of Mothman. Not because of Democrat policies, not because of left-wing liberalism.
Yes, it wasn't the liberals.
Not because of anti-gun laws. No, it's because of Mothman. We've solved the mystery. Mothman is why Chicago sucks ass.
That's
and why everyone gets shot and killed there.
Mothman all this time.
All this time. Not radical left lunatic policies. None of that. It's not the Democrats. It's Mothman. Oh my God, we solved it.
Lawrence Morgan. I gotta break. Dude, why you gotta do that to me, Lawrence? They made me break character here. That's something we've thought about, Lawrence. You got me, bro. See, that's why I love the paratroopers. They're the best because you just nailed it. These people, they talk all this crap, you know. It's like, and I say this: you want a war? You want a war? This is what you get, because we have real people. They learned you can have 350,000 subs on your fake ass show. And when you get a chat, you have what, 100, 200 people. That ain't no. Yeah. We fill it up, dude. And you watch, come in on Sunday, guys, and you're in for a treat, because we're going to do that Bear King, and we're going to talk about Bigfoot and Dogman. And you know what? We're going to fill it up. We'll probably get 700, 800 people in here. Because people want to hear real shit. They want to hear real guests, not lunatics who make up stories about bullshit and have been for a long time. Well, that gravy train's coming to an end, folks. And all they can do is send curses and other shit to try to kill me. That's all you got, because you're too scared to come up here and pop a cap in me. You're too scared. You chicken shit little fuckers. You run around with guns. Well, Lon probably does. He's probably scared of them. In my opinion, he's scared of PTSD when he's got PMS or whatever.
Scared of firecrackers.
Yeah, probably throw a firecracker and make him shit his pants. But these other ones, they're right wingers, supposedly right wingers, are lunatics. But you guys are all about guns. You're always talking about your guns. It's funny that they're too cowardly. Little peepees. Why don't you stop looking at guns and ammo and porn and whatever else you're doing and take care of business? You're so tough. You're such tough guys.
It's usually the coward's first line of defense is to start shooting, but they're too cowardly even for that.
Yeah.
So that's a new level of cowardice, because usually you people just immediately result to just popping a cap in someone. But if you're too scared to even do that, then I mean, what you're like a coward among cowards. I don't even know what. There should be a new word for that, because that's like a new level of pathetic. You're scared to just pull a trigger. I mean, if you're scared to throw hands, that's one thing. But if you're scared of taking the coward's way out, I don't know what you are.
Yeah. And so, folks, if you would be so kind as to throw me a few donations before I go, because according to him, I just demand money and y'all give it to me. So can y'all please prove him right, please? I would love that. Even if it's just a few bucks, and I'll see myself out, and we'll see you again on Sunday. So Everybody, thank you for showing up. Thank you for being a part of who PRT is and the people that donated. Alan Garcia, Lawrence Morgan, DL, what is that? Vakrinos, Amy Creel, Orem, 1085, Sean Hertel, Spill and Tea, thank you for gifting those memberships. Spiritual Cryptid Encounters, that's Abe Sears. Go check out Abe Sears. He's been doing some good work and putting in work on their ass. Okay. Madeline, thank you for that donation. I don't know why you did, but Gwen Hunt, Ben YouTubing, Mojo McD, Two Shadows, Mike Ramon, JJ, LL Shadow Fury. This is why they're mad right here, because people give us money. That's why you're mad. Because we put in real work. That's why we don't just make up stories about grandma's house or whatever it is you do. You throw rocks and say it's Bigfoot, or touch your sister, and well, you touch her all the time, but you touch your sister and say that something grabbed her butt or whatever. On
camera on your own live stream.
On his
it's
own
right there.
Stream, yeah. And then
you tapped her shoulder and it was like, oh, it's something paranormal.
Something warm and wet ran down my leg. I think it was ectoplasm.
Yeah.
Miss Holly Jean, she says, me and Jazzy got our box of goodies. I know this isn't much, but I hope it helps. A little hugs. Thank you. Lawrence Morgan, Tennessee Ridge Runner, thank you so much. Brett Fuqua, Two Shadows again, Miss Holly Jean again. Steve Larry, Lawrence Morgan, Andres Carzales, JJ, Tanner, LL. See, and see, folks, that's right there, because I said that and they gave me money. See, thank you guys. You didn't have to give me much. It doesn't matter. What you can do to help helps the show. And see, Mike, that's the problem. You're mad now. You're watching and you're so mad. And you and Kool-Aid woman, the blimp, the fat blimp that you hang out with. Oh my gosh, have you seen this woman? She looks like the clown from Spawn. She fell down in one of her streams, and it was hilarious, dude. She's one of the worst because she's one of the worst because she was told exactly what they were doing and how they were doing it, and she still ran over there because she likes Mike.
Oh yeah.
She knows he's hot.
Oh yeah, she knows exactly why you're really going to court, Mike.
She knows everything. Scott J, thank you, man. He says best podcast in the world. I'm not best podcast in the world, but I'm in the top 3. I'm joking, folks. But seriously, that's what makes you so mad, Mike. Nobody donates to you except for those few senile people that you've managed to trick, And then you do donate to yourself quite a bit too. So, you do. Yeah, and Jessica's got the many fake accounts too. They try to make it out like there's so many of them, just all these people attacking them. No, there's not. There's 12. Okay. But they're very vocal, folks. They're very vocal. If you really want to know what's going on, join PRT News. You'll see all the dirt, all the nasty, horrible things that these people have done to me, my family, and the paratroopers and all of our allies. How they've trolled Abe and how they've said horrible, mean, horrible things about Jerry and Ella Williams and Helbin Holler and us and everybody, Maddie, Anthony, Tony, Nellie, threatening to kill us and all the other crazy, stupid, nasty, damn nonsense, whatever it is their handlers tell them to do. I got news for you. I don't give a shit. I'm not afraid of you. I'm going to keep talking. I wish one of you would even dare try to sue me, because I need to get that exposure out there. It will blow you away. What we got on you, don't try to talk like you got something on me, because even if you did have something on me and you played it for the whole world, people still won't give a shit. You know why? You want to know why, Anthony? Because they come here to hear what we have to say. This is just talking shit after hours with 400 people in the chat.
Yeah.
You will never be us, dude. I love flexing on you and cracking your freaking ego like a walnut in my hands, because you're nothing to me, dude. You want to be me so bad. And after, a month of ignoring them, I finally gave you a little of attention, and now you're over there in the corner with your tweezers going to work on yourself. You're so happy. You're so excited.
In your microscope.
You're so excited. You're so happy. You're so happy.
No, that's Jessica.
Well, she's a walrus. Mike is just a trained seal. You're a trained, so you're a little monkey. Now go and imitate us. Make another logo that looks like ours.
Mhm.
Pick stories that are like ours. Do everything you can do to be me. But the fact of the matter is, you can gnash your teeth or you can jump for joy. But the fact is, we will be back on Sunday to piss in your Cheerios. And you can sit up there and go, oh, Josh Turner just hit a new low. He's just talking about my real life, how I'm incestuous with my mom and my sister. And nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit. Now, I gave you your attention. You got your 10 minutes or whatever. Now you can fuck off. And you can go and get this video demonetized. I don't give a shit. I don't give a F what you do. YouTube can take it off, and I don't fucking care.
Why don't you take your anger out on one of your relatives and put a knife to her throat like you did last time?
Yeah, or the gun. Put the gun to
in her own
somebody's
words.
head.
You put a knife to her throat.
And then
Remember
you put
that?
a gun to somebody's head too. I heard about that. Didn't you
Mhm.
do that? And you shot at one of them. And you're also rumored to have actually shot an old man. I don't know. That, folks, is a rumor. In my opinion, I think this is a very evil man, and he's capable of anything. Be careful. Like I said, hide your children, especially, but also your wives, and especially your husbands, because this guy, I don't think he's playing straight, you know. But they can make up stories and make up lies and say whatever and call. Now they're calling me a vampire. If I was a vampire, I would have already been at your house, you fucking weirdo. Wouldn't I? Wouldn't I just fly over there? Right? Because they've said that I've astral projected and I burned their bushes. Did you hear about that? And 50-foot angels beat me down.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if 50-foot angels beat you down, you'd be dead. So, I mean, like, okay, that's interesting. So the fact that you're still here and alive, is that like an admission that you defeated their 50-foot angels, or what? Because I mean,
And I guess they were demons.
Because I'm pretty sure that you're not going to be able to stand up to a 50-foot angel.
No.
So either you're more powerful than a 50-foot angel, or what was protecting them was a demon, or they're just crazy, batshit insane and making up lies.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You decide for yourself.
And what's even funnier is like several people that they think that they're gonna like make them not talk to me or whatever. They've seen the after hours PRT and they laugh their ass off.
Yeah.
So good luck with that. People are looking at me now as a comedian. I got an offer the other day to do a show right here in Austin, to be a comedian. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make fun of all of you. And when I do my rap song, it's going to be a making fun of you. And everybody's going to be singing it, and they're going to be laughing the whole time because it's all going to be laughing and making fun of you. You keep talking about, you know what he says? This little fat idiot. He says, "I'll make you famous." You're not going to make anybody famous, but you know what you will do? You'll make yourself famous. You will be a bigger laughing stock than you already are. You are already. Look at that. Look at this. I'm getting. People are paying me to talk shit about you, Mike. How does that make you feel? How does that make you feel? Stratagem gives me. Thank you. That so good. These people. Deidre, thank you. That. This is wonderful. Falcon. Wonderful, because you know why? We're like this. We're a family. These are PRT. These are the troopers, the paratroopers. Everybody wants the paratroopers. And when I go to another show, Mike, you know what people do? They throw money at the host. That's why they want me on their shows. Paula King, thank you for that. You're too kind. And you know what happens, Mike? I go on those shows and I knock it out of the park because I hustle and I do real freaking work and I get real people to tell real stories, not fake granny stories and Bigfoot throwing rocks and Mothman up in Chicago. I get real people to tell real encounters. Yeah. Yeah. I put in dirt, put in work, and many people can vouch that. And since I got stripes, I got the right to rap about that. But people like you, I got to hate you. I'm so tired of, I'm not even going to say the rest of those lyrics because if I did, I'd probably go to jail. It just involved a shovel. Let's put it that way. You goofy little fat overfed child, spoiled rotten, never worked a day in your life, lived off of your mommy's little saggy milk titties. And I grew up hard, boy. I grew up hard. Unfortunately for me, I grew up in the country and the city, unlike you. You just lived out there screwing sheep. And you talk like this, and nobody wants to hear that shit. You goofy ass little fucking fake hillbilly. Nobody wants to hear your shit. Nobody wants to hear it. I'm giving you the most attention you will ever get in this community. You owe me, man. And I'm going to send you an invoice for $33,900. You know why? I just made that number off the top of my head. Because that's what you do. You just make shit up off the top of your head about us and about everybody. And you stalk us because you're obsessed with me. You're a homosexual, Mike, and you need to come clean and admit it. You need to come clean and admit it. You know what you've done. You've done homosexual things, and you're in love with me, dude. In my opinion, you're a homosexual and you're in love with me. In my opinion, that's what I believe. I can say that because that's my opinion. I'm not saying it's the truth, folks. I'm saying it's my opinion.
Well, show us one example of a straight man this obsessed with another man.
Never seen it in my life. I've never seen it.
You can't
put the lotion on its skin, dude, is what you are.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do. Thank you for everybody who donated. That's wonderful. They're still donating. You see that, Mike? They're still donating.
That's how much everyone hates you because you suck.
And even if they don't hate you, they love us. And they're going to be back on Sunday, and we're going to do a whopper banger of a show on Sunday, and you're still going to be the fat little kid who didn't get asked to go to the dance. And I bet you never got asked to go to sleepovers. And your little bullshit, your anonymous, where you said you lived in the world of Transformers and G.I. Joe, whatever. I loved Transformers and G.I. Joe as a kid. But when I got older, I put away childish things, unlike you. You probably still play with toys. You probably go in there and play with army men and shit in the dark like a little weirdo that you are.
He was that one kid that the parents told their kids to stay away from.
Stay away from. He's a weirdo.
I don't want you going over to that boy's house.
Whacking off in our tool shed, kid. You know, nobody wants to be around you. The dog didn't play with you unless they tied some meat to your neck, and you know, and that was just because he wanted the food. And even then, you ate it before he did. You fat little bastard. You're a fat little bastard, dude. What is wrong with you? You're talking about me being obese and I'm gay and all this other stuff. And then I get gay people. I mean, I'm not gay. If you want to be gay, go be gay. But what's funny is that you're always obsessed with that shit, man. And you're a fat little fucker, man. You're a fat little ball. You're a butterball. You're a Buddha-bellied little butterball, dude. Have you seen yourself? Have you seen that black ring around your neck? What is that shit, man? If I had that shit around my neck, my gold would not touch my neck, folks, because I would not want that nasty dirt on me.
What is that, brother?
You know what I do, though? When I can go out to the ranch and I can put on work clothes and I can do work stuff. And I'm dirty and I'm smelly because I'm a real man. And then we go inside, take a shower, clean yourselves up, whatever. I don't think you do that. I know you don't do any work, but I'm pretty sure you just waller around outside and then roll your fat ass back inside and just go on the show. Jessica calls you your long distance lover. She calls you up. Spawn, the girl from Spawn or whatever.
The Violator.
The Violator. The Violator calls you up. Wake up, little girly man. It's time for the show. And he gets up, you know, and he's like, oh. I only got 14 hours of sleep today. Well, blows my weekend, man. That's you, man. That's you. Meanwhile, we put on a hell of a show because we do real work, real research, talk to people. We hustle. We hustle. You don't have that hustle in you. Look at that. They're still donating, Mike. That's got to eat your ass. That's got to be horrible for you. It's got to be hard. Somebody's just sitting there just ragging on you because that's what you've done to me and my family for 2 years, Mike. 2 years. Sick of it. Sick of your shit. Thank you, August, for that donation. This is what happens when you push people, and you should never have started that war with me. And you've had every opportunity to stop, and you just continue because you can't, because you really do believe in your fat little brain, your water head that you have. There's no brain in there, that you can somehow pull this out and win. There is no winning, Mike. And these make-believe things that you've made up about how people kidnapped your kid. Dude, CPS took your kid because of what you did.
And if you had any brains,
had nothing to do with me.
If you had any brains, Mike, you would stop focusing on us, on PRT, on Wolf, and all this crap, and start focusing on how you're going to win your court case. Because if you go to prison for what you did, well, when people go to prison for doing what you did and they get put in general population, they don't last very long. So you're quite literally fighting not just for your freedom, but for your life. Because people in prison, inmates, they don't like people who do the things that you did. And you know what I'm talking about. And so does Jessica, and so does Barton, and so does everyone else in your camp, because they've all been told exactly what you're accused of doing and what you have done. So you better start focusing on that. Did you like my little letter, by the way? The letters that me and Maddie wrote to the judge? I hope you liked it.
It's all true.
Oh yeah, it's all true. We even sent the judge these nice little screenshots and everything,
Of everything
with
you've
numbers
done.
and references and all those things. So I hope you liked it. Who knows? Hey, maybe there's gonna be more coming. Who knows?
Yeah, because you won't
It's
stop.
exciting, so exciting.
You won't stop. And you bring it on yourself. You keep talking shit, man. See, unlike you, I'm a real native. You know, I'm a quarter, which is Comanches. They're not around much anymore because they were real men, real women. They fought to the end. Okay. I don't know what you think you are. Your last name is an Irish name. You're a fat little Irish prick is what you are. I know a lot of good Irish people, but you're not one of them. And stop pretending and using this native thing, because you're not. Folks, that's not who he is. Tommy Ireland. See, there's a real Irish person. You are Irish. You're not even Irish Spring. You're because you don't use soap. You're fake. Faker than anybody that I have ever seen ever in this community. You're the fakest. You got all these people embroiled in this war that you and Janice started. You know, folks, who Janice is? She's a sick person. And I have all the screenshots to prove it. She's a psychologist. Can you believe that? A sick psychologist who worked together with him, and they use the account Damon Peterson. You'll never sue me, because you know if you do, I will bring every piece of evidence to bear against you, both of you, and I will prove it to everybody who you are and what you've done. You know, so don't saber rattle about suing me, you little bitch. You won't do that, because my lawyers will destroy yours and you, because you don't have a case, because you started this whole thing. We can prove that you're Damon Peterson. We got the screenshots. People inside your own camp had an attack of conscience, and they were like, hey, we're not gonna go along with this crazy shit. You tried to pin felonies on my nephews, and then y'all want to talk about conspiracies. You conspired to pin felonies on us. And now you go around getting donations. Bring Hunter home, telling everybody that your son was kidnapped by PRT and Blondes and Booze. You're out of your freaking mind, dude. Like I've said before, do you know how fucking crazy you really are? Do you even know? You're just an ugly little ghoul. A ghoul. Just like Jesse from El Banana called you a ghoul. That's what you are. I'm glad she said she's going to make t-shirts of that. I'll buy that shit and I will wear it on the show. If you're hearing me, Jesse, make the shirts, because I'll buy it. And when Abe and his cousin roast your ass, I laugh and I laugh and I laugh. I wish they would take donations, but Abe doesn't take donations. But if he did, I'd donate the shit out of some money to that dude, because he deserves it. And he just tears your ass apart, because that's what you are. That's what you deserve. Everybody in this community, this guy, avoid him like the plague, because that's what he is. You are a sick, evil, twisted little man. You're going to lose all those court battles against your sister and against your ex-wife and everybody else, because you're wrong and they're in the right. And if you try to go toe-to-toe with me, boy, I'm going to destroy your ass. I'm waiting for you to try to pull something stupid, because you are so stupid. You might just be stupid enough to try that, because the fake accounts have told your stupid mind, you have 300 personalities going on in there, that you have some kind of case. Go ahead, dude. Bring it out. I'm begging you, boy. I asked Swamp Donkey to do the same thing. We'll see, because it takes deep pockets to do what you want to do, or that you're going to have to do, and you don't have it.
And
All
maybe
you
even
have
your
is a few
handlers who are
acres
paying
of
you.
scrubland up there in Oklahoma, but I'll take that. It's in your mom's name. I'll take that from you. I'll take it. And I'll sue her too because she's involved. We know she's involved. She's been using fake accounts just like you because your whole family, the Hills Have Eyes, Texas Chainsaw or Oklahoma Chainsaw Massacre family, in my opinion, is what you are. You've been doing all of this rotten shit. All right, folks, just remember this is for entertainment purposes only. And no one but Mikey's feelings were hurt in the making of this, whatever this is. All right. Thank you for all the donations. If anybody wants to make a last minute donation, we greatly appreciate it. It's the Mikey Tears donation. If you want to make a donation, make it rain, because I know that he's just loving. He loves it when we get donations. I'm his hero, folks. And when his hero talks, and sometimes I gotta spank him. See, there we go. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. We just spank him a little bit, spank him on his little butt, on his fat little rear end, and make him behave. Right? That's what we got to do. Yeah. Okay, and then join us on Sunday. And Mike, you're welcome to come and stalk the chat like you always do with your fat girlfriend, the Violator. And y'all can watch. You can watch and see how it's done. All right. Okay. Because tomorrow I got some work to do. I got to get in touch with Brad and get his story, so I can do it correctly. Because that's what we do. We correctly do things. And Anthony knows, Tony knows, Nellie knows. We all work together and we hustle. That's why we bring you the best. And you watch what PRT does over the next coming years. Because even if I die, PRT is a train that ain't going nowhere. They'll play these on repeat forever. And like you always say, I'll make you famous. Well, bitch, I made you famous. How about that? Because nobody would know who the F you are. It wasn't for me. You're welcome. All right, folks. Thank you for everything. Thank you for donating. We did very well tonight, and we appreciate it. We need the help right now, and unfortunately, there are people that are just evil, and they're going to do what they're going to do. They lie and they say things, and they cry out as they strike you.
Yep.
So go and cry, baby. Go
Poor
cry.
babies.
Now go make a video talking about what an evil man I am and cut it up into pieces out of context. Like when you claim I called you an Indian, which I would never do because you're not an Indian. You're not an Indian. You're not any of that. You're a 5% fake native. You're not even a real native.
You couldn't even name 5 different native tribes if you were put on the spot, dude. Shut up.
And what's even funnier is I have a bunch of people that are natives that I'm actually helping get on the show right now. And you're not one of them because you're not really a native. See, I talked to a lot of them and they don't like you because you're fake. You're a fat little doughboy, Pillsbury dough kid. What you are. You push his belly and he goes with his little, and then you see the oyster in his mouth and you're like, oh,
Black oozing out.
What is that, brother? And that's the same reaction you have to toothpaste and a toothbrush. I don't even think he's ever seen a toothbrush. A toothbrush is this thing that has bristles on it with a little handle in it. Why am I wasting my time? You're never going to get one.
Pearls before swine.
Yeah. Pearls before swine. All right, folks, we'll see you. And by the way, my swine that you're always talking about too, Truffles, he gives his regards to you too. And he wouldn't lay down in the same pen as you. In fact, he told us the other day we were out at the ranch, please, sir, don't ever bring him around me. I said, don't worry, Truffles, we won't. He was using his iPad. Like you do when you're on the show and you're typing and you're pretending like you're not typing stuff.
Except Truffles is a better speller.
Yeah, he can actually spell. But keep up with the anonymous AI posts that you have to use because you can't spell for shit. You uneducated, goofy, and I don't, people uneducated, I understand it. You grew up poor and you have no aspirations of doing anything but grifting, but you could at least learn how to freaking spell. I'm self-educated. You could do the same. Right? Yeah. Now, my IQ is in the high triple digits. I understand that yours is not. It's not even in the double digits. So you are it's not even fair to compare me to you. But, when somebody is superior to you mentally, physically, and spiritually, maybe you shouldn't start shit with them or the people that they care about. and then try to get them to compromise their morals so you can continue to harm people. That's never going to happen. And now you, much like the Sinister Six who chased Spider-Man all over the world trying to kill him, y'all are all doing the same thing to me because you're hyper-focused on me, because if only I was out of the way, you could do so much mayhem and villainous, bad, just voraciously attack everybody. If only you could just get rid of me. Pesky wolf, just get rid of him. Then we could do whatever we wanted.
Just troll everybody, attack everybody.
Yep, troll everybody into oblivion. But it's not going to happen. All right, guys, I'm out. I really got to run here. I got to get going. Thank you for donating. We'll see you on Sunday with a great show. Good night.